Chapter 40 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 40. Some of the ceremonies in a man of war, unnecessary and injurious. The ceremonials of a man of war, some of which have been described in the preceding chapter, may merit a reflection or two. The general usages of the American Navy are founded upon the usages that prevailed in the Navy of monarchical England more than a century ago, nor have they been materially altered since. And while both England and America have become greatly liberalized in the interval, while shore pomp in high places has come to be regarded by the more intelligent masses of men as belonging to the absurd, ridiculous, and mock-heroic, while that most truly august of all the majesties of earth, the President of the United States, may be seen entering his residence with his umbrella under his arm, and no brass band or military guard at his heels, and unostentatiously taking his seat by the side of the meanest citizen in a public conveyance, while this is the case, there still lingers in American men of war all the stilted etiquette and childish parade of the old-fashioned Spanish court of Madrid. Indeed, so far as the things that meet the eye are concerned, an American Commodore is by far a greater man than the President of 20 millions of freemen. But we plain people ashore might very willingly be content to leave these Commodores in the unmolested possession of their gilded penny whistles, rattles, and gewgaws, since they seem to take so much pleasure in them, were it not that all this is attended by consequences to their subordinates in the last degree to be deplored. While hardly any one will question that a naval officer should be surrounded by circumstances calculated to impart a requisite dignity to his position, it is not the less certain that, by the excessive pomp he at present maintains, there is naturally and unavoidably generated a feeling of servility and debasement in the hearts of most of the seamen who continually behold a fellow mortal flourishing over their heads like the archangel Michael with 1,000 wings. And as in degree this same pomp is observed toward their inferiors by all the grades of commissioned officers, even down to a midshipman, the evil is proportionately multiplied. It would not at all diminish a proper respect for the officers, and subordination to their authority among the seamen, were all this idle parade, only ministering to the arrogance of the officers, without at all benefiting the state, completely done away. But to do so, we voters and lawgivers ourselves must be no respecters of persons. That saying about leveling upward and not downward may seem very fine to those who cannot see its self-involved absurdity. But the truth is that, to gain the true level in some things, we must cut downward. For how can you make every sailor a Commodore? Or how raise the valleys without filling them up with the superfluous tops of the hills? Some discreet but democratic legislation in this matter is much to be desired. And by bringing down naval officers in these things at least, without affecting their legitimate dignity and authority, we shall correspondingly elevate the common sailor, without relaxing the subordination in which he should by all means be retained. End of Chapter 40. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 41 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 41. A Man of War Library. Nowhere does time pass more heavily than with most men of war's men on board their craft in harbour. One of my principal antidotes against ennui in Rio was reading. There was a public library on board, paid for by government, and entrusted to the custody of one of the marine corporals, a little dried-up man of a somewhat literary turn. He had once been a clerk in a post-office ashore, and, having been long accustomed to hand over letters when called for, he was now just the man to hand over books. He kept them in a large cask on the berth-deck, and, when seeking a particular volume, had to capsize it like a barrel of potatoes. This made him very cross and irritable, as most all librarians are. Who had the selection of these books I do not know, but some of them must have been selected by our chaplain, who so pranced on Coleridge's High German horse. Mason Good's Book of Nature, a very good book to be sure, but not precisely adapted to Terry tastes, was one of these volumes, and Machiavel's Art of War, which was very dry fighting, and a folio of Tillotson's Sermons, the best of reading for divines, indeed, but with little relish for a maintopman, and Locke's Essays, incomparable essays, everybody knows, but miserable reading at sea, and Plutarch's Lives, super excellent biographies, which pit Greek against Roman in beautiful style, but then, in a sailor's estimation, not to be mentioned with the Lives of the Admirals, and Blair's Lectures, University edition, a fine treatise on rhetoric, but having nothing to say about nautical phrases such as splicing the main brace, passing a gammoning, puddinging the dolphin, and making a carrack bend, besides numerous invaluable but unreadable tomes that might have been purchased cheap at the auction of some college professor's library. But I found ample entertainment in a few choice old authors, whom I stumbled upon in various parts of the ship among the inferior officers. One was Morgan's History of Algiers, a famous old quarto, abounding in picturesque narratives of corsairs, captives, dungeons, and sea fights, and making mention of a cruel old Dey who, toward the latter part of his life, was so filled with remorse for his cruelties and crimes that he could not stay in bed after 4 o'clock in the morning, but had to rise in great trepidation and walk off his bad feelings till breakfast time. And another venerable octavo, containing a certificate from Sir Christopher Wren to its authenticity, entitled Knox's Captivity in Ceylon, 1681, abounding in stories about the devil, who was superstitiously supposed to tyrannize over that unfortunate land. To mollify him, the priests offered up buttermilk, red cocks, and sausages, and the devil ran roaring about in the woods, frightening travellers out of their wits, insomuch that the islanders bitterly lamented to Knox that their country was full of devils, and consequently there was no hope for their eventual well-being. Knox swears that he himself heard the devil roar, though he did not see his horns. It was a terrible noise, he says, like the baying of a hungry mastiff. Then there was Walpole's Letters, very witty, pert, and polite, and some odd volumes of plays, each of which was a precious casket of jewels of good things, shaming the trash nowadays passed off for dramas, containing The Jew of Malta, Old Fortunatus, The City Madam, Volpone, The Alchemist, and other glorious old dramas of the age of Marlowe and Johnson, and that literary Damon and Pythias, the magnificent, mellow old Beaumont and Fletcher, who have sent the long shadow of their reputation side by side with Shakespeare's, far down the endless vale of posterity. And may that shadow never be less. But as for St. Shakespeare, may his never be more, lest the commentators arise, and settling upon his sacred text like unto locusts, devour it clean up, leaving never a dot over an I. I diversified this reading of mine by borrowing Moore's Loves of the Angels from Rosewater, who recommended it as the charmingest of volumes, and a negro song book containing Sittin' on a Rail, Gumbo Squash, and Jim Along Josie, from Broadbit, a street anchor man. The sad taste of this old tar, in admiring such vulgar stuff, was much denounced by Rosewater, whose own predilections were of a more elegant nature, as evinced by his exalted opinion of the literary merits of the Loves of the Angels. I was by no means the only reader of books on board the Neversink. Several other sailors were diligent readers, though their studies did not lie in the way of belles letters. Their favorite authors were such as you may find at the bookstalls around Fulton Market. They were slightly physiological in their nature. My book experiences on board of the frigate proved an example of a fact which every book lover must have experienced before me, namely, that though public libraries have an imposing air, and doubtless contain invaluable volumes, yet somehow the books that prove most agreeable, grateful, and companionable are those we pick up by chance here and there, those which seem put into our hands by Providence, those which pretend to little, but abound in much. End of chapter 41. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 42 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 42. Killing Time in a Man of War in Harbour. Reading was by no means the only method adopted by my shipmates in whiling away the long, tedious hours in harbour. In truth, many of them could not have read, had they wanted to, ever so much. In early youth their primers had been sadly neglected. Still, they had other pursuits. Some were experts at the needle, and employed their time in making elaborate shirts, stitching picturesque eagles and anchors, and all the stars of the Federated States in the collars thereof, so that when they at last completed and put on these shirts, they may be said to have hoisted the American colors. Others excelled in tattooing, or pricking, as it is called in a man of war. Of these prickers, two had long been celebrated, in their way, as consummate masters of the art. Each had a small box full of tools and coloring matter, and they charged so high for their services that at the end of the cruise they were supposed to have cleared upward of $400. They would prick you to order a palm tree, or an anchor, a crucifix, a lady, a lion, an eagle, or anything else you might want. The Roman Catholic sailors on board had at least the crucifix pricked on their arms, and for this reason. If they chanced to die in a Catholic land, they would be sure of a decent burial in consecrated ground, as the priest would be sure to observe the symbol of Mother Church on their persons. They would not fare as Protestant sailors dying in Callao, who are shoved under the sands of St. Lorenzo, a solitary volcanic island in the harbour, overrun with reptiles, their heretical bodies not being permitted to repose in the more genial loam of Lima. And many sailors not Catholics were anxious to have the crucifix painted on them, owing to a curious superstition of theirs. They affirm, some of them, that if you have that mark tattooed upon all four limbs, you might fall overboard among 775,000 white sharks, all dinnerless, and not one of them would so much as dare to smell at your little finger. We had one foretopman on board, who, during the entire cruise, was having an endless cable pricked round and round his wrist, so that when his frock was off, he looked like a capstan with a hawser coiled round about it. This foretopman paid 18 pence per link for the cable, besides being on the smart the whole cruise, suffering the effects of his repeated puncturings. So he paid very dear for his cable. One other mode of passing time while in port was cleaning and polishing your bright work; for it must be known that, in men of war, every sailor has some brass or steel of one kind or another to keep in high order, like housemaids, whose business it is to keep well polished the knobs on the front door railing and the parlour grates. Excepting the ring bolts, eye bolts, and belaying pins scattered about the decks, this bright work, as it is called, is principally about the guns, embracing the monkey tails of the carronades, the screws, prickers, little irons, and other things. The portion that fell to my own share I kept in superior order, quite equal in polish to Roger's best cutlery. I received the most extravagant encomiums from the officers, one of whom offered to match me against any brazier or brass polisher in her British Majesty's Navy. Indeed, I devoted myself to the work body and soul, and thought no pains too painful and no labour too laborious to achieve the highest attainable polish possible for us poor lost sons of Adam to reach. Upon one occasion, even when woolen rags were scarce, and no burned brick was to be had from the ship's yeoman, I sacrificed the corners of my woolen shirt, and used some dentrifice I had as substitutes for rags and burned brick. The dentrifice operated delightfully, and made the threading of my carronade screw shine and grin again, like a set of false teeth in an eager heiress hunter's mouth. Still another mode of passing time was arraying yourself in your best togs, and promenading up and down the gun-deck, admiring the shore scenery from the port-holes, which, in an amphitheatrical bay like Rio, belted about by the most varied and charming scenery of hill, dale, moss, meadow, court, castle, tower, grove, vine, vineyard, aqueduct, palace, square, island, fort, is very much like lounging round a circular cosmorama, and ever and anon lazily peeping through the glasses here and there. Oh, there is something worth living for, even in our man-of-war world, and one glimpse of a bower of grapes, though a cable's length off, is almost satisfaction for dining off a shank bone salted down. This promenading was chiefly patronized by the marines, and particularly by Colbrook, a remarkably handsome and very gentlemanly corporal among them. He was a complete ladies' man, with fine black eyes, bright red cheeks, glossy jet whiskers, and a refined organization of the whole man. He used to array himself in his regimentals, and saunter about like an officer of the Coldstream Guards, strolling down to his club in St. James's. Every time he passed me, he would heave a sentimental sigh, and hum to himself the girl I left behind me. This fine corporal afterward became a representative in the legislature of the State of New Jersey, for I saw his name returned about a year after my return home. But, after all, there was not much room, while in port, for promenading, at least on the gun-deck, for the whole larboard side is kept clear for the benefit of the officers, who appreciate the advantages of having a clear stroll fore and aft. And they well know that the sailors had much better be crowded together on the other side than that the set of their own coat-tails should be impaired by brushing against their tarry trousers. One other way of killing time while in port is playing checkers; that is, when it is permitted, for it is not every navy captain who will allow such a scandalous proceeding. But as for Captain Claret, though he did like his glass of Madeira uncommonly well, and was an undoubted descendant from the hero of the Battle of the Brandywine, and though he sometimes showed a suspiciously flushed face when superintending in person the flogging of a sailor for getting intoxicated against his particular orders, yet I will say for Captain Claret that, upon the whole, he was rather indulgent to his crew, so long as they were perfectly docile. He allowed them to play checkers as much as they pleased. More than once I have known him, when going forward to the forecastle, pick his way carefully among scores of canvas checker cloths spread upon the deck, so as not to tread upon the men, the checkermen and man-of-war's men included. But in a certain sense they were both one, for as the sailors used their checkermen, so at quarters their officers used these men-of-war's men. But Captain Claret's leniency in permitting checkers on board his ship might have arisen from the following little circumstance, confidentially communicated to me. Soon after the ship had sailed from home, checkers were prohibited, whereupon the sailors were exasperated against the captain, and one night, when he was walking round the forecastle, bim! came an iron belaying pin past his ears, and while he was dodging that, bim! came another from the other side, so that, it being a very dark night, and nobody to be seen, and it being impossible to find out the trespassers, he thought it best to get back into his cabin as soon as possible. Some time after, just as if the belaying pins had nothing to do with it, it was indirectly rumored that the checker-boards might be brought out again, which, as a philosophical shipmate observed, showed that Captain Claret was a man of a ready understanding, and could understand a hint as well as any other man, even when conveyed by several pounds of iron. Some of the sailors were very precise about their checker cloths, and even went so far that they would not let you play with them unless you first washed your hands, especially if so be you had just come from tarring down the rigging. Another way of beguiling the tedious hours is to get a cozy seat somewhere and fall into as snug a little reverie as you can. Or, if a seat is not to be had, which is frequently the case, then get a tolerably comfortable stand-up against the bulwarks, and begin to think about home and bread and butter, always inseparably connected to a wanderer, which will very soon bring delicious tears into your eyes. For every one knows what a luxury is grief, when you can get a private closet to enjoy it in, and no Paul Pry's intrude. Several of my shore friends, indeed, when suddenly overwhelmed by some disaster, always make a point of flying to the first oyster-cellar, and shutting themselves up in a box with nothing but a plate of stewed oysters, some crackers, the castor, and a decanter of old port. Still another way of killing time in harbor is to lean over the bulwarks and speculate upon where, under the sun, you are going to be that day next year, which is a subject full of interest to every living soul, so much so that there is a particular day of a particular month of the year, which, from my earliest recollections, I have always kept the run of, so that I can even now tell just where I was on that identical day of every year past since I was 12 years old. And when I am all alone, to run over this almanac in my mind is almost as interesting as to read your own diary, and far more interesting than to peruse a table of logarithms on a rainy afternoon. I always keep the anniversary of that day with lamb and peas, and a pint of sherry, for it comes in spring, but when it came round in the Neversink, I could get neither lamb, peas, nor sherry. But perhaps the best way to drive the hours before you four in hand is to select a soft plank on the gun-deck and go to sleep. A fine specific which seldom fails unless, to be sure, you have been sleeping all the 24 hours beforehand. Whenever employed in killing time in harbor, I have lifted myself up on my elbow and looked around me, and seen so many of my shipmates all employed at the same common business, all under lock and key, all hopeless prisoners like myself, all under martial law, all dieting on salt beef and biscuit, all in one uniform, all yawning, gaping, and stretching in concert. It was then that I used to feel a certain love and affection for them, grounded, doubtless, on a fellow feeling. And though, in a previous part of this narrative, I have mentioned that I used to hold myself somewhat aloof from the mass of seamen on board the Neversink, and though this was true, and my real acquaintances were comparatively few, and my intimates still fewer, yet, to tell the truth, it is quite impossible to live so long with 500 of your fellow beings, even if not of the best families in the land, and with morals that would not be spoiled by further cultivation. It is quite impossible, I say, to live with 500 of your fellow beings, be they who they may, without feeling a common sympathy with them at the time, and ever after cherishing some sort of interest in their welfare. The truth of this was curiously corroborated by a rather equivocal acquaintance of mine, who, among the men, went by the name of Shakings. He belonged to the forehold, whence of a dark night he would sometimes emerge to chat with the sailors on deck. I never liked the man's looks. I protest it was a mere accident that gave me the honor of his acquaintance, and generally I did my best to avoid him, when he would come skulking like a jailbird out of his den into the liberal open air of the sky. Nevertheless, the anecdote this holder told me is well worth preserving, more especially the extraordinary frankness evinced in his narrating such a thing to a comparative stranger. The substance of his story was as follows. Shakings, it seems, had once been a convict in the New York State's prison at Sing Sing, where he had been for years confined for a crime which he gave me his solemn word of honor he was wholly innocent of. He told me that, after his term had expired, and he went out into the world again, he never could stumble upon any of his old Sing Sing associates without dropping into a public-house and talking over old times. And when fortune would go hard with him, and he felt out of sorts and incensed at matters and things in general, he told me that at such time he almost wished he was back again in Sing Sing, where he was relieved from all anxieties about what he should eat and drink, and was supported, like the President of the United States and Prince Albert, at the public charge. He used to have such a snug little cell, he said, all to himself, and never felt afraid of housebreakers, for the walls were uncommonly thick, and his door was securely bolted for him, and a watchman was all the time walking up and down in the passage, while he himself was fast asleep and dreaming. To this, in substance, the holder added that he narrated this anecdote because he thought it applicable to a man-of-war, which he scandalously asserted to be a sort of state prison afloat. Concerning the curious disposition to fraternize and be sociable, which this Shakings mentioned as characteristic of the convicts liberated from his old homestead at Sing Sing, it may well be asked whether it may not prove to be some feeling, somehow akin to the reminiscent impulses which influence them, that shall hereafter fraternally reunite all us mortals, when we shall have exchanged this state's prison man-of-war world of ours for another and a better. From the foregoing account of the great difficulty we had in killing time while in port, it must not be inferred that on board of the Neversink in Rio there was literally no work to be done. At long intervals the launch would come alongside with water casks, to be emptied into iron tanks in the hold. In this way, nearly 50,000 gallons, as chronicled in the books of the master's mate, were decanted into the ship's bowels, a 90 days' allowance. With this huge Lake Ontario in us, the mighty Neversink might be said to resemble the united continent of the Eastern Hemisphere, floating in a vast ocean herself, and having a Mediterranean floating in her. End of Chapter 42. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 43 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 43. Smuggling in a Man of War. It is in a good degree owing to the idleness just described, that, while lying in harbour, the man-of-war's man is exposed to the most temptations, and gets into his saddest scrapes. For though his vessel be anchored a mile from the shore, and her sides are patrolled by sentries night and day, yet these things cannot entirely prevent the seductions of the land from reaching him. The prime agent in working his calamities in port is his old arch-enemy, the ever-devilish god of grog. Immured as the man-of-war's man is, serving out his weary 3 years in a sort of sea Newgate from which he cannot escape, either by the roof or burrowing underground, he too often flies to the bottle to seek relief from the intolerable ennui of nothing to do and nowhere to go. His ordinary government allowance of spirits, 1 gill per diem, is not enough to give a sufficient to his listless senses. He pronounces his grog basely watered. He scouts at it as thinner than muslin. He craves a more vigorous nip at the cable, a more sturdy swig at the halyards. And if opium were to be had, many would steep themselves 1,000 fathoms down in the densest fumes of that oblivious drug. Tell him that the delirium tremens and the mania a potu lie in ambush for drunkards, he will say to you, "Let them bear down upon me, then, before the wind. Anything that smacks of life is better than to feel Davy Jones's chestlet on your nose." He is reckless as an avalanche, and though his fall destroy himself and others, yet a ruinous commotion is better than being frozen fast in unendurable solitudes. No wonder, then, that he goes all lengths to procure the thing he craves. No wonder that he pays the most exorbitant prices, breaks through all law, and braves the ignominious lash itself, rather than be deprived of his stimulus. Now, concerning no one thing in a man-of-war are the regulations more severe than respecting the smuggling of grog, and being found intoxicated. For either offence there is but one penalty, invariably enforced, and that is the degradation of the gangway. All conceivable precautions are taken by most frigate executives to guard against the secret admission of spirits into the vessel. In the first place, no shore-boat whatever is allowed to approach a man-of-war in a foreign harbour without permission from the officer of the deck. Even the bum-boats, the small craft licensed by the officers to bring off fruit for the sailors, to be bought out of their own money, these are invariably inspected before permitted to hold intercourse with the ship's company. And not only this, but every one of the numerous ship's boats, kept almost continually plying to and from the shore, are similarly inspected, sometimes each boat 20 times in the day. This inspection is thus performed. The boat being decried by the quartermaster from the poop, she is reported to the deck officer, who thereupon summons the master-at-arms, the ship's chief of police. This functionary now stations himself at the gangway, and as the boat's crew one by one come up the side, he personally overhauls them, making them take off their hats, and then, placing both hands upon their heads, draws his palms slowly down to their feet, carefully feeling all unusual protuberances. If nothing suspicious is felt, the man is let pass, and so on, till the whole boat's crew, averaging about 16 men, are examined. The chief of police then descends into the boat, and walks from stem to stern, eyeing it all over, and poking his long rattan into every nook and cranny. This operation concluded, and nothing found, he mounts the ladder, touches his hat to the deck officer, and reports the boat clean, whereupon she is hauled out to the booms. Thus it will be seen that not a man of the ship's company ever enters the vessel from shore without it being rendered next to impossible, apparently, that he should have succeeded in smuggling anything. Those individuals who are permitted to board the ship without undergoing this ordeal are only persons whom it would be preposterous to search, such as the Commodore himself, the captain, lieutenants, etc., and gentlemen and ladies coming as visitors. for anything to be clandestinely thrust through the lower portholes at night is rendered very difficult, from the watchfulness of the quartermaster in hailing all boats that approach long before they draw alongside, and the vigilance of the sentries posted on platforms overhanging the water, whose orders are to fire into a strange boat which, after being warned to withdraw, should still persist in drawing nigh. Moreover, 32-pound shots are slung to ropes and suspended over the bows to drop a hole into and sink any small craft which, spite of all precautions, by strategy should succeed in getting under the bows with liquor by night. Indeed, the whole power of martial law is enlisted in this matter, and every one of the numerous officers of the ship, besides his general zeal in enforcing the regulations, adds to that a personal feeling, since the sobriety of the men abridges his own cares and anxieties. How then, it will be asked, in the face of an Argus-eyed police, and in defiance even of bayonets and bullets, do men-of-war's men contrive to smuggle their spirits? Not to enlarge upon minor stratagems, every few days detected and rendered naught, such as rolling up in a handkerchief a long slender skin of grog, like a sausage, and in that manner ascending to the deck out of a boat just from shore, or openly bringing on board cocoanuts and melons, procured from a knavish bumboat filled with spirits instead of milk or water. We will only mention here 2 or 3 other modes coming under my own observation. While in Rio, a foretopman belonging to the second cutter paid down the money, and made an arrangement with a person encountered at the Palace landing ashore, to the following effect. Of a certain moonless night, he was to bring off 3 gallons of spirits, in skins, and moor them to the frigate's anchor buoy, some distance from the vessel, attaching something heavy to sink them out of sight. In the middle watch of the night, the foretopman slips out of his hammock, and by creeping along in the shadows, eludes the vigilance of the master-at-arms and his mates, gains a port-hole, and softly lowers himself into the water, almost without creating a ripple, the sentries marching to and fro on their overhanging platform above him. He is an expert swimmer, and paddles along under the surface, every now and then rising a little, and lying motionless on his back to breathe, little but his nose exposed. The buoy gained, he cuts the skins adrift, ties them round his body, and in the same adroit manner makes good his return. This feat is very seldom attempted, for it needs the utmost caution, address, and dexterity, and no one but a super-expert burglar and faultless Leander of a swimmer could achieve it. From the greater privileges which they enjoy, the forward officers, that is, the gunner, boatswain, etc., have much greater opportunities for successful smuggling than the common seamen. Coming alongside one night in a cutter, Yarn, our boatswain, in some inexplicable way, contrived to slip several skins of brandy through the air-port of his own state-room. The feat, however, must have been perceived by one of the boat's crew, who, immediately on gaining the deck, sprung down the ladders, stole into the boatswain's room, and made away with the prize, not 3 minutes before the rightful owner entered to claim it. Though, from certain circumstances, the thief was known to the aggrieved party, yet the latter could say nothing, since he himself had infringed the law. But the next day, in the capacity of captain of the ship's executioners, Yarn had the satisfaction, it was so to him, of standing over the robber at the gangway, for, being found intoxicated with the very liquor the boatswain himself had smuggled, the man had been condemned to a flogging. This recalls another instance, still more illustrative of the knotted, trebly intertwisted villainy accumulating at a sort of compound interest in a man-of-war. The coxswain of the Commodore's barge takes his crew apart, one by one, and cautiously sounds them as to their fidelity, not to the United States of America, but to himself. 3 individuals, whom he deems doubtful, that is, faithful to the United States of America, he procures to be discharged from the barge, and men of his own selection are substituted, for he is always an influential character, this cockswain of the Commodore's barge. Previous to this, however, he has seen to it well that no temperance men, that is, sailors who do not draw their government ration of grog, but take the money for it, he has seen to it that none of these balkers are numbered among his crew. Having now proved his men, he divulges his plan to the assembled body. A solemn oath of secrecy is obtained, and he waits the first fit opportunity to carry into execution his nefarious designs. At last it comes. One afternoon, the barge carries the Commodore across the bay to a fine waterside settlement of noblemen's seats called Praia Grande. The Commodore is visiting a Portuguese marquis, and the pair linger long over their dinner in an arbour in the garden. Meanwhile, the cockswain has liberty to roam about where he pleases. He searches out a place where some choice red-eye brandy is to be had, purchases 6 large bottles, and conceals them among the trees. Under the pretence of filling the boat-keg with water, which is always kept in the barge to refresh the crew, he now carries it off into the grove, knocks out the head, puts the bottles inside, reheads the keg, fills it with water, carries it down to the boat, and audaciously restores it to its conspicuous position in the middle, with its bunghole up. When the Commodore comes down to the beach, and they pull off for the ship, the cockswain, in a loud voice, commands the nearest man to take that bung out of the keg; that precious water will spoil. Arrived alongside the frigate, the boat's crew are overhauled, as usual, at the gangway, and nothing being found on them, are passed. The master-at-arms, now descending into the barge, and finding nothing suspicious, reports it clean, having put his finger into the open bung of the keg, and tasted that the water was pure. The barge is ordered out to the booms, and deep night is waited for, ere the cockswain essays to snatch the bottles from the keg. But, unfortunately for the success of this masterly smuggler, one of his crew is a weak-pated fellow, who, having drank somewhat freely ashore, goes about the gun-deck throwing out profound, tipsy hints concerning some unutterable proceeding on the ship's anvil. A knowing old sheet-anchorman, an unprincipled fellow, putting this, that, and the other together, ferrets out the mystery, and straightway resolves to reap the goodly harvest which the cockswain has sowed. He seeks him out, takes him to one side, and addresses him thus: "Cockswain, you have been smuggling off some red-eye, which at this moment is in your barge at the booms. Now, cockswain, I have stationed 2 of my messmates at the port-holes on that side of the ship, and if they report to me that you or any of your bargemen offer to enter that barge before morning, I will immediately report you as a smuggler to the officer of the deck." The cockswain is astounded, for to be reported to the deck officer as a smuggler would inevitably procure him a sound flogging, and be the disgraceful breaking of him as a petty officer, receiving $4 a month beyond his pay as an able seaman. He attempts to bribe the other to secrecy by promising half the profits of the enterprise. But the sheet-anchorman's integrity is like a rock. He is no mercenary, to be bought up for a song. The cockswain, therefore, is forced to swear that neither himself nor any of his crew shall enter the barge before morning. This done, the sheet-anchorman goes to his confidants and arranges his plans. In a word, he succeeds in introducing the 6 brandy bottles into the ship, 5 of which he sells at $8 a bottle, and then, with the 6th, between 2 guns, he secretly regales himself and confederates, while the helpless cockswain, stifling his rage, bitterly eyes them from afar. Thus, though they say that there is honor among thieves, there is little among man-of-war smugglers. End of Chapter 43. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 44 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 44. A Knave in Office in a Man of War. The last smuggling story now about to be related also occurred while we lay in Rio. It is the more particularly presented, since it furnishes the most curious evidence of the almost incredible corruption pervading nearly all ranks in some men of war. For some days, the number of intoxicated sailors collared and brought up to the mast by the master-at-arms, to be reported to the deck officers previous to a flogging at the gangway, had, in the last degree, excited the surprise and vexation of the captain and senior officers. So strict were the captain's regulations concerning the suppression of grog smuggling, and so particular had he been in charging the matter upon all the lieutenants, and every understrapper official in the frigate, that he was wholly at a loss how so large a quantity of spirits could have been spirited into the ship, in the face of all these checks, guards, and precautions. Still, additional steps were adopted to detect the smugglers, and Bland, the master-at-arms, together with his corporals, were publicly harangued at the mast by the captain in person, and charged to exert their best powers in suppressing the traffic. Crowds were present at the time, and saw the master-at-arms touch his cap in obsequious homage as he solemnly assured the captain that he would still continue to do his best, as indeed he said he had always done. He concluded with a pious ejaculation expressive of his personal abhorrence of smuggling and drunkenness, and his fixed resolution, so help him heaven, to spend his last wink in sitting up by night to spy out all deeds of darkness. "I do not doubt you, master-at-arms," returned the captain. "Now go to your duty." This master-at-arms was a favorite of the captain's. The next morning, before breakfast, when the market boat came off, that is, one of the ship's boats regularly deputed to bring off the daily fresh provisions for the officers. When this boat came off, the master-at-arms, as usual, after carefully examining both her and her crew, reported them to the deck officer to be free from suspicion. The provisions were then hoisted out, and among them came a good-sized wooden box addressed to Mr. Purser of the United States ship Neversink. Of course, any private matter of this sort, destined for a gentleman of the ward-room, was sacred from examination, and the master-at-arms commanded one of his corporals to carry it down into the Purser's state-room. But recent occurrences had sharpened the vigilance of the deck officer to an unwonted degree, and seeing the box going down the hatchway, he demanded what that was, and whom it was for. "All right, sir," said the master-at-arms, touching his cap. "Stores for the Purser, sir." "Let it remain on deck," said the lieutenant. "Mr. Montgomery," calling a midshipman, "ask the Purser whether there is any box coming off for him this morning." "Aye, aye, sir," said the middy, touching his cap. Presently he returned, saying that the Purser was ashore. "Very good, then, Mr. Montgomery. Have that box put into the brig, with strict orders to the sentry not to suffer any one to touch it." "Had I not better take it down into my mess, sir, till the Purser comes off?" said the master-at-arms, deferentially. "I have given my orders, sir," said the lieutenant, turning away. When the Purser came on board, it turned out that he knew nothing at all about the box. He had never so much as heard of it in his life. So it was again brought up before the deck officer, who immediately summoned the master-at-arms. "Break open that box." "Certainly, sir," said the master-at-arms, and, wrenching off the cover, 25 brown jugs, like a litter of 25 brown pigs, were found snugly nestled in a bed of straw. "The smugglers are at work, sir," said the master-at-arms, looking up. "Uncork and taste it," said the officer. The master-at-arms did so, and, smacking his lips after a puzzled fashion, was a little doubtful whether it was American whiskey or Holland gin, but he said he was not used to liquor. "Brandy, I know it by the smell," said the officer. "Return the box to the brig." "Aye, aye, sir," said the master-at-arms, redoubling his activity. The affair was at once reported to the captain, who, incensed at the audacity of the thing, adopted every plan to detect the guilty parties. Inquiries were made ashore, but by whom the box had been brought down to the market boat there was no finding out. Here the matter rested for a time. Some days after, one of the boys of the mizzen-top was flogged for drunkenness, and, while suspended in agony at the gratings, was made to reveal from whom he had procured his spirits. The man was called, and turned out to be an old superannuated marine, one Scriggs, who did the cooking for the marine sergeants and masters-at-arms mess. This marine was one of the most villainous-looking fellows in the ship, with a squinting, picklock gray eye, and hang-dog gallows gait. How such a most unmartial vagabond had insinuated himself into the honorable marine corps was a perfect mystery. He had always been noted for his personal uncleanliness, and among all hands, fore and aft, had the reputation of being a notorious old miser, who denied himself the few comforts and many of the common necessaries of a man-of-war life. Seeing no escape, Scriggs fell on his knees before the captain, and confessed the charge of the boy. Observing the fellow to be in an agony of fear at the sight of the boatswain's mates and their lashes, and all the striking parade of public punishment, the captain must have thought this a good opportunity for completely pumping him of all his secrets. This terrified marine was at length forced to reveal his having been for some time an accomplice in a complicated system of underhand villainy, the head of which was no less a personage than the indefatigable chief of police, the master-at-arms himself. It appeared that this official had his confidential agents ashore, who supplied him with spirits, and in various boxes, packages, and bundles, addressed to the purser and others, brought them down to the frigate's boats at the landing. Ordinarily, the appearance of these things for the purser and other ward-room gentlemen occasioned no surprise, for almost every day some bundle or other is coming off for them, especially for the purser, and as the master-at-arms was always present on these occasions, it was an easy matter for him to hurry the smuggled liquor out of sight, and, under pretence of carrying the box or bundle down to the purser's room, hide it away upon his own premises. The miserly marine Scriggs, with the picklock eye, was the man who clandestinely sold the spirits to the sailors, thus completely keeping the master-at-arms in the background. The liquor sold at the most exorbitant prices, at one time reaching $12 the bottle in cash, and $30 a bottle in orders upon the purser, to be honored upon the frigate's arrival home. It may seem incredible that such prices should have been given by the sailors, but when some men-of-war's men crave liquor, and it is hard to procure, they would almost barter 10 years of their lifetime for but one solitary tot, if they could. The sailors who became intoxicated with the liquor thus smuggled on board by the master-at-arms were, in almost numberless instances, officially seized by that functionary and scourged at the gangway. In a previous place it has been shown how conspicuous a part the master-at-arms enacts at this scene. The ample profits of this iniquitous business were divided between all the parties concerned in it, Scriggs, the marine, coming in for 1/3. His cook's mess chest being brought on deck, 4 canvas bags of silver were found in it, amounting to a sum something short of as many $100. The guilty parties were scourged, double-ironed, and for several weeks were confined in the brig under a sentry, all but the master-at-arms, who was merely cashiered and imprisoned for a time, with bracelets at his wrists. Upon being liberated, he was turned adrift among the ship's company, and, by way of disgracing him still more, was thrust into the waist, the most inglorious division of the ship. Upon going to dinner one day, I found him soberly seated at my own mess, and at first I could not but feel some very serious scruples about dining with him. Nevertheless, he was a man to study and digest; so, upon a little reflection, I was not displeased at his presence. It amazed me, however, that he had wormed himself into the mess, since so many of the other messes had declined the honor, until at last I ascertained that he had induced a messmate of ours, a distant relation of his, to prevail upon the cook to admit him. Now, it would not have answered for hardly any other mess in the ship to have received this man among them, for it would have torn a huge rent in their reputation. But our mess, A No. 1, the 42-pounder club, was composed of so fine a set of fellows, so many captains of tops and quartermasters, men of undeniable mark on board ship, of long established standing and consideration on the gun-deck, that, with impunity, we could do so many equivocal things, utterly inadmissible for the messes of inferior pretension. Besides, though we all abhorred the monster of sin itself, yet, from our social superiority, highly rarefied education in our lofty top, and large and liberal sweep of the aggregate of things, we were, in a good degree, free from those useless personal prejudices and galling hatreds against conspicuous sinners, not sin, which so widely prevail among men of warped understandings and unchristian and uncharitable hearts. No, the superstitions and dogmas concerning sin had not laid their withering maxims upon our hearts. We perceived how that evil was but good disguised, and a knave a saint in his way; how that in other planets, perhaps, what we deem wrong may there be deemed right; even as some substances, without undergoing any mutations in themselves, utterly change their color according to the light thrown upon them. We perceived that the anticipated millennium must have begun upon the morning the first words were created, and that, taken all in all, our man-of-war world itself was as eligible a round-sterned craft as any to be found in the Milky Way; and we fancied that though some of us, of the gun-deck, were at times condemned to sufferings and blights, and all manner of tribulation and anguish, yet no doubt it was only our misapprehension of these things that made us take them for woeful pains instead of the most agreeable pleasures. "I have dreamed of a sphere," says Penzella, "where to break a man on the wheel is held the most exquisite of delights you can confer upon him; where for one gentleman in any way to vanquish another is accounted an everlasting dishonor; where to tumble one into a pit after death, and then throw cold clods upon his upturned face, is a species of contumely only inflicted upon the most notorious criminals." But whatever we messmates thought, in whatever circumstances we found ourselves, we never forgot that our frigate had, as it was homeward bound. Such, at least, were our reveries at times, though sorely jarred, now and then, by events that took our philosophy aback. For after all, philosophy, that is, the best wisdom that has ever in any way been revealed to our man-of-war world, is but a slough and a mire, with a few tufts of good footing here and there. But there was one man in the mess who would have naught to do with our philosophy; a churlish, ill-tempered, unphilosophical, superstitious old bear of a quarter-gunner, a believer in Tophet, for which he was accordingly preparing himself. Priming was his name, but methinks I have spoken of him before. Besides, this Bland, the master-at-arms, was no vulgar, dirty knave. In him, to modify Burke's phrase, vice seemed, but only seemed, to lose half its seeming evil by losing all its apparent grossness. He was a neat and gentlemanly villain, and broke his biscuit with a dainty hand. There was a fine polish about his whole person, and a pliant, insinuating style in his conversation that was, socially, quite irresistible. Save my noble captain, Jack Chase, he proved himself the most entertaining, I had almost said the most companionable man in the mess. Nothing but his mouth, that was somewhat small, Moorish-arched, and wickedly delicate, and his snaky black eye, that at times shone like a dark lantern in a jeweller's shop at midnight, betokened the accomplished scoundrel within. But in his conversation there was no trace of evil, nothing equivocal. He studiously shunned an indelicacy, never swore, and chiefly abounded in passing puns and witticisms, varied with humorous contrasts between ship and shore life, and many agreeable and racy anecdotes, very tastefully narrated. In short, in a merely psychological point of view, at least, he was a charming blackleg. Ashore, such a man might have been an irreproachable mercantile swindler, circulating in polite society. But he was still more than this. Indeed, I claim for this master-at-arms a lofty and honourable niche in the Newgate calendar of history. His intrepidity, coolness, and wonderful self-possession in calmly resigning himself to a fate that thrust him from an office in which he had tyrannized over 500 mortals, many of whom hated and loathed him, passed all belief. His intrepidity, I say, in now fearlessly gliding among them, like a disarmed swordfish among ferocious white sharks, this surely bespoke no ordinary man. While in office, even his life had often been secretly attempted by the seamen whom he had brought to the gangway. Of dark nights they had dropped shot down the hatchways, destined to damage his pepper-box, as they phrased it. They had made ropes with a hangman's noose at the end, and tried to lasso him in dark corners. And now he was adrift among them, under notorious circumstances of superlative villainy, at last dragged to light, and yet he blandly smiled, politely offered his cigar-holder to a perfect stranger, and laughed and chatted to right and left, as if springy, buoyant, and elastic, with an angelic conscience, and sure of kind friends wherever he went, both in this life and the life to come. While he was lying ironed in the brig, gangs of the men were sometimes overheard whispering about the terrible reception they would give him when he should be set at large. Nevertheless, when liberated, they seemed confounded by his erect and cordial assurance, his gentlemanly sociability, and fearless companionableness. From being an implacable policeman, vigilant, cruel, and remorseless in his office, however polished in his phrases, he was now become a disinterested, sauntering man of leisure, winking at all improprieties, and ready to laugh and make merry with any one. Still, at first, the men gave him a wide berth, and returned scowls for his smiles. But who can forever resist the very devil himself, when he comes in the guise of a gentleman, free, fine, and frank? Though Goethe's pious Margaret hates the devil in his horns and harpooner's tail, yet she smiles and nods to the engaging fiend in the persuasive, winning, oily, wholly harmless Mephistopheles. But however it was, I, for one, regarded this master-at-arms with mixed feelings of detestation, pity, admiration, and something opposed to enmity. I could not but abominate him when I thought of his conduct, but I pitied the continual gnawing which, under all his deftly donned disguises, I saw lying at the bottom of his soul. I admired his heroism in sustaining himself so well under such reverses, and when I thought how arbitrary the articles of war are in defining a man-of-war villain, how much undetected guilt might be sheltered by the aristocratic awning of our quarter-deck, how many florid pursers, ornaments of the ward-room, had been legally protected in defrauding the people, I could not but say to myself, well, after all, though this man is a most wicked one indeed, yet is he even more luckless than depraved. Besides, A studied observation of Bland convinced me that he was an organic and irreclaimable scoundrel, who did wicked deeds as the cattle browsed the herbage, because wicked deeds seemed the legitimate operation of his whole infernal organization. Phrenologically, he was without a soul. Is it to be wondered at that the devils are irreligious? What then, thought I, who is to blame in this matter? For one, I will not take the day of judgment upon me by authoritatively pronouncing upon the essential criminality of any man-of-war's man. And Christianity has taught me that at the last day man-of-war's men will not be judged by the Articles of War, nor by the United States statutes at large, but by immutable laws, ineffably beyond the comprehension of the Honorable Board of Commodores and Navy Commissioners. But though I will stand by even a man-of-war thief, and defend him from being seized up at the gangway, if I can, remembering that my Saviour once hung between two thieves, promising one life eternal, yet I would not, after the plain conviction of a villain, again let him entirely loose to prey upon honest seamen, fore and aft all 3 decks. But this did Captain Claret, and though the thing may not perhaps be credited, nevertheless, here it shall be recorded. After the master-at-arms had been adrift among the ship's company for several weeks, and we were within a few days' sail of home, he was summoned to the mast, and publicly reinstated in his office as the ship's chief of police. Perhaps Captain Claret had read the memoirs of Vidocq, and believed in the old saying, "Set a rogue to catch a rogue." Or perhaps he was a man of very tender feelings, highly susceptible to the soft emotions of gratitude, and could not bear to leave in disgrace a person who, out of the generosity of his heart, had, about a year previous, presented him with a rare snuff-box, fabricated from a sperm-whale's tooth, with a curious silver hinge, and cunningly wrought in the shape of a whale. Also, a splendid gold-mounted cane, of a costly Brazilian wood, with a gold plate bearing the captain's name and rank in the service, the place and time of his birth, and with a vacancy underneath, no doubt providentially left for his heirs to record his decease. Certain it was that, some months previous to the master-at-arms' disgrace, he had presented these articles to the captain, with his best love and compliments, and the captain had received them, and seldom went ashore without the cane, and never took snuff but out of that box. With some captains, a sense of propriety might have induced them to return these presents, when the generous donor had proved himself unworthy of having them retained. But it was not Captain Claret who would inflict such a cutting wound upon any officer's sensibilities, though long-established naval customs had habituated him to scourging the people upon an emergency. Now, had Captain Claret deemed himself constitutionally bound to decline all presents from his subordinates, the sense of gratitude would not have operated to the prejudice of justice, and as some of the subordinates of a man-of-war captain are apt to invoke his good wishes and mollify his conscience by making him friendly gifts, it would perhaps have been an excellent thing for him to adopt the plan pursued by the President of the United States, when he received a present of lions and Arabian chargers from the Sultan of Muscat. Being forbidden by his sovereign lords and masters, the imperial people, to accept of any gifts from foreign powers, the President sent them to an auctioneer, and the proceeds were deposited in the treasury. In the same manner, when Captain Claret received his snuff-box and cane, he might have accepted them very kindly, and then sold them off to the highest bidder, perhaps to the donor himself, who in that case would never have tempted him again. Upon his return home, Bland was paid off for his full term, not deducting the period of his suspension. He again entered the service in his old capacity. As no further allusion will be made to this affair, It may as well be stated now that, for the very brief period elapsing between his restoration and being paid off in port by the purser, the master-at-arms conducted himself with infinite discretion, artfully steering between any relaxation of discipline which would have awakened the displeasure of the officers, and any unwise severity which would have revived in tenfold force all the old grudges of the seamen under his command. Never did he show so much talent and tact as when vibrating in this his most delicate predicament, and plenty of cause was there for the exercise of his cunningest abilities. For upon the discharge of our man-of-war's men at home, should he then be held by them as an enemy, as free and independent citizens, they would waylay him in the public streets, and take purple vengeance for all his iniquities, past, present, and possible in the future. More than once a master-at-arms ashore has been seized by night by an exasperated crew, and served as Origen served himself, or as his enemies served Abelard. But though, under extreme provocation, the people of a man-of-war have been guilty of the maddest vengeance, yet at other times they are very placable and milky-hearted, even to those who may have outrageously abused them. Many things in point might be related, but I forbear. This account of the master-at-arms cannot better be concluded than by denominating him, in the vivid language of the captain of the foretop, as the two ends and middle of the thrice-laid strand of a bloody rascal, which was intended for a terse, well-knit, and all-comprehensive assertion without omission or reservation. It was also asserted that, had Tophet itself been raked with a fine-tooth comb, such another ineffable villain could not by any possibility have been caught. End of Chapter 44. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 45 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 45. Publishing Poetry in a Man of War. A day or two after our arrival in Rio, a rather amusing incident occurred to a particular acquaintance of mine, young Lemsford, the gun-deck bard. The great guns of an armed ship have blocks of wood, called tompions, painted black, inserted in their muzzles to keep out the spray of the sea. These tompions slip in and out very handily, like covers to butter firkins. By advice of a friend, Lemsford, alarmed for the fate of his box of poetry, had latterly made use of a particular gun on the main deck, in the tube of which he thrust his manuscripts by simply crawling partly out of the port-hole, removing the tompion, inserting his papers, tightly rolled, and making all snug again. Breakfast over, he and I were reclining in the main-top, where, by permission of my noble master, Jack Chase, I had invited him, when, of a sudden, we heard a cannonading. It was our own ship. "Ah," said a topman, "returning the shore salute they gave us yesterday." "Oh, Lord!" cried Lemsford, "my songs of the sirens!" And he ran down the rigging to the batteries, but just as he touched the gun-deck, gun number 20, his literary strong-box went off with a terrific report. "Well, my after-guard Virgil," said Jack Chase to him as he slowly returned up the rigging, "did you get it?" "You need not answer. I see you were too late. But never mind, my boy, no printer could do the business for you better. That's the way to publish, White Jacket," turning to me. "Fire it right into 'em, every canto a 24-pound shot. Hull the blockheads whether they will or no. And mind you, Lemsford, when your shot does the most execution, you hear the least from the foe. A killed man cannot even lisp. "Glorious Jack!" cried Lemsford, running up and snatching him by the hand. "Say that again, Jack. Look me in the eyes. By all the Homers, Jack, you have made my soul mount like a balloon. Jack, I'm a poor devil of a poet. Not 2 months before I shipped aboard here, I published a volume of poems, very aggressive on the world, Jack. Heaven knows what it cost me. I published it, Jack, and the cursed publisher sued me for damages. My friends looked sheepish. 1 or 2 who liked it were non-committal. And as for the addle-pated mob and rabble, they thought they had found out a fool. Blast them, Jack. What they call the public is a monster, like the idol we saw in Owyhee, with the head of a jackass, the body of a baboon, and the tail of a scorpion." "I don't like that," said Jack. "When I'm ashore, I myself am part of the public." "Your pardon, Jack, you are not. You are then a part of the people, just as you are aboard the frigate here. The public is one thing, Jack, and the people another." "You are right," said Jack. "Right as this leg. Virgil, you are a trump. You are a jewel, my boy. The public and the people. Aye, aye, my lads, let us hate the one and cleave to the other." End of Chapter 45. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 46 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 46. The Commodore on the poop, and one of the people under the hands of the surgeon. A day or 2 after the publication of Lemsford's Songs of the Sirens, a sad accident befell a messmate of mine, one of the captains of the mizzen-top. He was a fine little Scot, who, from the premature loss of the hair on the top of his head, always went by the name of Baldy. This baldness was no doubt, in great part, attributable to the same cause that early thins the locks of most man-of-war's men, namely, the hard, unyielding, and ponderous man-of-war and navy regulation tarpaulin hat, which, when new, is stiff enough to sit upon, and indeed, in lieu of his thumb, sometimes serves the common sailor for a bench. Now, there is nothing upon which the Commodore of a squadron more prides himself than upon the celerity with which his men can handle the sails, and go through with all the evolutions pertaining thereto. This is especially manifested in Harbour, when other vessels of his squadron are near, and perhaps the armed ships of rival nations. Upon these occasions, surrounded by his post-captain satraps, each of whom in his own floating island is king, the Commodore domineers over all, emperor of the whole oaken archipelago, yea, magisterial and magnificent as the Sultan of the Isles of Sulu. But even as so potent an emperor and Caesar to boot, as the great Don of Germany, Charles V., was used to divert himself in his dotage by watching the gyrations of the springs and cogs of a long row of clocks, even so does an elderly Commodore while away his leisure in Harbour, by what is called exercising guns, and also exercising yards and sails, causing the various spars of all the ships under his command to be braced, topped, and cock-billed in concert, while the Commodore himself sits something like King Canute on an arm-chest on the poop of his flagship. But far more regal than any descendant of Charlemagne, more haughty than any Mogul of the East, and almost mysterious and voiceless in his authority as the Great Spirit of the Five Nations, the Commodore deigns not to verbalize his commands, they are imparted by signal. And as for old Charles V again, the gay pranked colored suits of cards were invented, to while away his dotage. Even so, doubtless, must these pretty little signals of blue and red spotted bunting have been devised to cheer the old age of all Commodores. By the Commodore's side stands the signal midshipman, with a sea-green bag swung on his shoulder, as a sportsman wears his game bag, the signal book in one hand, and the signal spy-glass in the other. As this signal book contains the Masonic signs and tokens of the Navy, and would therefore be invaluable to an enemy, its binding is always bordered with lead, so as to ensure its sinking in case the ship should be captured. Not the only book this, that might appropriately be bound in lead, though there be many where the author, and not the bookbinder, furnishes the metal. As White Jacket understands it, these signals consist of variously colored flags, each standing for a certain number. Say there are 10 flags, representing the cardinal numbers, the red flag number 1, the blue flag number 2, the green flag number 3, and so forth. Then, by mounting the blue flag over the red, that would stand for number 21. If the green flag were set underneath, it would then stand for 213. How easy, then, by endless transpositions, to multiply the various numbers that may be exhibited at the mizzen peak, even by only 3 or 4 of these flags. To each number a particular meaning is applied. Number 100, for instance, may mean beat to quarters. Number 150, all hands to grog. Number 2000, strike top-gallant yards. Number 2110, see anything to windward. Number 2800, no. And as every man-of-war is furnished with a signal book, where all these things are set down in order, therefore, though 2 American frigates, almost perfect strangers to each other, came from the opposite poles, yet at a distance of more than a mile they could carry on a very liberal conversation in the air. When several men of war of one nation lie at anchor in one port, forming a wide circle round their lord and master, the flagship, it is a very interesting sight to see them all obeying the Commodore's orders, who meanwhile never opens his lips. Thus was it with us in Rio, and hereby hangs the story of my poor messmate Bally. One morning, in obedience to a signal from our flagship, the various vessels belonging to the American squadron then in harbour simultaneously loosened their sails to dry. In the evening, the signal was set to furl them. Upon such occasions, great rivalry exists between the first lieutenants of the different ships. They vie with each other, who shall first have his sails stowed on the yards. And this rivalry is shared between all the officers of each vessel, who are respectively placed over the different topmen, so that the main-mast is all eagerness to vanquish the foremast, and the mizzen-mast to vanquish them both. Stimulated by the shouts of their officers, the sailors throughout the squadron exert themselves to the utmost. "Aloft, topmen! Lay out! Furl!" cried the first lieutenant of the Neversink. At the word, the men sprang into the rigging, and on all 3 masts were soon climbing about the yards, in reckless haste to execute their orders. Now, in furling topsails or courses, the point of honour, and the hardest work, is in the bunt, or middle of the yard. This post belongs to the first captain of the top. "What are you about there, mizzen-top-men?" roared the first lieutenant through his trumpet. "Blank you, you are clumsy as Russian bears. Don't you see the main-topmen are nearly off the yard? Bear a hand! Bear a hand, or I'll stop your grog all round. You, Baldy, are you going to sleep there in the bunt?" While this was being said, poor Baldy, his hat off, his face streaming with perspiration, was frantically exerting himself, piling up the ponderous folds of canvas in the middle of the yard, ever and anon glancing at victorious Jack Chase, hard at work at the main topsail yard before him. At last, the sail being well piled up, Baldy jumped with both feet into the bunt, holding on with one hand to the chain tie, and in that manner was violently treading down the canvas to pack it close. "Blank you, Baldy, why don't you move, you crawling caterpillar?" roared the First Lieutenant. Baldy brought his whole weight to bear on the rebellious sail, and in his frenzied heedlessness let go his hold on the tie. "You, Baldy, are you afraid of falling?" cried the First Lieutenant. At that moment, with all his force, Baldy jumped down upon the sail, the bunt gasket parted, and a dark form dropped through the air. Lighting upon the top rim, it rolled off, and the next instant, with a horrid crash of all his bones, Baldy came, like a thunderbolt, upon the deck. Aboard of most large men of war, there is a stout oaken platform, about 4 feet square, on each side of the quarter-deck. You ascend to it by 3 or 4 steps. On top it is railed in at the sides, with horizontal brass bars. It is called the horse-block, and there the officer of the deck usually stands, in giving his orders at sea. It was one of these horse-blocks, now unoccupied, that broke poor Baldy's fall. He fell lengthwise across the brass bars, bending them into elbows, and crushing the whole oaken platform, steps and all, right down to the deck in 1,000 splinters. He was picked up for dead, and carried below to the surgeon. His bones seemed like those of a man broken on the wheel, and no one thought he would survive the night. But with the surgeon's skillful treatment, he soon promised recovery. Surgeon Cuticle devoted all his science to this case. A curious framework of wood was made for the maimed man, and placed in this, with all his limbs stretched out, Baldy lay flat on the floor of the sick-bay for many weeks. Upon our arrival home, he was able to hobble ashore on crutches, but from a hale, hearty man, with bronzed cheeks, he was become a mere dislocated skeleton, white as foam. But ere this, perhaps, his broken bones are healed and whole in the last repose of the man-of-war's man. Not many days after Baldy's accident in furling sails, in this same frenzied manner, under the stimulus of a shouting officer, a seaman fell from the main royal yard of an English line of battleship near us, and buried his ankle bones in the deck, leaving 2 indentations there, as if scooped out by a carpenter's gouge. The royal yard forms a cross with the mast, and falling from that lofty cross in a line of battleship is almost like falling from the cross of St. Paul's, almost like falling as Lucifer from the wellspring of morning down to the phlegethon of night. In some cases, a man hurled thus from a yard has fallen upon his own shipmates in the tops, and dragged them down with him to the same destruction with himself. Hardly ever will you hear of a man-of-war returning home after a cruise without the loss of some of her crew from aloft, whereas similar accidents in the merchant service, considering the much greater number of men employed in it, are comparatively few. Why mince the matter? The death of most of these man-of-war's men lies at the door of the souls of those officers, who, while safely standing on deck themselves, scruple not to sacrifice an immortal man or 2, in order to show off the excelling discipline of the ship. And thus do the people of the gun-deck suffer, that the Commodore on the poop may be glorified. End of chapter 46. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 47 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 47. An Auction in a Man of War. Some allusion has been made to the weariness experienced by the man-of-war's men while lying at anchor, but there are scenes now and then that serve to relieve it. Chief among these are the purser's auctions, taking place while in harbor. Some weeks, or perhaps months, after a sailor dies in an armed vessel, his bag of clothes is in this manner sold, and the proceeds transferred to the account of his heirs or executors. One of these auctions came off in Rio, shortly after the sad accident of Baldy. It was a dreamy, quiet afternoon, and the crew were listlessly lying around, when suddenly the boatswain's whistle was heard, followed by the announcement, "D'ye hear there, fore and aft? Purser's auction on the spar deck." At the sound, the sailors sprang to their feet and mustered round the mainmast. Presently up came the purser's steward, marshalling before him 3 or 4 of his subordinates, carrying several clothes bags, which were deposited at the base of the mast. Our purser's steward was a rather gentlemanly man in his way. Like many young Americans of his class, he had at various times assumed the most opposite functions for a livelihood, turning from one to the other with all the facility of a light-hearted, clever adventurer. He had been a clerk in a steamer on the Mississippi River, an auctioneer in Ohio, a stock actor at the Olympic Theatre in New York, and now he was purser's steward in the Navy. In the course of this diversified career, his natural wit and waggery had been highly spiced, and every way improved, and he had acquired the last and most difficult art of the joker, the art of lengthening his own face while widening those of his hearers, preserving the utmost solemnity while setting them all in a roar. He was quite a favorite with the sailors, which, in a good degree, was owing to his humor, but likewise to his offhand, irresistible, romantic, theatrical manner of addressing them. With a dignified air, he now mounted the pedestal of the main-top-sail sheet-bitts, imposing silence by a theatrical wave of his hand. Meantime, his subordinates were rummaging the bags and assorting their contents before him. "Now, my noble hearties," he began, "we will open this auction by offering to your impartial competition a very superior pair of old boots." And so saying, he dangled aloft one clumsy cowhide cylinder, almost as large as a fire-bucket, as a specimen of the complete pair. "What shall I have now, my noble tars, for this superior pair of sea-boots?" "Where's the other boot?" cried a suspicious-eyed waster. "I remember them 'ere boots. They were old Bob's, the quarter-gunner's. There was 2 on 'em, too. I want to see the other boot." "My sweet and pleasant fellow," said the auctioneer, with his blandest accents, "the other boot is not just at hand, but I give you my word of honour that it in all respects corresponds to the one you here see. It does, I assure you. And I solemnly guarantee, my noble seafaring fencibles," he added, turning round upon all, "that the other boot is the exact counterpart of this. Now then, say the word, my fine fellows. What shall I have? $10, did you say?" politely bowing toward some indefinite person in the background. "No, 10 cents," responded a voice. 10 cents, 10 cents, gallant sailors, for this noble pair of boots?" exclaimed the auctioneer, with affected horror. "I must close the auction, my tars of Columbia. This will never do. But let's have another bid now. Come," he added, coaxingly and soothingly. "What is it? $1? $1 then? $1? Going at $1? Going? Just see how it vibrates," swinging the boot to and fro. "This superior pair of sea boots vibrating at $1. Wouldn't pay for the nails in their heels. Gone." And down went the boots. "Ah, what a sacrifice! What a sacrifice!" he sighed, tearfully eyeing the solitary fire-bucket, and then glancing round the company for sympathy. "A sacrifice, indeed!" exclaimed Jack Chase, who stood by. "Purser Steward, you are Mark Antony over the body of Julius Caesar." So I am," said the auctioneer, without moving a muscle. "And look," he exclaimed, suddenly seizing the boot, and exhibiting it on high. "Look, my noble tars, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this boot. I remember the first time ever old Bob put it on. 'Twas on a winter evening, off Cape Horn, between the starboard carronades. That day his precious grog was stopped. Look, in this place a mouse has nibbled through. See what a rent some envious rat has made. Through this another filed, and, as he plucked his cursed rasp away, mark how the boot leg gaped. This was the unkindest cut of all. But whose are the boots?" suddenly assuming a business-like air. "Yours? But not a friend of the lamented Bob stood by. "Tars of Columbia," said the auctioneer, imperatively, "these boots must be sold, and if I can't sell them one way, I must sell them another. How much a pound, now, for this superior pair of old boots? Going by the pound, now, remember, my gallant sailors. What shall I have? 1 cent, do I hear? Going now at 1 cent a pound? Gone. Whose are they? Yours, Captain of the Waist? Well, my sweet and pleasant friends, I will have them weighed out to you when the auction is over." In like manner, all the contents of the bags were disposed of, embracing old frocks, trousers, and jackets; the various sums for which they went being charged to the bidders on the books of the purser. Having been present at this auction, though not a purchaser, and seeing with what facility the most dismantled old garments went off, through the magical cleverness of the accomplished auctioneer, the thought occurred to me, that if ever I calmly and positively decided to dispose of my famous white jacket, this would be the very way to do it. I turned the matter over in my mind a long time. The weather in Rio was genial and warm, and that I would ever again need such a thing as a heavy quilted jacket, and such a jacket as the white one, too, seemed almost impossible. Yet I remembered the American coast, and that it would probably be autumn when we should arrive there. Yes, I thought of all that, to be sure. Nevertheless, the ungovernable whim seized me to sacrifice my jacket and recklessly abide the consequences. Besides, was it not a horrible jacket? To how many annoyances had it subjected me? How many scrapes had it dragged me into? Nay, had it not once jeopardized my very existence? And I had a dreadful presentiment that, if I persisted in retaining it, it would do so again. "Enough, I will sell it," I muttered, and so muttering, I thrust my hands further down in my waistband, and walked the main-top in the stern concentration of an inflexible purpose. Next day, hearing that another auction was shortly to take place, I repaired to the office of the purser's steward, with whom I was upon rather friendly terms. After vaguely and delicately hinting at the object of my visit, I came roundly to the point, and asked him whether he could slip my jacket into one of the bags of clothes next to be sold, and so dispose of it by public auction. He kindly acquiesced, and the thing was done. In due time, all hands were again summoned round the main mast. The purser's steward mounted his post, and the ceremony began. Meanwhile, I lingered out of sight, but still within hearing, on the gun-deck below, gazing up, unperceived, at the scene. As it is now so long ago, I will here frankly make confession that I had privately retained the services of a friend, Williams, the Yankee pedagogue and peddler, whose business it would be to linger near the scene of the auction, and, if the bids on the jacket loitered, to start it roundly himself, and if the bidding then became brisk, he was continually to strike in with the most pertinacious and infatuated bids, and so exasperate competition into the maddest and most extravagant overtures. A variety of other articles having been put up, the white jacket was slowly produced, and, held high aloft between the auctioneer's thumb and forefinger, was submitted to the inspection of the discriminating public. Here it behooves me once again to describe my jacket; for as a portrait taken at one period of life will not answer for a later stage, much more this jacket of mine, undergoing so many changes, needs to be painted again and again, in order truly to present its actual appearance at any given period. A premature old age had now settled upon it. All over it bore melancholy sears of the masoned-up pockets that had once trenched it in various directions. Some parts of it were slightly mildewed from dampness. On one side several of the buttons were gone, and others were broken or cracked, while, alas, my many mad endeavours to rub it black on the decks had now imparted to the whole garment an exceedingly untidy appearance. Such as it was, with all its faults, the auctioneer displayed it. "You, venerable sheet-anchormen, and you, gallant fore-topmen, and you, my fine waisters, what do you say now for this superior old jacket? Buttons and sleeves, lining and skirts, it must this day be sold without reservation. How much for it, my gallant tars of Columbia? Say the word, and how much?" "My eyes!" exclaimed a fore-topman. "Don't that 'ere bunch of old swabs belong to Jack Chase's pet? Aren't that the white jacket?" "The white jacket!" cried 50 voices in response. "The white jacket!" The cry ran fore and aft the ship like a slogan, completely overwhelming the solitary voice of my private friend Williams, while all hands gazed at it with straining eyes, wondering how it came among the bags of deceased mariners. "Ay, noble tars," said the auctioneer, "you may well stare at it. You will not find another jacket like this on either side of Cape Horn, I assure you. Why, just look at it. How much, now? Give me a bid. But don't be rash, be prudent. Be prudent, men, remember your purse's accounts, and don't be betrayed into extravagant bids." "Purser's steward," cried Grummet, one of the quarter-gunners, slowly shifting his quid from one cheek to the other like a ballast stone, "I won't bid on that 'ere bunch of old swabs, unless you put up 10 pounds of soap with it." "Don't mind that old fellow," said the auctioneer. "How much for the jacket, my noble tars?" "Jacket!" cried a dandy bone-polisher of the gun-room. "The sailmaker was the tailor then. How many fathoms of canvas in it, purser's steward?" "How much for this jacket?" reiterated the auctioneer, emphatically. "Jacket, do you call it?" cried a captain of the hold. "Why not call it a whitewashed man-of-war schooner? Look at the port-holes, to let in the air of cold nights." "A regular herring net," chimed in Grummet. "Gives me the fever nager to look at it," echoed a mizzen-topman. "Silence!" cried the auctioneer. "Start it now. Start it, boys. Anything you please, my fine fellows. It must be sold. Come, what ought I to have on it now?" "Why, purser's steward," cried a waister, "you ought to have new sleeves, a new lining, and a new body on it, afore you try to shove it off on a greenhorn." "What are you bussing that 'ere garment for?" cried an old sheet-anchorman. "Don't you see it's a uniform mustering jacket, 3 buttons on one side and none on the other?" "Silence!" again cried the auctioneer. "How much, my sea fencibles, for this superior old jacket?" "Well," said Grummet, "I'll take it for cleaning rags at 1 cent." "Oh, come, give us a bid. Say something, Colombians." "Well, then," said Grummet, all at once bursting into genuine indignation, "if you want us to say something, then heave that bunch of old swabs overboard, say I, and show us something worth looking at." "No one will give me a bid, then? Very good. Here, shove it aside. Let's have something else there." While this scene was going forward, and my white jacket was thus being abused, how my heart swelled within me. Thrice was I on the point of rushing out of my hiding-place, and bearing it off from derision. But I lingered, still flattering myself that all would be well, and the jacket find a purchaser at last. But no, alas, there was no getting rid of it, except by rolling a 42-pound shot in it, and committing it to the deep. But though, in my desperation, I had once contemplated something of that sort, yet I had now become unaccountably averse to it, from certain involuntary, superstitious considerations. If I sink my jacket, thought I, it will be sure to spread itself into a bed at the bottom of the sea, upon which I shall sooner or later recline, a dead man. So, unable to conjure it into the possession of another, and withheld from bearing it out of sight forever, my jacket stuck to me like the fatal shirt on Nessus. End of chapter 47. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 48 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 48. Purser, Purser's Steward, and Postmaster in a Man of War. As the Purser's Steward so conspicuously figured at the unsuccessful auction of my jacket, it reminds me of how important a personage that official is on board of all men of war. He is the right-hand man and confidential deputy and clerk of the Purser, who entrusts to him all his accounts with the crew, while, in most cases, he himself, snug and comfortable in his state-room, glances over a file of newspapers instead of overhauling his ledgers. Of all the non-combatants of a man of war, the Purser, perhaps, stands foremost in importance. Though he is but a member of the gun-room mess, yet usage seems to assign him a conventional station somewhat above that of his equals in Navy rank, the chaplain, surgeon, and professor. Moreover, he is frequently to be seen in close conversation with the Commodore, who, in the Neversink, was more than once known to be slightly jocular with our Purser. Upon several occasions, also, he was called into the Commodore's cabin, and remained closeted there for several minutes together. Nor do I remember that there ever happened a cabinet meeting of the ward-room barons, the lieutenants, in the Commodore's cabin, but the Purser made one of the party. Doubtless, the important fact of the Purser having under his charge all the financial affairs of a man of war imparts to him the great importance he enjoys. Indeed, we find in every government, monarchies and republics alike, that the personage at the head of the finances invariably occupies a commanding position. Thus, in point of station, the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States is deemed superior to the other heads of departments. Also, in England, the real office held by the great Premier himself is, as everyone knows, that of First Lord of the Treasury. Now, under this high functionary of state, the official known as the Purser's Steward was head clerk of the frigate's fiscal affairs. Upon the berth-deck he had a regular counting-room, full of ledgers, journals, and day-books. His desk was as much littered with papers as any Pearl Street merchant's, and much time was devoted to his accounts. For hours together you would see him, through the window of his subterranean office, writing by the light of his perpetual lamp. Ex officio, the purser's steward of most ships, is a sort of postmaster, and his office the post office. When the letter bags for the squadron, almost as large as those of the United States mail, arrived on board the Neversink, it was the purser's steward that sat at his little window on the berth deck and handed you your letter or paper, if any there were to your address. Some disappointed applicants among the sailors would offer to buy the epistles of their more fortunate shipmates, while yet the seal was unbroken, maintaining that the sole and confidential reading of a fond, long domestic letter from any man's home was far better than no letter at all. In the vicinity of the office of the purser's steward are the principal store-rooms of the purser, where large quantities of goods of every description are to be found. On board of those ships where goods are permitted to be served out to the crew for the purpose of selling them ashore to raise money, more business is transacted at the office of a purser's steward in one Liberty Day morning than all the dry goods shops in a considerable village would transact in a week. Once a month, with undeviating regularity, this official has his hands more than usually full. For once a month certain printed bills, called mess bills, are circulated among the crew, and whatever you may want from the purser, be it tobacco, soap, duck, dungaree, needles, thread, knives, belts, calico, ribbon, pipes, paper, pens, hats, inks, shoes, socks, or whatever it may be, down it goes on the mess bill, which, being the next day returned to the office of the steward, the slops, as they are called, are served out to the men and charged to their accounts. Lucky is it for man-of-war's men that the outrageous impositions to which, but a very few years ago, they were subjected from the abuses in this department of the service, and the unscrupulous cupidity of men of the pursers, lucky is it for them that now these things are in a great degree done away. The pursers, instead of being at liberty to make almost what they pleased from the sale of their wares, are now paid by regular stipends laid down by law. Under the exploded system, the profits of some of these officers were almost incredible. In one cruise up the Mediterranean, the purser of an American line of battleship was, on good authority, said to have cleared the sum of $50,000. Upon that, he quitted the service, and retired into the country. Shortly after, his 3 daughters, not very lovely, married extremely well. The ideas that sailors entertain of pursers is expressed in a rather inelegant but expressive saying of theirs. The purser is a conjurer; he can make a dead man chew tobacco, insinuating that the accounts of a dead man are sometimes subjected to post-mortem charges. Among sailors, also, pursers commonly go by the name of nip-cheeses. No wonder that on board of the old frigate Java, upon her return from a cruise extending over a period of more than 4 years, $1,000 paid off 80 of her crew, though the aggregate wages of the 80 for the voyage must have amounted to about $60,000. Even under the present system, the purser of a line of battleship, for instance, is far better paid than any other officer, short of captain or commodore. While the lieutenant commonly receives but $1,800, the surgeon of the fleet but $1,500, the chaplain $1,200, the purser of a line of battleship receives $3,500. In considering his salary, however, his responsibilities are not to be overlooked. They are by no means insignificant. There are pursers in the Navy whom the sailors exempt from the insinuations above mentioned, nor, as a class, are they so obnoxious to them now as formerly. For one, the florid old purser of the Neversink, never coming into disciplinary contact with the seamen, and being withal a jovial and apparently good-hearted gentleman, was something of a favorite with many of the crew. End of Chapter 48. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 49 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 49. Rumors of a War, and how they were received by the population of the Neversink. While lying in the harbor of Callao, in Peru, certain rumors had come to us touching a war with England, growing out of the long-vexed northeastern boundary question. In Rio, these rumors were increased, and the probability of hostilities induced our Commodore to authorize proceedings that closely brought home to every man on board the Neversink his liability at any time to be killed at his gun. Among other things, a number of men were detailed to pass up the rusty cannon balls from the shot lockers in the hold, and scrape them clean for service. The Commodore was a very neat gentleman, and would not fire a dirty shot into his foe. It was an interesting occasion for a tranquil observer, nor was it altogether neglected. Not to recite the precise remarks made by the seamen while pitching the shot up the hatchway from hand to hand, like schoolboys playing ball ashore, it will be enough to say that, from the general drift of their discourse, jocular as it was manifest that, almost to a man, they abhorred the idea of going into action. And why would they desire a war? Would their wages be raised? Not a cent. The prize money, though, ought to have been an inducement. But of all the rewards of virtue, prize money is the most uncertain, and this the man-of-war's man knows. What, then, has he to expect from war? What but harder work and harder usage than in peace? A wooden leg or arm, mortal wounds, and death? Enough, however, that by far the majority of the common sailors of the Neversink were plainly concerned at the prospect of war, and were plainly averse to it. But with the officers of the quarter-deck it was just the reverse. None of them, to be sure, in my hearing at least, verbally expressed their gratification, but it was unavoidably betrayed by the increased cheerfulness of their demeanor toward each other, their frequent fraternal conferences, and their unwonted animation for several days in issuing their orders. The voice of Mad Jack, always a belfry to hear, now resounded like that famous bell of England, Great Tom of Oxford. As for Selvagee, he wore his sword with a jaunty air, and his servant daily polished the blade. But why this contrast between the forecastle and the quarter-deck, between the man-of-war's man and his officer? Because, though war would equally jeopardize the lives of both, yet, while it held out to the sailor no promise of promotion, and what is called glory, these things fired the breast of his officers. It is no pleasing task, nor a thankful one, to dive into the souls of some men, but there are occasions when, to bring up the mud from the bottom, reveals to us on what soundings we are, on what coast we adjoin. How were these officers to gain glory? How but by a distinguished slaughtering of their fellow men? How were they to be promoted? How but over the buried heads of killed comrades and messmates? This hostile contrast between the feelings with which the common seamen and the officers of the Neversink looked forward to this more than possible war is one of many instances that might be quoted to show the antagonism of their interests, the incurable antagonism in which they dwell. But can men whose interests are diverse ever hope to live together in a harmony uncoerced? Can the brotherhood of the race of mankind ever hope to prevail in a man of war, where one man's bane is almost another's blessing? By abolishing the scourge shall we do away tyranny? That tyranny which must ever prevail, where of two essentially antagonistic classes in perpetual contact, one is immeasurably the stronger? Surely it seems all but impossible. And as the very object of a man of war, as its name implies, is to fight the very battles so naturally averse to the seaman, so long as a man of war exists, it must ever remain a picture of much that is tyrannical and repelling in human nature. Being an establishment much more extensive than the American Navy, the English armed marine furnishes a yet more striking example of this thing, especially as the existence of war produces so vast an augmentation of her naval force, compared with what it is in time of peace. It is well known what joy the news of Bonaparte's sudden return from Elba created among crowds of British naval officers, who had previously been expecting to be sent ashore on half pay. Thus, when all the world wailed, these officers found occasion for thanksgiving. I urge it not against them as men; their feelings belonged to their profession. Had they not been naval officers, they had not been rejoicers in the midst of despair. When shall the time come? How much longer will God postpone it? When the clouds, which at times gather over the horizons of nations, shall not be hailed by any class of humanity, and invoked to burst as a bomb. Standing navies, as well as standing armies, serve to keep alive the spirit of war, even in the meek heart of peace. In its very embers and smoulderings, they nourish that fatal fire, and half-pay officers, as the priests of Mars, yet guard the temple, though no God be there. End of Chapter 49. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 50 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 50. The Bay of All Beauties. I have said that I must pass over Rio without a description, but just now such a flood of scented reminiscences steals over me, that I must needs yield and recant, as I inhale that musky air. More than 150 miles circuit of living green hills embosoms a translucent expanse, so gemmed in by sierras of grass, that among the Indian tribes the place was known as the Hidden Water. On all sides, in the distance, rise high conical peaks, which, at sunrise and sunset, burn like vast tapers; and down from the interior, through vineyards and forests, flow radiating streams, all emptying into the harbor. Talk not of Bahia de Todos los Santos, the Bay of All Saints; for though that be a glorious haven, yet Rio is the Bay of all rivers, the Bay of all delights, the Bay of all beauties. From circumjacent hillsides, untiring summer hangs perpetually in terraces of vivid verdure, and, embossed with old mosses, convent and castle nestle in valley and glen. All around, deep inlets run into the green mountain land, and, overhung with wild highlands, more resemble Loch Katrines than Lake Lemans. And though Loch Katrine has been sung by the bonneted Scot, and Lake Leman by the coroneted Byron, yet here, in Rio, both the loch and the lake are but two wild flowers in a prospect that is almost unlimited. For behold, far away and away stretches the broad blue of the water to yonder soft-swelling hills of light green, backed by the purple pinnacles and pipes of the grand Organ Mountains, fitly so called, for in thunder time they roll cannonades down the bay, drowning the blended bass of all the cathedrals in Rio. Shout amain, Exalt your voices, stamp your feet, jubilate, organ mountains, and roll your Te Deums round the world. What though, for more than 5,500 years, this grand harbour of Rio lay hid in the hills, unknown by the Catholic Portuguese? Centuries ere Haydn performed before emperors and kings, these organ mountains played his oratorio of the creation, before the Creator himself. But nervous Haydn could not have endured that cannonading choir, since this composer of thunderbolts himself died at last through the crashing commotion of Napoleon's bombardment of Vienna. But all mountains are organ mountains. The Alps and the Himalayas, the Appalachian chain, the Ural, the Andes, the Green Hills, and the White, all of them play anthems forever. The Messiah and Samson and Israel in Egypt, and Saul and Judas Maccabeus, and Solomon. Archipelago Rio. Ere Noah on old Ararat anchored his ark, there lay anchored in you all these green rocky isles I now see. But God did not build on you isles, those long lines of batteries, nor did our blessed Saviour stand godfather at the christening of yon frowning fortress of Santa Cruz, though named in honour of himself, the divine Prince of Peace. Amphitheatrical Rio, in your broad expanse might be held the resurrection and judgment day of the whole world's men of war, represented by the flagships of fleets, the flagships of the Phoenician armed galleys of Tyre and Sidon, of King Solomon's annual squadrons that sailed to Ophir, whence in after times, perhaps, sailed the Acapulco fleets of the Spaniards, with golden ingots for ballasting, the flagships of all the Greek and Persian craft that exchanged the war-hug at Salamis, of all the Roman and Egyptian galleys that, eagle-like, with blood-dripping prows, beaked each other at Actium, of all the Danish keels of the Vikings, of all the mosquito craft of Abatuli, king of the Pelops, when he went to vanquish Artensal, of all the Venetian, Genoese, and Papal fleets that came to the shock at Lepanto, of both horns of the crescent of the Spanish Armada, of the Portuguese squadron that, under the gallant Gama, chastised the Moors and discovered the Moluccas, of all the Dutch navies read by Van Tromp and sunk by Admiral Hawke, of the 47 French and Spanish sail of the line that for 3 months essayed to batter down Gibraltar, of all Nelson's 74s that thunderbolted off St. Vincent's, at the Nile, Copenhagen, and Trafalgar, of all the frigate merchantmen of the East India Company, of Perry's war brigs, sloops, and schooners that scattered the British armament on Lake Erie, of all the Barbary corsairs captured by Bainbridge, of the war canoes of the Polynesian kings, Tamahamaha and Pomare, aye, one and all, with Commodore Noah for their Lord High Admiral, in this abounding Bay of Rio these flagships might all come to anchor, and swing round in concert to the first of the flood. Rio is a small Mediterranean, and what was fabled of the entrance to that sea in Rio is partly made true. For here, at the mouth, stands one of Hercules' pillars, the Sugarloaf Mountain, 1,000 feet high, inclining over a little, like the leaning tower of Pisa. At its base crouch, like mastiffs, the batteries of Jose and Theodosia, while opposite you are menaced by a rock-founded fort. The channel between, the sole inlet to the bay, seems but a biscuit's toss over. You see naught of the landlocked sea within, till fairly in the strait. But then, what a sight is beheld! Diversified as the harbour of Constantinople, but 1,000-fold grander. When the Neversink swept in, word was passed, "Aloft, top men, and furl t'gallant sails and royals!" At the sound I sprang into the rigging, and was soon at my perch. How I hung over that main royal yard in a rapture high in air, poised over that magnificent bay, a new world to my ravished eyes. I felt like the foremost of a flight of angels, new lighted upon earth from some star in the Milky Way. End of Chapter 50. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 51 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 51. One of the people has an audience with the Commodore and the Captain on the quarter-deck. We had not lain in Rio long, when, in the innermost recesses of the mighty soul of my noble Captain of the Top, incomparable Jack Chase, the deliberate opinion was formed, and rock-founded, that our ship's company must have at least one day's liberty to go ashore ere we weighed anchor for home. Here it must be mentioned that, concerning anything of this kind, no sailor in a man of war ever presumes to be an agitator, unless he is of a rank superior to a mere able seaman; and no one short of a petty officer, that is, a captain of the top, a quarter-gunner, or boatswain's mate, ever dreams of being a spokesman to the supreme authority of the vessel in soliciting any kind of favor for himself and shipmates. After canvassing the matter thoroughly with several old quartermasters and other dignified sea fencibles, Jack, hat in hand, made his appearance one fine evening at the mast, and, waiting till Captain Claret drew nigh, bowed and addressed him in his own off-hand, polished, and poetical style. In his intercourse with the quarter-deck, he always presumed upon his being such a universal favorite. "Sir, this Rio is a charming harbor, and we poor mariners, your trusty sea warriors, valiant Captain, who, with you at their head, would board the Rock of Gibraltar itself, and carry it by storm. We poor fellows, valiant Captain, have gazed round upon this ravishing landscape till we can gaze no more. Will Captain Claret vouchsafe one day's liberty, and so assure himself of eternal felicity, since in our flowing cups he will be ever after freshly remembered?" As Jack thus rounded off with a snatch from Shakespeare, he saluted the Captain with a gallant flourish of his tarpaulin, and then, bringing the rim to his mouth, with his head bowed and his body thrown into a fine, negligent attitude, stood a picture of eloquent but passive appeal. He seemed to say, "Magnanimous Captain Claret, we fine fellows and hearts of oak throw ourselves upon your unparalleled goodness." "And what do you want to go ashore for?" asked the Captain, evasively, and trying to conceal his admiration of Jack by affecting some haughtiness. Sir," sighed Jack, "why do the thirsty camels of the desert desire to lap the waters of the fountain and roll in the green grass of the oasis? Are we not but just from the ocean Sahara? And is not this Rio a verdant spot, noble Captain? Surely you will not keep us always tethered at anchor, when a little more cable would admit of our cropping the herbage. And it is a weary thing, Captain Claret, to be imprisoned month after month on the gun-deck, without so much as smelling a citron. Ah, Captain Claret, what sings Sweet Waller? But who can always on the billows lie? The watery wilderness yields no supply. Compared with such a prisoner, noble Captain, happy, thrice happy, who, in battle slain, pressed in Atrides' cause the Trojan pain. Pope's version, sir, not the original Greek. And so saying, Jack once more brought his hat-rim to his mouth, and slightly bending forward, stood mute. At this juncture, the most serene Commodore himself happened to emerge from the after gangway, his gilded buttons, epaulets, and the gold lace on his chapeau glittering in the flooding sunset. Attracted by the scene between Captain Claret and so well known and admired a commoner as Jack Chase, he approached, and, assuming for the moment an air of pleasant condescension, never shown to his noble barons, the officers of the ward-room, he said with a smile, "Well, Jack, you and your shipmates are after some favor, I suppose. A day's liberty, is it not?" Whether it was the horizontal setting sun streaming along the deck that blinded Jack, or whether it was in sun-worshipping homage of the mighty Commodore, there is no telling. But just at this juncture, noble Jack was standing reverentially holding his hat to his brow, like a man with weak eyes. "Valiant Commodore," said he at last, "this audience is indeed an honor undeserved. I almost sink beneath it. Yes, valiant Commodore, your sagacious mind has truly divined our object. Liberty, sir, liberty is indeed our humble prayer. I trust your honorable wound, received in glorious battle, valiant Commodore, pains you less today than common." "Ah, cunning Jack!" cried the Commodore, by no means blind to the bold sortie of his flattery, but not at all displeased with it. In more respects than one, our Commodore's wound was his weak side. "I think we must give them liberty," he added, turning to Captain Claret, who thereupon, waving Jack further off, fell into confidential discourse with his superior. "Well, Jack, we will see about it," at last cried the Commodore, advancing. "I think we must let you go." "To your duty, Captain of the Maintop," said the Captain rather stiffly. He wished to neutralize somewhat the effect of the Commodore's condescension. Besides, he had much rather the Commodore had been in his cabin. His presence, for the time, affected his own supremacy in his ship. But Jack was nowise cast down by the Captain's coldness. He felt safe enough, so he proceeded to offer his acknowledgments. "Kind gentlemen," he sighed, "your pains are registered where every day I turn the leaf to read Macbeth, valiant Commodore and Captain, what the Thane says to the noble Lords Ross and Angus." And long and lingering, bowing to the two noble officers, Jack backed away from their presence, still shading his eyes with the broad rim of his hat. "Jack Chase forever!" cried his shipmates as he carried the grateful news of liberty to them on the forecastle. "Who can talk to Commodores like our matchless Jack?" End of Chapter 51. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 52 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 52. Something Concerning Midshipmen. It was the next morning after matchless Jack's interview with the Commodore and Captain that a little incident occurred, soon forgotten by the crew at large, but long remembered by the few seamen who were in the habit of closely scrutinizing everyday proceedings. Upon the face of it, it was but a common event, at least in a man of war, the flogging of a man at the gangway. But the undercurrent of circumstances in the case were of a nature that magnified this particular flogging into a matter of no small importance. The story itself cannot here be related; it would not well bear recital. Enough that the person flogged was a middle-aged man of the waist, a forlorn, broken-down, miserable object, truly one of those wretched landsmen sometimes driven into the Navy by their unfitness for all things else, even as others are driven into the workhouse. He was flogged at the complaint of a midshipman, and hereby hangs the drift of the thing. For though this waster was so ignoble a mortal, yet his being scourged on this one occasion indirectly proceeded from the mere wanton spite and unscrupulousness of the midshipman in question, a youth, who was apt to indulge at times in undignified familiarities with some of the men, who, sooner or later, almost always suffered from his capricious preferences. But the leading principle that was involved in this affair is far too mischievous to be lightly dismissed. In most cases, it would seem to be a cardinal principle with a navy captain that his subordinates are disintegrated parts of himself, detached from the main body on special service, and that the order of the minutest midshipman must be as deferentially obeyed by the seamen as if proceeding from the Commodore on the poop. This principle was once emphasized in a remarkable manner by the valiant and handsome Sir Peter Parker, upon whose death, on a national arson expedition on the shores of Chesapeake Bay, in 1812 or 1813, Lord Byron wrote his well-known stanzas. "By the God of war," said Sir Peter to his sailors, "I'll make you touch your hat to a midshipman's coat, if it's only hung on a broomstick to dry." That the king, in the eye of the law, can do no wrong, is the well-known fiction of despotic states. But it has remained for the navies of constitutional monarchies and republics to magnify this fiction, by indirectly extending it to all the quarter-deck subordinates of an armed ship's chief magistrate. And, though judiciously unrecognized and unacknowledged by the officers themselves, yet this is the principle that pervades the fleet. This is the principle that is every hour acted upon, and to sustain which thousands of seamen have been flogged at the gangway. However childish, ignorant, stupid, or idiotic a midshipman, if he but orders a sailor to perform even the most absurd action, that man is not only bound to render instant and unanswering obedience, but he would refuse at his peril. And if, having obeyed, he should then complain to the captain, and the captain, in his own mind, should be thoroughly convinced of the impropriety, perhaps of the illegality of the order, yet in 9 cases out of 10 he would not publicly reprimand the midshipman, nor by the slightest token admit before the complainant that, in this particular thing, the midshipman had done otherwise than perfectly right. Upon a midshipman's complaining of a seaman to Lord Collingwood, when captain of a line of battle ship, he ordered the man for punishment, and, in the interval, calling the midshipman aside, said to him, "In all probability now, the fault is yours, you know. Therefore, when the man is brought to the mast, you had better ask for his pardon." Accordingly, upon the lad's public intercession, Collingwood, turning to the culprit, said, "This young gentleman has pleaded so humanely for you, that, in hope you feel a due gratitude to him for his benevolence, I will, for this time, overlook your offence." This story is related by the editor of the Admiral's correspondence to show the Admiral's kind-heartedness. Now, Collingwood was, in reality, one of the most just, humane, and benevolent admirals that ever hoisted a flag. For a sea officer, Collingwood was a man in a million. But if a man like him, swayed by old usages, could thus violate the commonest principle of justice, with however good motives at bottom, what must be expected from other captains, not so eminently gifted with noble traits as Collingwood? And if the corps of American midshipmen is mostly replenished from the nursery, the counter, and the lap of unrestrained indulgence at home, and if most of them at least, by their impotency as officers in all important functions at sea, by their boyish and overweening conceit of their gold lace, by their overbearing manner toward the seamen, and by their peculiar aptitude to construe the merest trivialities of manner into set affronts against their dignity, if by all this they sometimes contract the ill will of the seamen, and if, in 1,000 ways, the seamen cannot but betray it, how easy, for any of these midshipmen, who may happen to be unrestrained by moral principle, to resort to spiteful practices in procuring vengeance upon the offenders, in many instances to the extremity of the lash. Since, as we have seen, the tacit principle in the Navy seems to be that in his ordinary intercourse with the sailors, a midshipman can do nothing obnoxious to the public censure of his superiors. "You fellow, I'll get you licked before long," is often heard from a midshipman to a sailor who, in some way not open to the judicial action of the captain, has chanced to offend him. At times you will see one of these lads, not 5 feet high, gazing up with inflamed eye at some venerable 6-footer of a forecastleman, cursing and insulting him by every epithet deemed most scandalous and unendurable among men. Yet that man's indignant tongue is treble-knotted by the law, that suspends death itself over his head should his passion discharge the slightest blow at the boy-worm that spits at his feet. But since what human nature is, and what it must forever continue to be, is well enough understood for most practical purposes, it needs no special example to prove that, where the merest boys indiscriminately snatched from the human family are given such authority over mature men, the results must be proportionable in monstrousness to the custom that authorizes this worse than cruel absurdity. Nor is it unworthy of remark that, while the noblest minded and most heroic sea officers, men of the topmost stature, including Lord Nelson himself, have regarded flogging in the Navy with the deepest concern, and not without weighty scruples touching its general necessity, still, one who has seen much of midshipmen can truly say that he has seen but few midshipmen who were not enthusiastic advocates and admirers of scourging. It would almost seem that they themselves, having so recently escaped the posterior discipline of the nursery and the infant school, are impatient to recover from those smarting reminiscences by mincing the backs of full-grown American freemen. It should not be omitted here that the midshipmen in the English Navy are not permitted to be quite so imperious as in the American ships. They are divided into 3, I think, probationary classes of volunteers, instead of being at once advanced to a warrant. Nor will you fail to remark, when you see an English cutter officered by one of those volunteers, that the boy does not so strut and slap his dirk-hilt with a Bobadil air, and anticipatingly feel of the place where his warlike whiskers are going to be, and sputter out oaths so at the men, as is too often the case with the little boys wearing best bower anchors on their lapels in the American Navy. Yet it must be confessed that at times you see midshipmen who are noble little fellows, and not at all disliked by the crew. Besides 3 gallant youths, one black-eyed little lad in particular, in the Neversink, was such a one. From his diminutiveness, he went by the name of Boat Plug among the seamen. Without being exactly familiar with them, he had yet become a general favorite, by reason of his kindness of manner and never cursing them. It was amusing to hear some of the older Tritons invoke blessings upon the youngster, when his kind tones fell on their weather-beaten ears. "Ah, good luck to you, sir," touching their hats to the little man. "You have a soul to be saved, sir." There was a wonderful deal of meaning involved in the latter sentence. "You have a soul to be saved" is the phrase which a man-of-war's man peculiarly applies to a humane and kind-hearted officer. It also implies that the majority of quarter-deck officers are regarded by them in such a light that they deny to them the possession of souls. Ah, but these plebeians sometimes have a sublime vengeance upon patricians. Imagine an outcast old sailor seriously cherishing the purely speculative conceit that some bully in epaulets, who orders him to and fro like a slave, is of an organization immeasurably inferior to himself, must at last perish with the brutes, while he goes to his immortality in heaven. But from what has been said in this chapter, it must not be inferred that a midshipman leads a lord's life in a man of war. Far from it. he lords it over those below him, while lorded over himself by his superiors. It is as if with one hand a schoolboy snapped his fingers at a dog, and at the same time received upon the other the discipline of the usher's ferule. And though, by the American Articles of War, a Navy captain cannot, of his own authority, legally punish a midshipman, otherwise than by suspension from duty, the same as with respect to the wardroom officers, yet this is one of those sea statutes which the captain, to a certain extent, observes or disregards at his pleasure. Many instances might be related of the petty mortifications and official insults inflicted by some captains upon their midshipmen, far more severe, in one sense, than the old-fashioned punishment of sending them to the mast-head, though not so arbitrary as sending them before the mast to do duty with the common sailors, a custom, in former times, pursued by captains in the English Navy. Captain Claret himself had no special fondness for midshipmen. A tall, overgrown young midshipman, about 16 years old, having fallen under his displeasure, he interrupted the humble apologies he was making by saying, "Not a word, sir. I'll not hear a word. Mount the netting, sir, and stand there till you are ordered to come down." The midshipman obeyed, and, in full sight of the entire ship's company, Captain Claret promenaded to and fro below his lofty perch, reading him a most aggravating lecture upon his alleged misconduct. To a lad of sensibility, such treatment must have been almost as stinging as the lash itself would have been. It is to be remembered that, wherever these chapters treat of midshipmen, the officers known as passed midshipmen are not at all referred to. In the American Navy, these officers form a class of young men who, having seen sufficient service at sea as midshipmen to pass an examination before a board of Commodores, are promoted to the rank of passed midshipmen, introductory to that of lieutenant. They are supposed to be qualified to do duty as lieutenants, and in some cases temporarily serve as such. The difference between a passed midshipman and a midshipman may also be inferred from their respective rates of pay. The former, upon sea service, receives $750 a year; the latter, $400. There were no passed midshipmen in the Neversink. End of Chapter 52. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 53 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 53. Seafaring persons peculiarly subject to being under the weather. The effects of this upon a man of war captain. It has been said that some midshipmen in certain cases are guilty of spiteful practices against the man of war's man. But as these midshipmen are presumed to have received the liberal and lofty breeding of gentlemen, it would seem all but incredible that any of their corps could descend to the paltriness of cherishing personal malice against so conventionally degraded a being as a sailor. So, indeed, it would seem. But when all the circumstances are considered, it will not appear extraordinary that some of them should thus cast discredit upon the warrants they wear. Title, and rank, and wealth, and education cannot unmake human nature. The same in cabin boy and Commodore. Its only differences lie in the different modes of development. At sea, a frigate houses and homes 500 mortals in a space so contracted that they can hardly so much as move but they touch. Cut off from all those outward passing things which ashore employ the eyes, tongues, and thoughts of landsmen, the inmates of a frigate are thrown upon themselves and each other, and all their ponderings are introspective. A morbidness of mind is often the consequence, especially upon long voyages, accompanied by foul weather, calms, or headwinds. Nor does this exempt from its evil influence any rank on board. Indeed, high station only ministers to it the more, since the higher the rank in a man of war, the less companionship. It is an odious, unthankful, repugnant thing to dwell upon a subject like this. Nevertheless, be it said that, through these jaundiced influences, even the captain of a frigate is, in some cases, indirectly induced to the infliction of corporal punishment upon a seaman. Never sail under a navy captain whom you suspect of being dyspeptic or constitutionally prone to hypochondria. The manifestation of these things is sometimes remarkable. In the earlier part of the cruise, while making a long, tedious run from Mazatlan to Callao on the Main, baffled by light headwinds and frequent intermitting calms, when all hands were heartily wearied by the torrid, monotonous sea, a good-natured foretopman by the name of Candy, quite a character in his way, standing in the waist among a crowd of seamen, touched me and said, "D'ye see the old man there, White Jacket, walking the poop? Well, don't he look as if he wanted to flog someone? Look at him once." But to me, at least, no such indications were visible in the deportment of the captain, though his thrashing the arm-chest with the slack of the spanker out-haul looked a little suspicious. But any one might have been doing that to pass away a calm. "Depend on it," said the topman, "he must somehow have thought I was making sport of him a while ago, when I was only taking off old Priming, the gunner's mate. Just look at him once, White Jacket, while I make believe coil this here rope. If there aren't a dozen in that 'ere captain's top-lights, my name is Horse Marine. If I could only touch my tile to him now, and take my Bible oath on it, that I was only taking off priming, and not him, he wouldn't have such hard thoughts of me. But that can't be done. He'd think I meant to insult him. Well, it can't be helped. I suppose I must look out for a baker's dozen after long." I had an incredulous laugh at this, but 2 days afterward, when we were hoisting the main-topmast stunsail, and the lieutenant of the watch was reprimanding the crowd of seamen at the halyards for their laziness, for the sail was but just crawling up to its place, owing to the languor of the men, induced by the heat. The captain, who had been impatiently walking the deck, suddenly stopped short, and darting his eyes among the seamen, suddenly fixed them, crying out, "You, Candy, and be damned to you, you don't pull an ounce, you blackguard! Stand up to that gun, sir. I'll teach you to be grinning over a rope that way, without lending your pound of beef to it. Boatswain's mate, where's your colt? Give that man a dozen." Removing his hat, the boatswain's mate looked into the crown aghast. The coiled rope usually worn there was not to be found, but the next instant it slid from the top of his head to the deck. Picking it up and straightening it out, he advanced toward the sailor. "Sir," said Candy, touching and retouching his cap to the captain, "I was pulling, sir, as much as the rest, sir. I was, indeed, sir." "Stand up to that gun," cried the captain. "Boatswain's mate, do your duty." 3 stripes were given, when the captain raised his finger. "You, blank, do you dare stand up to be flogged with your hat on? Take it off, sir, instantly." Footnote: the phrase here used I have never seen either written or printed, and should not like to be the first person to introduce it to the public. End footnote. Candy dropped it on deck. "Now go on, boatswain's mate," and the sailor received his dozen. With his hand to his back, he came up to me where I stood among the bystanders, saying, oh, Lord, that boatswain's mate, too, had a spite agin me. He always thought it was me that set afloat that yarn about his wife in Norfolk. Oh, Lord, just run your hand under my shirt, will you, White Jacket? There. Didn't he have a spite agin me, to raise such bars as them? And my shirt all cut to pieces, too. Arn't it, White Jacket? Damn me, but these coltings puts the 10 in the purser's pocket. Oh, Lord, my back feels as if there was a red-hot gridiron lashed to it. But I told you so. A widow's curse on him, say I. He thought I meant him, and not priming. End of chapter 53. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 54 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 54. The People are Given Liberty. Whenever in intervals of mild benevolence, or yielding to mere politic dictates, kings and commodores relax the yoke of servitude, they should see to it well that the concessions seem not too sudden or unqualified. For, in the commoner's estimation, that might argue feebleness or fear. Hence it was, perhaps, that, though noble Jack had carried the day captive in his audience at the mast, yet more than 36 hours elapsed ere anything official was heard of the liberty his shipmates so earnestly coveted. Some of the people began to growl and grumble. "It's turned out all gammon, Jack," said one. "Blast the Commodore," cried another. "He bamboozled you, Jack." "Lay on your oars a while," answered Jack, "and we shall see. We've struck for liberty, and liberty we'll have. I'm your tribune, boys. I'm your Rienzi. The Commodore must keep his word." Next day, about breakfast time, a mighty whistling and piping was heard at the main hatchway, and presently the boatswain's voice was heard. "D'ye hear there, fore and aft? All you starboard quarter watch, get ready to go ashore on liberty." In a paroxysm of delight, a young mizzen-topman, standing by at the time, whipped the tarpaulin from his head, and smashed it like a pancake on the deck. "Liberty!" he shouted, leaping down into the berth-deck after his bag. At the appointed hour, the quarter-watch mustered round the capstan, at which stood our First Lord of the Treasury and Paymaster-General, the Purser, with several goodly buckskin bags of dollars piled up on the capstan. He helped us all round to half a handful or so, and then the boats were manned, and, like so many Esterhazys, we were pulled ashore by our shipmates. All their lives, lords may live in listless state, but give the commoners a holiday, and they outlord the Commodore himself. The ship's company were divided into 4 sections or quarter watches, only one of which were on shore at a time, the rest remaining to garrison the frigate, the term of liberty for each being 24 hours. With Jack Chase and a few other discreet and gentlemanly topmen, I went ashore on the first day with the first quarter watch. Our own little party had a charming time. We saw many fine sights, fell in, as all sailors must, with dashing adventures. But though not a few good chapters might be written on this head, I must again forbear. For in this book I have nothing to do with the shore further than to glance at it now and then from the water. My man-of-war world alone must supply me with the staple of my matter. I have taken an oath to keep afloat to the last letter of my narrative. Had they all been as punctual as Jack Chase's party, the whole quarter watch of liberty men had been safe on board the frigate at the expiration of the 24 hours. But this was not the case, and during the entire day succeeding, the midshipmen and others were engaged in ferreting them out of their hiding-places on shore, and bringing them off in scattered detachments to the ship. They came in all imaginable stages of intoxication, some with blackened eyes and broken heads, some still more severely injured, having been stabbed in frays with the Portuguese soldiers. Others, unharmed, were immediately dropped on the gun-deck, between the guns, where they lay snoring for the rest of the day. As a considerable degree of license is invariably permitted to man-of-war's men just off liberty, and as man-of-war's men well know this to be the case, they occasionally avail themselves of the privilege to talk very frankly to the officers when they first cross the gangway, taking care, meanwhile, to reel about very industriously, so that there shall be no doubt about their being seriously intoxicated, and altogether non compos for the time. And though but few of them have cause to feign intoxication, yet some individuals may be suspected of enacting a studied part upon these occasions. Indeed, judging by certain symptoms, even when really inebriated, some of the sailors must have previously determined upon their conduct, just as some persons who, before taking the exhilarating gas, secretly make up their minds to perform certain mad feats while under its influence, which feats consequently come to pass precisely as if the actors were not accountable for them. For several days, while the other quarter watches were given liberty, the Neversink presented a sad scene. She was more like a madhouse than a frigate. The gun-deck resounded with frantic fights, shouts, and songs. All visitors from shore were kept at a cable's length. These scenes, however, are nothing to those which have repeatedly been enacted in American men of war upon other stations. But the custom of introducing women on board in harbor is now pretty much discontinued, both in the English and American Navy, unless a ship, commanded by some dissolute captain, happens to lie in some faraway outlandish port in the Pacific or Indian Ocean. The British line of battleship Royal George, which in 1782 sunk at her anchors at Spithead, carried down 300 English women among the 1,000 souls that were drowned on that memorable morning. When, at last, after all the mad tumult and contention of liberty, the reaction came, our frigate presented a very different scene. The men looked jaded and wan, lethargic and lazy, and many an old mariner, with hand upon abdomen, called upon the flag-staff to witness that there were more hot coppers in the Neversink than those in the ship's galley. Such are the lamentable effects of suddenly and completely releasing the people of a man of war from arbitrary discipline. It shows that, to such, liberty, at first, must be administered in small and moderate quantities, increasing with the patient's capacity to make good use of it. Of course, while we lay in Rio, our officers frequently went ashore for pleasure and, as a general thing, conducted themselves with propriety. But it is a sad thing to say that as for Lieutenant Mad Jack, he enjoyed himself so delightfully for 3 consecutive days in the town, that upon returning to the ship he sent his card to the surgeon, with his compliments, begging him to drop into his state-room the first time he happened to pass that way in the ward-room. But one of our surgeon's mates, a young medico of fine family but slender fortune, must have created by far the strongest impression among the hidalgos of Rio. He had read Don Quixote, and, instead of curing him of his quixotism, as it ought to have done, it only made him still more quixotic. Indeed, there are some natures concerning whose moral maladies the grand maxim of Mr. Similia similibus curantur hanneman does not hold true, since, with them, like cures not like, but only aggravates like. Though, on the other hand, so incurable are the moral maladies of such persons that the antagonist maxim, contraria contraris curantar, often proves equally false. Of a warm tropical day, this surgeon's mate must needs go ashore in his blue cloth boat-cloak, wearing it with a gallant Spanish toss over his cavalier shoulder. By noon he perspired very freely, but then his cloak attracted all eyes, and that was huge satisfaction. Nevertheless, his being knock-kneed and spavined of one leg sorely impaired the effect of this hidalgo cloak, which, by the way, was somewhat rusty in front, where his chin rubbed against it, and a good deal bedraggled all over, from his having used it as a counterpane off Cape Horn. As for the midshipmen, there was no knowing what their mammas would have said to their conduct in Rio. 3 of them drank a good deal too much, and when they came on board, the captain ordered them to be sewed up in their hammocks, to cut short their obstreperous capers till sober. This shows how unwise it is to allow children, yet in their teens, to wander so far from home. It more especially illustrates the folly of giving them long holidays in a foreign land, full of seductive dissipation. "Port for men, claret for boys," cried Dr. Johnson. Even so, men only should drink the strong drink of travel; boys should still be kept on milk and water at home. Middies, you may despise your mother's leading strings, but they are the man-ropes, my lads, by which many youngsters have steadied the giddiness of youth, and saved themselves from lamentable falls. And middies, know this, that as infants, being too early put on their feet, grow up bandy-legged and curtailed of their fair proportions, even so, my dear middies, does it morally prove with some of you, who prematurely are sent off to sea. These admonitions are solely addressed to the more diminutive class of midshipmen, those under 5 feet high, and under 7 stone in weight. Truly, the records of the steerages of men of war are full of most melancholy examples of early dissipation, disease, disgrace, and death. Answer, ye shades of fine boys, who in the soils of all climes, the round world over, far away sleep from your homes. Mothers of men, if your hearts have been cast down when your boys have fallen in the way of temptations ashore, how much more bursting your grief did you know that those boys were far from your arms, cabined and cribbed in by all manner of iniquities. But this some of you cannot believe. It is, perhaps, well that it is so. But hold them fast. All those who have not yet weighed their anchors for the Navy, round and round, hitch over hitch, bind your leading strings on them, and clenching a ring-bolt into your chimney-jam, moor your boys fast to that best of harbors, the hearthstone. But if youth be giddy, old age is stayed, even as young saplings, in the litheness of their limbs, toss to their roots in the fresh morning air. But, stiff and unyielding with age, mossy trunks never bend. With pride and pleasure be it said, that, as for our old Commodore, though he might treat himself to as many liberty days as he pleased, yet throughout our stay in Rio, he conducted himself with the utmost discretion. But he was an old, old man, physically a very small man. His spine was as an unlocked musket barrel, not only attenuated, but destitute of a solitary cartridge, and his ribs were as the ribs of a weasel. Besides, he was Commodore of the fleet, supreme lord of the commons and blue. It beseemed him, therefore, to erect himself into an ensample of virtue, and show the gun-deck what virtue was. But alas, when virtue sits high aloft on a frigate's poop, when virtue is crowned in the cabin a Commodore, when virtue rules by compulsion and domineers over vice as a slave, then virtue, though her mandates be outwardly observed, bears little interior sway. To be efficacious, virtue must come down from aloft, even as our blessed Redeemer came down to redeem our whole man-of-war world, to that end mixing with its sailors and sinners as equals. End of Chapter 54. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 55 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 55. Midshipmen entering the Navy early. The allusion in the preceding chapter to the early age at which some of the midshipmen enter the Navy suggests some thoughts relative to more important considerations. A very general modern impression seems to be, that in order to learn the profession of a sea officer, a boy can hardly be sent to sea too early. To a certain extent, this may be a mistake. other professions involving a knowledge of technicalities and things restricted to one particular field of action, are frequently mastered by men who begin after the age of 21, or even at a later period of life. It was only about the middle of the 17th century that the British military and naval services were kept distinct. Previous to that epoch, the King's officers commanded indifferently either by sea or by land. Robert Blake, perhaps one of the most accomplished and certainly one of the most successful admirals that ever hoisted a flag, was more than half a century old, 51 years, before he entered the naval service, or had aught to do, professionally, with a ship. He was of a studious turn, and, after leaving Oxford, resided quietly on his estate, a country gentleman, till his 42nd year, soon after which he became connected with the Parliamentary army. The historian Clarendon says of him, "He was the first man that made it manifest that the science (seamanship) might be attained in less time than was imagined." And doubtless it was to his shore sympathies that the well-known humanity and kindness which Blake evinced in his intercourse with the sailors is, in a large degree, to be imputed. Midshipmen sent into the Navy at a very early age are exposed to the passive reception of all the prejudices of the quarter-deck in favor of ancient usages, however useless or pernicious. Those prejudices grow up with them, and solidify with their very bones. As they rise in rank, they naturally carry them up, whence the inveterate repugnance of many Commodores and Captains to the slightest innovations in the service, however salutary they may appear to landsmen. It is hardly to be doubted that, in matters connected with the general welfare of the Navy, Government has paid rather too much deference to the opinions of the officers of the Navy, considering them as men almost born to the service, and therefore far better qualified to judge concerning any and all questions touching it than people on shore. But in a nation under a liberal constitution, it must ever be unwise to make too distinct and peculiar the profession of either branch of its military men. True, in a country like ours, nothing is at present to be apprehended of their gaining political rule, but not a little is to be apprehended concerning their perpetuating or creating abuses among their subordinates, unless civilians have full cognizance of their administrative affairs, and account themselves competent to the complete overlooking and ordering them. We do wrong when we in any way contribute to the prevailing mystification that has been thrown about the internal affairs of the national sea service. Hitherto, those affairs have been regarded even by some high state functionaries as things beyond their insight, altogether too technical and mysterious to be fully comprehended by landsmen. And this it is that has perpetuated in the Navy many evils that otherwise would have been abolished in the general amelioration of other things. The Army is sometimes remodeled, but the Navy goes down from generation to generation almost untouched and unquestioned, as if its code were infallible, and itself a piece of perfection that no statesman could improve. When a Secretary of the Navy ventures to innovate upon its established customs, you hear some of the Navy officers say, "What does this landsman know about our affairs? Did he ever head a watch? He does not know starboard from larboard, girt line from backstay." While we deferentially and cheerfully leave to Navy officers the sole conduct of making and shortening sail, tacking ship, and performing other nautical manoeuvres, as may seem to them best, let us beware of abandoning to their discretion those general municipal regulations touching the well-being of the great body of men before the mast. Let us beware of being too much influenced by their opinions in matters where it is but natural to suppose that their long-established prejudices are enlisted. End of Chapter 55. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 56 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 56. A Shore Emperor on board a man of war. While we lay in Rio, we sometimes had company from shore, but an unforeseen honor awaited us. One day, the young Emperor Don Pedro II and suite, making a circuit of the harbor and visiting all the men of war in rotation, at last condescendingly visited the Neversink. He came in a splendid barge rowed by 30 African slaves, who, after the Brazilian manner, in concert rose upright to their oars at every stroke, then sank backward again to their seats with a simultaneous groan. He reclined under a canopy of yellow silk, looped with tassels of green, the national colors. At the stern waved the Brazilian flag, bearing a large diamond figure in the center, emblematical, perhaps, of the mines of precious stones in the interior, or, it may be, a magnified portrait of the famous Portuguese diamond itself, which was found in Brazil, in the district of Tejuco, on the banks of the Rio Belmonte. We gave them a grand salute, which almost made the ship's live oak knees knock together with the tremendous concussions. We manned the yards, and went through a long ceremonial of paying the Emperor homage. Republicans are often more courteous to royalty than royalists themselves, but doubtless this springs from a noble magnanimity. At the gangway, the Emperor was received by our Commodore in person, arrayed in his most resplendent coat and finest French epaulets. His servant had devoted himself to polishing every button that morning with rotten stone and rags. Your sea air is a sworn foe to metallic glosses, whence it comes that the swords of sea officers have, of late, so rusted in their scabbards that they are with difficulty drawn. It was a fine sight to see this Emperor and Commodore complimenting each other. Both were chapeaux de bras, and both continually waved them. By instinct, the Emperor knew that the venerable personage before him was as much a monarch afloat as he himself was ashore. Did not our Commodore carry the sword of state by his side? For though not born before him, it must have been a sword of state, since it looked far too lustrous to have been his fighting sword. That was naught but a limber steel blade, with a plain, serviceable handle, like the handle of a slaughter-house knife. Who ever saw a star when the noon sun was in sight? But you seldom see a king without satellites. In the suite of the youthful Emperor came a princely train, so brilliant with gems that they seemed just emerged from the mines of the Rio Belmonte. You have seen cones of crystallized salt? Just so flashed these Portuguese barons, marquises, viscounts, and counts. Were it not for their titles, and being seen in the train of their lord, you would have sworn they were eldest sons of jewelers all, who had run away with their fathers' cases on their backs. Contrasted with these lamp-lustres of barons of Brazil, how waned the gold lace of our barons of the frigate, the officers of the gun-room! And compared with the long, jewel-hilted rapiers of the marquises, the little dirks of our cadets of noble houses, the middies, looked like gilded tenpenny nails in their girdles. But there they stood, Commodore and Emperor, lieutenants and marquises, middies and pages. The brazen band on the poop struck up, the marine guard presented arms, and high aloft, looking down on this scene, all the people vigorously hurrahed. A topman next to me on the main royal yard removed his hat, and diligently manipulated his head in honor of the event. But he was so far out of sight in the clouds that this ceremony went for nothing. A great pity it was, that in addition to all these honors, that admirer of Portuguese literature, Viscount Strangford of Great Britain, who, I believe, once went out Ambassador Extraordinary to the Brazils. It was a pity that he was not present on this occasion to yield his tribute of a stanza to Braganza. For our royal visitor was an undoubted Braganza, allied to nearly all the great families of Europe. His grandfather, John VI., had been King of Portugal. His own sister, Maria, was now its queen. He was, indeed, a distinguished young gentleman, entitled to high consideration, and that consideration was most cheerfully accorded him. He wore a green dress coat with one regal morning star at the breast, and white pantaloons. In his chapeau was a single bright golden-hued feather of the imperial toucan fowl, a magnificent, omnivorous, broad-billed banded bird of prey, a native of Brazil. Its perch is on the loftiest trees, whence it looks down upon all humbler fowls, and, hawk-like, flies at their throats. The toucan once formed part of the savage regalia of the Indian caciques of the country, and upon the establishment of the empire, was symbolically retained by the Portuguese sovereigns. His Imperial Majesty was yet in his youth, rather corpulent if anything, with a carefree, pleasant face, and a polite, indifferent, and easy address. His manners, indeed, were entirely unexceptionable. Now, here, thought I, is a very fine lad, with very fine prospects before him. He is supreme emperor of all these Brazils. He has no stormy night watches to stand. He can lay abed of mornings just as long as he pleases. Any gentleman in Rio would be proud of his personal acquaintance, and the prettiest girl in all South America would deem herself honored with the least glance from the acutest angle of his eye. Yes, this young emperor will have a fine time of his life, even so long as he condescends to exist. Every one jumps to obey him, and see, as I live, there is an old nobleman in his suit. The Marquis de Carty, they call him, old enough to be his grandfather, who, in the hot sun, is standing bareheaded before him, while the Emperor carries his hat on his head. "I suppose that old gentleman now," said a young New England tar beside me, "would consider it a great honor to put on his Royal Majesty's boots. And yet, White Jacket, if yonder Emperor and I were to strip and jump overboard for a bath, it would be hard telling which was of the blood royal when we should once be in the water. Look you, Don Pedro II," he added, "how do you come to be Emperor? Tell me that. You cannot pull as many pounds as I on the main topsail halyards. You are not as tall as I. Your nose is a pug, and mine is a cutwater. And how do you come to be a brigand with that thin pair of spars? A brigand, indeed!" "Braganza, you mean," said I, willing to correct the rhetoric of so fierce a republican, and by so doing, chastise his censoriousness. "Braganza bragger it is," he replied, "and a bragger indeed. See that feather in his cap? See how he struts in that coat? He may well wear a green one, top mates. He's a green-looking swab at the best." "Hush, Jonathan," said I. "There's the first duff looking up. Be still. The Emperor will hear you." And I put my hand on his mouth. "Take your hand away, White Jacket," he cried. "There's no law up aloft here. I say, you Emperor, you greenhorn in the green coat there, look you can't raise a pair of whiskers yet. And see what a pair of homeward bounders I have on my jowls. Don Pedro, eh? What's that, after all, but plain Peter? Reckoned a shabby name in my country. Damn me, White Jacket, I wouldn't call my dog Peter." "Clap a stopper in your jaw tackle, will you?" cried Ringbolt, the sailor on the other side of him. "You'll be getting us all into darbies for this." "I won't trice up my red rag for nobody," retorted Jonathan. "So you had better take a round turn with yours, Ringbolt, and let me alone, or I'll fetch you such a swat over your figurehead, you'll think a long wharf truck horse kicked you with all four shoes on one hoof. You Emperor, you counter-jumping son of a gun, cock your weather eye up aloft here, and see your betters. I say, topmates, he ain't any emperor at all. I'm the rightful emperor. Yes, by the Commodore's boots, they stole me out of my cradle here in the Palace of Rio, and put that greenhorn in my place. Aye, you timberhead, you! I'm Don Pedro II, and by good rights you ought to be a main-topman here, with your fist in a tar bucket. Look you, I say, that crown of yours ought to be on my head, or if you don't believe that, just heave it into the ring once, and see who's the best man. What's this hurrah's nest here aloft? Cried Jack Chase, coming up the t'gallant rigging from the topsail yard. Can't you behave yourself, royal yardman, when an emperor's on board? It's this here Jonathan, answered Ringbolt. He's been blackguarding the young nob in the green coat there. He says Don Pedro stole that hat. How? Crown, he means, noble Jack, said a topman. Jonathan don't call himself an emperor, does he? asked Jack. Yes, cried Jonathan. That greenhorn standing there by the Commodore is sailing under false colors. He's an impostor, I say. He wears my crown. Ha, ha, laughed Jack, now seeing into the joke, and willing to humor it. Though I'm born a Briton, boys, yet by the mast these Dom Pedros are all Perkin Warbecks. But I say, Jonathan, my lad, don't pipe your eye now about the loss of your crown, for look you, we all wear crowns, from our cradles to our graves, and though in double darbies in the brig, the Commodore himself can't unking us. A riddle, noble Jack. Not a bit. Every man who has a sole to his foot has a crown to his head. Here's mine. And so saying, Jack, removing his tarpaulin, exhibited a bald spot just about the bigness of a crown piece on the summit of his curly and classical head. End of chapter 56. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 57 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 57. The Emperor Reviews the People at Quarters. I begged their Royal Highnesses' pardons all round, but I had almost forgotten to chronicle the fact that with the Emperor came several other royal princes, kings for aught we knew, since it was just after the celebration of the nuptials of a younger sister of the Brazilian monarch to some European royalty. Indeed, the Emperor and his suite formed a sort of bridal party, only the bride herself was absent. The first reception over, the smoke of the cannonading salute having cleared away, and the martial outburst of the brass band having also rolled off to leeward, the people were called down from the yards, and the drum beat to quarters. To quarters we went, and there we stood up by our iron bulldogs, while our royal and noble visitors promenaded along the batteries, breaking out into frequent exclamations at our warlike array, the extreme neatness of our garments, and, above all, the extraordinary polish of the bright work about the great guns, and the marvellous whiteness of the decks. "Que gusto!" cried a marquis, with several dry goods, samples of ribbon, tallied with bright buttons, hanging from his breast. "Que gloria!" cried a crooked, coffee-colored vicomte, spreading both palms. "Que alegria!" cried a little count, mincingly circumnavigating a shot-box. "Que contentamento é o meu!" cried the Emperor himself, complacently folding his royal arms and serenely gazing along our ranks. Pleasure, glory, and joy, this was the burden of the three noble courtiers, and very pleasing, indeed, was the simple rendering of Don Pedro's imperial remark. "Aye, aye," growled a grim rammer and sponger behind me, "it's all devilish fine for you nobs to look at, but what would you say, if you had to holystone the deck yourselves, and wear out your elbows in polishing this cursed old iron, besides getting a dozen at the gangway if you dropped a grease spot on deck in your mess. Aye, aye, devilish fine for you, but devilish dull for us." In due time, the drums beat the retreat, and the ship's company scattered over the decks. Some of the officers now assumed the part of cicerones, to show the distinguished strangers the bowels of the frigate, concerning which several of them showed a good deal of intelligent curiosity. A guard of honor, detached from the Marine Corps, accompanied them, and they made the circuit of the berth deck, where, at a judicious distance, the Emperor peeped down into the cable tier, a very subterranean vault. The captain of the main hold, who there presided, made a polite bow in the twilight, and respectfully expressed a desire for his Royal Majesty to step down and honor him with a call. But with his handkerchief to his imperial nose, his Majesty declined. The party then commenced the ascent to the spar deck, which, from so great a depth in a frigate, is something like getting up to the top of Bunker Hill Monument from the basement. While a crowd of people was gathered about the forward part of the booms, a sudden cry was heard from below. A lieutenant came running forward to learn the cause, when an old sheet-anchorman, standing by, after touching his hat, hitched up his waistbands, and replied, "I don't know, sir, but I'm thinking as how one of them 'ere kings has been tumbling down the hatchway." And something like this it turned out. In ascending one of the narrow ladders leading from the berth deck to the gun deck, the most noble Marquis of Silva, in the act of elevating the imperial coat-tails so as to protect them from rubbing against the newly painted combings of the hatchway, this noble Marquis's sword, being an uncommonly long one, had caught between his legs, and tripped him, head over heels, down into the fore-passage. "Onde ides?" "Where are you going?" said his royal master, tranquilly peeping down toward the falling Marquis. "And what did you let go of my coat-tails for?" he suddenly added, in a passion, glancing round at the same time, to see if they had suffered from the unfaithfulness of his train-bearer. "Oh, Lord!" sighed the captain of the foretop, "who would be a Marquis of Silva?" Upon being assisted to the spar deck, the unfortunate Marquis was found to have escaped without serious harm. But from the marked coolness of his royal master, when the Marquis drew near to apologize for his awkwardness, it was plain that he was condemned to languish for a time under the royal displeasure. Shortly after, the imperial party withdrew, under another grand national salute. End of Chapter 57. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 58 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 58. A quarter-deck officer before the mast. As we were somewhat short-handed while we lay in Rio, we received a small draft of men from a United States sloop of war, whose 3 years' term of service would expire about the time of our arrival in America. Under guard of an armed lieutenant and 4 midshipmen, they came on board in the afternoon. They were immediately mustered in the starboard gangway, that Mr. Bridewell, our first lieutenant, might take down their names and assign them their stations. They stood in a mute and solemn row. The officer advanced, with his memorandum book and pencil. My casual friend Shakings, the holder, happened to be by at the time. Touching my arm, he said, "White Jacket, this here reminds me of Sing Sing, when a draft of fellows and darbies came on from the state prison at Auburn for a change of scene like, you know." After taking down 4 or 5 names, Mr. Bridewell accosted the next man, a rather good-looking person, but from his haggard cheek and sunken eye, he seemed to have been in the sad habit, all his life, of sitting up rather late at night; and though all sailors do certainly keep late hours enough, standing watches at midnight, yet there is no small difference between keeping late hours at sea and keeping late hours ashore. "What's your name?" asked the officer of this rather rakish-looking recruit. "Mandeville, sir," said the man, courteously touching his cap. "You must remember me, sir," he added, in a low, confidential tone, strangely dashed with servility. "We sailed together once in the old Macedonian, sir. I wore an epaulet then. We had the same state-room, you know, sir. I'm your old chum, Mandeville, sir," and he again touched his cap. "I remember an officer by that name," said the First Lieutenant, emphatically, "and I know you, fellow. But I know you henceforth for a common sailor. I can show no favoritism here. If you ever violate the ship's rules, you shall be flogged like any other seaman. I place you in the foretop. Go forward to your duty." It seemed this Mandeville had entered the Navy when very young, and had risen to be a lieutenant, as he said; but brandy had been his bane. One night, when he had the deck of a line of battle ship in the Mediterranean, he was seized with a fit of mania a potu, and being out of his senses for the time, went below and turned into his berth, leaving the deck without a commanding officer. For this unpardonable offence he was broken. Having no fortune, and no other profession than the sea, upon his disgrace, he entered the merchant service as a chief mate; but his love of strong drink still pursuing him, he was again cashiered at sea, and degraded before the mast by the captain. After this, in a state of intoxication, he re-entered the Navy at Pensacola as a common sailor; but all these lessons, so biting bitter to learn, could not cure him of his sin. He had hardly been a week on board the Neversink when he was found intoxicated with smuggled spirits. They lashed him to the gratings, and ignominiously scourged him under the eye of his old friend and comrade, the First Lieutenant. This took place while we lay in port, which reminds me of the circumstance that when punishment is about to be inflicted in Harbour, all strangers are ordered ashore, and the sentries at the side have it in strict charge to wave off all boats drawing near. End of Chapter 58. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 59 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 59. A man-of-war button divides two brothers. The conduct of Mandeville in claiming the acquaintance of the First Lieutenant under such disreputable circumstances was strongly contrasted by the behavior of another person on board, placed for a time in a somewhat similar situation. Among the genteel youths of the after-guard was a lad of about 16, a very handsome young fellow with starry eyes, curly hair of a golden color, and a bright, sunshiny complexion. He must have been the son of some goldsmith. He was one of the few sailors, not in the main-top, whom I used to single out for occasional conversation. After several friendly interviews, he became quite frank, and communicated certain portions of his history. There is some charm in the sea which induces most persons to be very communicative concerning themselves. We had lain in Rio but a day, when I observed that this lad, whom I shall here call Frank, wore an unwonted expression of sadness mixed with apprehension. I questioned him as to the cause, but he chose to conceal it. Not 3 days after, he abruptly accosted me on the gun-deck, where I happened to be taking a promenade. "I can't keep it to myself any more," he said. "I must have a confidant, or I shall go mad." "What is the matter?" said I, in alarm. "Matter enough. Look at this." And he handed me a torn half-sheet of an old New York Herald, putting his finger upon a particular word in a particular paragraph. It was the announcement of the sailing from the Brooklyn Navy Yard of a United States store ship, with provisions for the squadron in Rio. It was upon a particular name, in the list of officers and midshipmen, that Frank's fingers was placed. "That is my own brother," said he. "He must have got a reefer's warrant since I left home. Now, White Jacket, what's to be done? I have calculated that the store ship may be expected here every day. My brother will then see me, he an officer, and I a miserable sailor, that any moment may be flogged at the gangway, before his very eyes. Heavens, White Jacket, what shall I do? Would you run? Do you think there is any chance to desert? I won't see him, by heaven, with this sailor's frock on, and he with the anchor button." "Why, Frank," said I do not really see sufficient cause for this fit you are in. Your brother is an officer, very good, and you are nothing but a sailor, but that is no disgrace. If he comes on board here, go up to him and take him by the hand. Believe me, he will be glad enough to see you." Frank started from his desponding attitude, and fixing his eyes full upon mine, with clasped hands, exclaimed, "White Jacket, I have been from home nearly 3 years. In that time I have never heard one word from my family, and though God knows how I love them, yet I swear to you, that though my brother can tell me whether my sisters are still alive, yet, rather than accost him in this lined frock, I would go 10 centuries without hearing one syllable from home." Amazed at his earnestness, and hardly able to account for it altogether, I stood silent a moment, then said, "Why, Frank, this midshipman is your own brother, you say. Now, do you really think that your own flesh and blood is going to give himself airs over you, simply because he sports large brass buttons on his coat? Never believe it. If he does, he can be no brother, and ought to be hanged. That's all." "Don't say that again," said Frank resentfully. "My brother is a noble-hearted fellow. I love him as I do myself. You don't understand me, White Jacket. Don't you see that when my brother arrives, he must consort more or less with our chuckle-headed reefers on board here? There's that namby-pamby Miss Nancy of a white-face, Stribbles, who, the other day, when Mad Jack's back was turned, ordered me to hand him the spy-glass as if he were a Commodore. Do you suppose, now, I want my brother to see me a lackey abroad here? By heaven, it is enough to drive one distracted. What's to be done?" he cried fiercely. Much more passed between us, but all my philosophy was in vain, and at last Frank departed, his head hanging down in despondency. For several days after, whenever the quartermaster reported a sail entering the harbor, Frank was foremost in the rigging to observe it. At length, one afternoon, a vessel drawing near was reported to be the long-expected store-ship. I looked round for Frank on the spar-deck, but he was nowhere to be seen. He must have been below, gazing out of a port-hole. The vessel was hailed from our poop, and came to anchor within a biscuit's toss of our batteries. That evening I heard that Frank had ineffectually endeavored to get removed from his place as an oarsman in the first cutter, a boat which, from its size, is generally employed with the launch in carrying ship-stores. When I thought that, the very next day, perhaps, this boat would be plying between the store-ship and our frigate, I was at no loss to account for Frank's attempts to get rid of his oar, and felt heartily grieved at their failure. Next morning, the bugler called away the first cutter's crew, and Frank entered the boat with his hat slouched over his eyes. Upon his return, I was all eagerness to learn what had happened, and, as the communication of his feelings was a grateful relief, he poured his whole story into my ear. It seemed that, with his comrades, he mounted the store-ship's side, and hurried forward to the forecastle. Then, turning anxiously toward the quarter-deck, he spied two midshipmen leaning against the bulwarks, conversing. One was the officer of his boat. Was the other his brother? No, he was too tall, too large. Thank heaven, it was not him. And perhaps his brother had not sailed from home, after all. There might have been some mistake. But suddenly the strange midshipman laughed aloud, and that laugh Frank had heard 1,000 times before. It was a free, hearty laugh, a brother's laugh, but it carried a pang to the heart of poor Frank. He was now ordered down to the main deck to assist in removing the stores. The boat being loaded, he was ordered into her, when, looking toward the gangway, he perceived the two midshipmen lounging upon each side of it, so that no one could pass them without brushing their persons. But again, pulling his hat over his eyes, Frank, darting between them, gained his oar. "How my heart thumped," he said, "when I actually felt him so near me! But I wouldn't look at him. No, I'd have died first." To Frank's great relief, the store-ship at last moved further up the bay, and it fortunately happened that he saw no more of his brother while in Rio, and while there he never in any way made himself known to him. End of Chapter 59. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 60 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 60. A Man-of-War's Man Shot At. There was a seaman belonging to the foretop, a messmate, though not a topmate of mine, and no favorite of the captain's, who, for certain venial transgressions, had been prohibited from going ashore on liberty when the ship's company went. Enraged at the deprivation, for he had not touched earth in upward of a year, he, some nights after, lowered himself overboard with the view of gaining a canoe attached by a rope to a Dutch galliot some cable's lengths distant. In this canoe he proposed paddling himself ashore. Not being a very expert swimmer, the commotion he made in the water attracted the ear of the sentry on that side of the ship, who, turning about in his walk, perceived the faint white spot where the fugitive was swimming in the frigate's shadow. He hailed it, but no reply. "Give the word, or I fire!" Not a word was heard. The next instant there was a red flash, and, before it had completely ceased illuminating the night, the white spot was changed into crimson. Some of the officers, returning from a party at the beach of the Flamingoes, happened to be drawing near the ship in one of her cutters. They saw the flash and the bounding body it revealed. In a moment the topman was dragged into the boat, a handkerchief was used for a tourniquet, and the wounded fugitive was soon on board the frigate, when the surgeon being called, the necessary attentions were rendered. Now, it appeared that at the moment the sentry fired, the topman, in order to elude discovery, by manifesting the completest quietude, was floating on the water, straight and horizontal, as if reposing on a bed. As he was not far from the ship at the time, and the sentry was considerably elevated above him, pacing his platform on a level with the upper part of the hammock nettings, the ball struck with great force, with a downward obliquity, entering the right thigh just above the knee, and, penetrating some inches, glanced upward along the bone, burying itself somewhere, so that it could not be felt by outward manipulation. There was no dusky discoloration to mark its internal track, as in the case when a partly spent ball, obliquely hitting after entering the skin, courses on, just beneath the surface, without penetrating further. Nor was there any mark on the opposite part of the thigh, to denote its place, as when a ball forces itself straight through a limb, and lodges, perhaps, close to the skin on the other side. Nothing was visible but a small, ragged puncture, bluish about the edges, as if the rough point of a tenpenny nail had been forced into the flesh and withdrawn. It seemed almost impossible that through so small an aperture a musket bullet could have penetrated. The extreme misery and general prostration of the man, caused by the great effusion of blood, though, strange to say, at first he said he felt no pain from the wound itself, induced the surgeon, very reluctantly, to forego an immediate search for the ball to extract it, as that would have involved the dilating of the wound by the knife, an operation which at that juncture would have been almost certainly attended with fatal results. A day or two, therefore, was permitted to pass while simple dressings were applied. The surgeon of the other American ships of war in harbor occasionally visited the Neversink to examine the patient and, incidentally, to listen to the expositions of our own surgeon, their senior in rank. But Cadwallader Cuticle, who as yet has been but incidentally alluded to, now deserves a chapter by himself. End of Chapter 60. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 61 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 61. The Surgeon of the Fleet. Cadwallader Cuticle, M.D., and honorary member of the most distinguished colleges of surgeons both in Europe and America, was our surgeon of the fleet. Nor was he at all blind to the dignity of his position, to which, indeed, he was rendered peculiarly competent, if the reputation he enjoyed was deserved. He had the name of being the foremost surgeon in the Navy, a gentleman of remarkable science and a veteran practitioner. He was a small, withered man, nearly, perhaps quite, 60 years of age. His chest was shallow, his shoulders bent, his pantaloons hung round skeleton legs, and his face was singularly attenuated. In truth, the corporeal vitality of this man seemed in a good degree to have died out of him. He walked abroad, a curious patchwork of life and death, with a wig, one glass eye, and a set of false teeth, while his voice was husky and thick. But his mind seemed undebilitated, as in youth. It shone out of his remaining eye with basilisk brilliancy. Like most old physicians and surgeons who have seen much service, and have been promoted to high professional place for their scientific attainments, this Cuticle was an enthusiast in his calling. In private, he had once been heard to say, confidentially, that he would rather cut off a man's arm than dismember the wing of the most delicate pheasant. In particular, the department of morbid anatomy was his peculiar love, and in his state-room below he had a most unsightly collection of Parisian casts, in plaster and wax, representing all imaginable malformations of the human members, both organic and induced by disease. Chief among these was a cast, often to be met with in the anatomical museums of Europe, and no doubt an unexaggerated copy of a genuine original. It was the head of an elderly woman, with an aspect singularly gentle and meek, but at the same time wonderfully expressive of a gnawing sorrow never to be relieved. You would almost have thought it the face of some abbess, for some unspeakable crime voluntarily sequestered from human society, and leading a life of agonized penitence without hope, so marvelously sad and tearfully pitiable was this head. But when you first beheld it, no such emotions ever crossed your mind. All your eyes and all your horrified soul were fast fascinated and frozen by the sight of a hideous crumpled horn, like that of a ram, downward growing out from the forehead, and partly shadowing the face. But as you gazed, the freezing fascination of its horribleness gradually waned, and then your whole heart burst with sorrow as you contemplated those aged features, ashy pale and wan. The horn seemed the mark of a curse for some mysterious sin conceived and committed before the spirit had entered the flesh. Yet that sin seemed something imposed, and not voluntarily sought; some sin growing out of the heartless necessities of the predestination of things; some sin under which the sinner sank in sinless woe. But no pang of pain, not the slightest touch of concern, ever crossed the bosom of Cuticle when he looked on this cast. It was immovably fixed to a bracket against the partition of his state-room, so that it was the first object that greeted his eyes when he opened them from his nightly sleep. Nor was it to hide the face that upon retiring he always hung his navy cap upon the upward curling extremity of the horn, for that obscured it but little. The surgeon's cot-boy, the lad who made up his swinging bed and took care of his room, often told us of the horror he sometimes felt when he would find himself alone in his master's retreat. At times he was seized with the idea that Cuticle was a preternatural being, and once entering his room in the middle watch of the night, he started at finding it enveloped in a thick, bluish vapor, and stifling with the odors of brimstone. Upon hearing a low groan from the smoke, with a wild cry he darted from the place, and, rousing the occupants of the neighboring state-rooms, it was found that the vapor proceeded from smouldering bunches of lucifer matches, which had become ignited through the carelessness of the surgeon. Cuticle, almost dead, was dragged from the suffocating atmosphere, and it was several days ere he completely recovered from its effects. This accident took place immediately over the powder magazine; but as Cuticle, during his sickness, paid dearly enough for transgressing the laws prohibiting combustibles in the gun-room, the captain contented himself with privately remonstrating with him. Well knowing the enthusiasm of the surgeon for all specimens of morbid anatomy, some of the ward-room officers used to play upon his credulity, though in every case Cuticle was not long in discovering their deceptions. Once, when they had some sago pudding for dinner, and Cuticle chanced to be ashore, they made up a neat parcel of this bluish-white, firm, jelly-like preparation, and, placing it in a tin box carefully sealed with wax, they deposited it on the gun-room table, with a note purporting to come from an eminent physician in Rio, connected with the Grand National Museum on the Praça da Clamajao, begging leave to present the scientific Señor Cuticle, with the donor's compliments, an uncommonly fine specimen of a cancer. Descending to the ward-room, Cuticle spied the note, and no sooner read it than, clutching the case, he opened it, and exclaimed, "Beautiful! Splendid! I have never seen a finer specimen of this most interesting disease." "What have you there, Surgeon Cuticle?" said a lieutenant, advancing. "Why, sir, look at it. Did you ever see anything more exquisite?" "Very exquisite, indeed. Let me have a bit of it, will you, Cuticle?" "Let you have a bit of it!" shrieked the surgeon, starting back. "Let you have one of my limbs? I wouldn't mar so large a specimen for $100. But what can you want of it? You are not making collections." "I'm fond of the article," said the lieutenant. "It's a fine, cold relish to bacon or ham. You know, I was in New Zealand last cruise, Cuticle, and got into sad dissipation there among the cannibals. Come, let's have a bit, if it's only a mouthful." "Why, you infernal Feejee," shouted Cuticle, eyeing the other with a confounded expression, "you don't really mean to eat a piece of this cancer?" "Hand it to me, and see whether I will not," was the reply. "In God's name, take it," cried the surgeon, putting the case into his hands and then standing with his own uplifted. "Steward!" cried the Lieutenant. "The castor, quick! I always use plenty of pepper with this dish, Surgeon. It's oystery. Ah, this is really delicious," he added, smacking his lips over a mouthful. "Try it now, Surgeon, and you'll never keep such a fine dish as this lying uneaten on your hands as a mere scientific curiosity." Cuticle's whole countenance changed, and slowly walking up to the table, he put his nose close to the tin case, then touched its contents with his finger and tasted it. "Enough!" Buttoning up his coat, in all the tremblings of an old man's rage, he burst from the ward-room, and, calling for a boat, was not seen again for 24 hours. But though, like all other mortals, Cuticle was subject at times to these fits of passion, at least under outrageous provocation, nothing could exceed his coolness when actually employed in his eminent vocation. Surrounded by moans and shrieks, by features distorted with anguish inflicted by himself, he yet maintained a countenance almost supernaturally calm, and unless the intense interest of the operation flushed his wan face with a momentary tinge of professional enthusiasm, he toiled away untouched by the keenest misery coming under a fleet surgeon's eye. Indeed, long habitation to the dissecting-room and the amputation table had made him seemingly impervious to the ordinary emotions of humanity. Yet you could not say that Cuticle was essentially a cruel-hearted man. His apparent heartlessness must have been of a purely scientific origin. It is not to be imagined even that Cuticle would have harmed a fly, unless he could procure a microscope powerful enough to assist him in experimenting on the minute vitals of the creature. But, notwithstanding his marvellous indifference to the sufferings of his patients, and spite even of his enthusiasm in his vocation, not cooled by frosting old age itself, Cuticle, on some occasions, would affect a certain disrelish of his profession, and declaim against the necessity that forced a man of his humanity to perform a surgical operation. Especially was it apt to be thus with him, when the case was one of more than ordinary interest. In discussing it previous to setting about it, he would veil his eagerness under an aspect of great circumspection, curiously marred, however, by continual sallies of unsuppressible impatience. But the knife once in his hand, the compassionless surgeon himself, undisguised, stood before you. Such was Cadwallader Cuticle, our surgeon of the fleet. End of chapter 61. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 62 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 62. A Consultation of Man-of-War Surgeons. It seems customary for the surgeon of the fleet, when any important operation in his department is on the anvil, and there is nothing to absorb professional attention from it, to invite his brother surgeons, if at hand at the time, to a ceremonious consultation upon it. And this, in courtesy, his brother surgeons expect. In pursuance of this custom, then, the surgeons of the neighboring American ships of war were requested to visit the Neversink in a body, to advise concerning the case of the topman, whose situation had now become critical. They assembled on the half-deck, and were soon joined by their respected senior, Cuticle. In a body they bowed as he approached, and accosted him with deferential regard. "Gentlemen," said Cuticle, unostentatiously seating himself on a camp-stool, handed him by his cot-boy, "we have here an extremely interesting case. You have all seen the patient, I believe. At first I had hopes that I should have been able to cut down to the ball and remove it, but the state of the patient forbade. Since then, the inflammation and sloughing of the part has been attended with a copious suppuration, great loss of substance, extreme debility and emaciation. From this, I am convinced that the ball has shattered and deadened the bone, and now lies impacted in the medullary canal. In fact, there can be no doubt that the wound is incurable, and that amputation is the only resource. But, gentlemen, I find myself placed in a very delicate predicament. I assure you I feel no professional anxiety to perform the operation. I desire your advice, and if you will now again visit the patient with me, we can then return here and decide what is best to be done. Once more, let me say that I feel no personal anxiety whatever to use the knife." The assembled surgeons listened to this address with the most serious attention, and, in accordance with their superior's desire, now descended to the sick bay, where the patient was languishing. The examination concluded, they returned to the half-deck, and the consultation was renewed. "Gentlemen," began Cuticle again, seating himself, "you have now just inspected the limb. You have seen that there is no resource but amputation. And now, gentlemen, what do you say? Surgeon Bandage, of the Mohawk, will you express your opinion?" "The wound is a very serious one," said Bandage, a corpulent man with a high German forehead, shaking his head solemnly. "Can anything save him but amputation?" demanded Cuticle. "His constitutional debility is extreme," observed Bandage, "but I have seen more dangerous cases." "Surgeon Wedge, of the Malay," said Cuticle, in a pet, "be pleased to give your opinion, and let it be definitive, I entreat." This was said with a severe glance toward Bandage. "If I thought," began Wedge, a very spare, tall man, elevating himself still higher on his toes, "that the ball had shattered and divided the whole femur, including the greater and lesser trochanter, the linear aspera, the digital fossa, and the intertrochanteric, I should certainly be in favor of amputation. But that, sir, permit me to observe, is not my opinion." "Surgeon Sawyer, of the Buccaneer," said Cuticle, drawing in his thin lower lip with vexation, and turning to a round-faced, florid, frank, sensible-looking man, whose uniform coat very handsomely fitted him, and was adorned with an unusual quantity of gold lace. "Surgeon Sawyer, of the Buccaneer, let us now hear your opinion, if you please. Is not amputation the only resource, sir?" "Excuse me," said Sawyer, "I am decidedly opposed to it; for if hitherto the patient has not been strong enough to undergo the extraction of the ball, I do not see how he can be expected to endure a far more severe operation. As there is no immediate danger of mortification, and you say the ball cannot be reached without making large incisions, I should support him, I think, for the present, with tonics and gentle antiphlogistics, locally applied. On no account would I proceed to amputation until further symptoms are exhibited." "Surgeon Patella, of the Algerine," said Cuticle, in an ill-suppressed passion, abruptly turning round on the person addressed, "will you have the kindness to say whether you do not think that amputation is the only resource?" Now, Patella was the youngest of the company, a modest man, filled with a profound reverence for the science of Cuticle, and desirous of gaining his good opinion, yet not wishing to commit himself altogether by a decided reply, though, like Surgeon Sawyer, in his own mind, he might have been clearly against the operation. "What have you remarked, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," said Patella, respectfully hemming, "concerning the dangerous condition of the limb, seems obvious enough. Amputation would certainly be a cure to the wound, but then, as, notwithstanding his present debility, the patient seems to have a strong constitution, he might rally, as it is, and by your scientific treatment, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," bowing, "be entirely made whole, without risking an amputation. Still, it is a very critical case, and amputation may be indispensable, and if it is to be performed, there ought to be no delay whatever. That is my view of the case, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet." "Surgeon Patella, then, gentlemen," said Cuticle, turning round triumphantly, "is clearly of opinion that amputation should be immediately performed. For my own part, individually, I mean, and without respect to the patient, I am sorry to have it so decided. But this settles the question, gentlemen. In my own mind, however, it was settled before. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning the operation will be performed. I shall be happy to see you all on the occasion, and also your juniors," alluding to the absent assistant surgeons. "Good morning, gentlemen. At 10 o'clock, remember." And Cuticle retreated to the ward-room. End of Chapter 62. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 63 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 63. The Operation. Next morning, at the appointed hour, the surgeons arrived in a body. They were accompanied by their juniors, young men ranging in age from 19 years to 30. Like the senior surgeons, these young gentlemen were arrayed in their blue navy uniforms, displaying a profusion of bright buttons and several broad bars of gold lace about the wristbands. As in honor of the occasion, they had put on their best coats. They looked exceedingly brilliant. The whole party immediately descended to the half-deck, where preparations had been made for the operation. A large garrison ensign was stretched across the ship by the mainmast, so as completely to screen the space behind. This space included the whole extent aft to the bulkhead of the Commodore's cabin, at the door of which the marine orderly paced, in plain sight, cutlass in hand. Upon two gun-carriages, dragged amidships, the death-board, used for burials at sea, was horizontally placed, covered with an old royal stunsail. Upon this occasion, to do duty as an amputation table, it was widened by an additional plank. Two match-tubs near by, placed one upon another, at either end supporting another plank, distinct from the table, whereon was exhibited an array of saws and knives of various and peculiar shapes and sizes. Also, a sort of steel, something like the dinner-table implement, together with long needles, crooked at the end for taking up the arteries, and large darning needles, thread, and beeswax for sewing up a wound. At the end, nearest the large table, was a tin basin of water, surrounded by small sponges placed at mathematical intervals. From the long horizontal pole of a great gun-rammer, fixed in its usual place overhead, hung a number of towels, with U.S. marked in the corners. All these arrangements had been made by the surgeon's steward, a person whose important functions in a man of war will, in a future chapter, be entered upon at large. Upon the present occasion, he was bustling about, adjusting and readjusting the knives, needles, and carver, like an over-conscientious butler, fidgeting over a dinner-table just before the convivialists enter. But by far the most striking object to be seen behind the ensign was a human skeleton, whose every joint articulated with wires. By a rivet at the apex of the skull, it hung dangling from a hammock-hook fixed in a beam above. Why this object was here will presently be seen, but why it was placed immediately at the foot of the amputation table, only Surgeon Cuticle can tell. While the final preparations were being made, Cuticle stood conversing with the assembled surgeons and assistant surgeons, his invited guests. "Gentlemen," said he, taking up one of the glittering knives and artistically drawing the steel across it, "Gentlemen, though these scenes are very unpleasant, and in some moods, I may say, repulsive to me, Yet how much better for our patient to have the contusions and lacerations of his present wound, with all its dangerous symptoms, converted into a clean incision, free from these objections, and occasioning so much less subsequent anxiety to himself and the surgeon. Yes," he added tenderly, feeling the edge of his knife, "amputation is our only resource. Is it not so, Surgeon Patella?" turning toward that gentleman, as if relying upon some sort of an assent, however clogged with conditions. "Certainly," said Patella. "Amputation is your only resource, Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet. That is, I mean, if you are fully persuaded of its necessity." The other surgeons said nothing, maintaining a somewhat reserved air, as if conscious that they had no positive authority in the case, whatever might be their own private opinions. But they seemed willing to behold, and, if called upon, to assist at the operation, since it could not now be averted. The young men, their assistants, looked very eager, and cast frequent glances of awe upon so distinguished a practitioner as the venerable Cuticle. "They say he can drop a leg in 1 minute and 10 seconds from the moment the knife touches it," whispered one of them to another. "We shall see," was the reply, and the speaker clapped his hand to his fob to see if his watch would be forthcoming when wanted. "Are you all ready here?" demanded Cuticle, now advancing to his steward. "Have not those fellows got through yet?" pointing to 3 men of the carpenter's gang who were placing bits of wood under the gun carriages supporting the central table. "They are just through, sir," respectfully answered the steward, touching his hand to his forehead, as if there were a cap front there. "Bring up the patient, then," said Cuticle. "Young gentlemen," he added, turning to the row of assistant surgeons, "seeing you here reminds me of the classes of students once under my instruction at the Philadelphia College of Physicians and Surgeons. Ah, those were happy days," he sighed, applying the extreme corner of his handkerchief to his glass eye. "Excuse an old man's emotions, young gentlemen, but when I think of the numerous rare cases that then came under my treatment, I cannot but give way to my feelings. The town, the city, the metropolis, young gentlemen, is the place for you students. At least in these dull times of peace, when the Army and Navy furnish no inducements for a youth ambitious of rising in our honorable profession. Take an old man's advice, and if the war now threatening between the States and Mexico should break out, exchange your Navy commissions for commissions in the Army. From having no military marine herself, Mexico has always been backward in furnishing subjects for the amputation tables of foreign navies. The cause of science has languished in her hands. The Army, young gentlemen, is your best school. Depend upon it. You will hardly believe it, Surgeon Bandage," turning to that gentleman, "but this is my first important case of surgery in a nearly 3 years' cruise. I have been almost wholly confined in this ship to doctors' practice prescribing for fevers and fluxes. True, the other day a man fell from the mizzen-top sail-yard, but that was merely an aggravated case of dislocations and bones splintered and broken. No one, sir, could have made an amputation of it, without severely contusing his conscience, and mine, I may say it, gentlemen, without ostentation, is peculiarly susceptible." And so saying, the knife and carver touchingly dropped to his sides, and he stood for a moment fixed in a tender reverie, but a commotion being heard beyond the curtain, he started, and, briskly crossing and recrossing the knife and carver, exclaimed, "Ali, here comes our patient. Surgeons, this side of the table, if you please. Young gentlemen, a little further off, I beg. Steward, take off my coat, so. My neckerchief now. I must be perfectly unencumbered, Surgeon Patella, or I can do nothing whatever." These articles being removed, he snatched off his wig, placing it on the gun-deck capstan, then took out his set of false teeth and placed it by the side of the wig, and lastly, putting his forefinger to the inner angle of his blind eye, spirited out the glass optic with professional dexterity, and deposited that also next to the wig and false teeth. Thus divested of nearly all inorganic appurtenances, what was left of the surgeon slightly shook itself, to see whether anything more could be spared to advantage. "Carpenter's mates," he now cried, "will you never get through with that job?" "Almost through, sir; just through," they replied, staring round in search of the strange, unearthly voice that addressed them, for the absence of his teeth had not at all improved the conversational tones of the surgeon of the fleet. With natural curiosity, these men had purposely been lingering, to see all they could; but now, having no further excuse, they snatched up their hammers and chisels, and, like the stage-builders decamping from a public meeting at the 11th hour, after just completing the rostrum in time for the first speaker, the carpenter's gang withdrew. The broad ensign now lifted, revealing a glimpse of the crowd of man-of-war's men outside, and the patient, borne in the arms of two of his messmates, entered the place. He was much emaciated, weak as an infant, and every limb visibly trembled, or rather jarred, like the head of a man with the palsy. As if an organic and involuntary apprehension of death had seized the wounded leg, its nervous motions were so violent that one of the messmates was obliged to keep his hand upon it. The topman was immediately stretched upon the table, the attendants steadying his limbs, when, slowly opening his eyes, he glanced about at the glittering knives and saws, the towels and sponges, the armed sentry at the Commodore's cabin door, the row of eager-eyed students, the meagre death's head of a cuticle, now with his shirt-sleeves rolled up upon his withered arms, and knife in hand, and finally, his eyes settled in horror upon the skeleton, slowly vibrating and jingling before him with the slow, slight roll of the frigate in the water. "I would advise perfect repose of your every limb, my man," said Cuticle, addressing him. "The precision of an operation is often impaired by the inconsiderate restlessness of the patient. But if you consider, my good fellow," he added, in a patronizing and almost sympathetic tone, and slightly pressing his hand on the limb, "if you consider how much better it is to live with 3 limbs than to die with 4, and especially if you but knew to what torments both sailors and soldiers were subjected before the time of Celsus, owing to the lamentable ignorance of surgery then prevailing, you would certainly thank God from the bottom of your heart that your operation has been postponed to the period of this enlightened age, blessed with a Bell, a Brodie, and a Lally. My man, before Celsus's time, such was the general ignorance of our noble science, that, in order to prevent the excessive effusion of blood, it was deemed indispensable to operate with a red-hot knife," making a professional movement toward the thigh, "and pour scalding oil upon the parts," elevating his elbow, as if with a teapot in his hand, "still further to sear them, after amputation had been performed." "He is fainting," said one of his messmates. "Quick, some water." The steward immediately hurried to the topman with the basin. Cuticle took the topman by the wrist, and feeling it awhile, observed, "Don't be alarmed, men," addressing the 2 messmates. "He'll recover presently. This fainting very generally takes place." And he stood for a moment, tranquilly eyeing the patient. Now, the surgeon of the fleet and the topman presented a spectacle which, to a reflecting mind, was better than a churchyard sermon on the mortality of man. Here was a sailor who, 4 days previous, had stood erect, a pillar of life, with an arm like a royal mast and a thigh like a windlass. But the slightest conceivable finger-touch of a bit of crooked trigger had eventuated in stretching him out more helpless than an hour-old babe with a blasted thigh, utterly drained of its brawn. And who was it that now stood over him like a superior being, and, as if clothed himself with the attributes of immortality, indifferently discoursed of carving up his broken flesh, and thus piecing out his abbreviated days? Who was it that, in capacity of surgeon, seemed enacting the part of a regenerator of life? The withered, shrunken, one-eyed, toothless, hairless Cuticle, with a trunk half dead, a memento mori to behold. And while in those soul-sinking and panic-striking premonitions of speedy death which almost invariably accompany a severe gunshot wound, even with the most intrepid spirits, while thus drooping and dying, this once robust topman's eye was now waning in his head like a Lapland moon being eclipsed in clouds. Cuticle, who for years had still lived in his withered tabernacle of a body, Cuticle, no doubt sharing in the common self-delusion of old age, Cuticle must have felt his hold of life as secure as the grim hug of a grizzly bear. Verily, life is more awful than death, and let no man, though his live heart beat in him like a cannon, let him not hug his life to himself. For in the predestinated necessities of things, that bounding life of his is not a whit more secure than the life of a man on his death-bed. Today we inhale the air with expanding lungs, and life runs through us like 1,000 Niles. But tomorrow we may collapse in death, and all our veins be dry as the brook Kedron in a drought. "And now, young gentlemen," said Cuticle, turning to the assistant surgeons, "while the patient is coming to, permit me to describe to you the highly interesting operation I am about to perform." "Mr. Surgeon of the Fleet," said Surgeon Bandage, "if you are about to lecture, permit me to present you with your teeth. They will make your discourse more readily understood." And so saying, Bandage, with a bow, placed the 2 semicircles of ivory into Cuticle's hands. "Thank you, Surgeon Bandage," said Cuticle, and slipped the ivory into its place. "In the first place now, young gentlemen, let me direct your attention to the excellent preparation before you. I have had it unpacked from its case and set up here from my state-room, where it occupies the spare berth, and all this for your express benefit, young gentlemen. This skeleton I procured in person from the Hunterian Department of the Royal College of Surgeons in London. It is a masterpiece of art, but we have no time to examine it now. Delicacy forbids that I should amplify at a juncture like this," casting an almost benignant glance toward the patient, now beginning to open his eyes. "But let me point out to you upon this thigh-bone," disengaging it from the skeleton, with a gentle twist, "the precise place where I propose to perform the operation. Here, young gentlemen, here is the place. You perceive it is very near the point of articulation with the trunk." "Yes," interposed Surgeon Wedge, rising on his toes, "yes, young gentlemen, the point of articulation with the acetabulum of the os innominatum." "Where's your bell on bones, Dick?" whispered one of the assistants to the student next to him. "Wedge has been spending the whole morning over it, getting out the hard names." "Surgeon Wedge," said Cuticle, looking round severely, "we will dispense with your commentaries, if you please, at present. Now, young gentlemen, you cannot but perceive that the point of operation being so near the trunk and the vitals, it becomes an unusually beautiful one, demanding a steady hand and a true eye, and, after all, the patient may die under my hands." "Quick, Steward! Water, water! He's fainting again!" cried the 2 messmates. "Don't be alarmed for your comrade, men," said Cuticle, turning round. "I tell you it is not an uncommon thing for the patient to betray some emotion upon these occasions, most usually manifested by swooning. It is quite natural, it should be so. But we must not delay the operation. Steward, that knife! No, the next one. There, that's it. He is coming to, I think," feeling the topman's wrist. "Are you all ready, sir?" This last observation was addressed to one of the Neversink's assistant surgeons, a tall, lank, cadaverous young man, arrayed in a sort of shroud of white canvas, pinned about his throat, and completely enveloping his person. He was seated on a match-tub, the skeleton swinging near his head, at the foot of the table, in readiness to grasp the limb, as when a plank is being severed by a carpenter and his apprentice. "The sponges, Steward," said Cuticle, for the last time taking out his teeth, and drawing up his shirt-sleeves still further. Then, taking the patient by the wrist, "Stand by, now, you messmates. Keep hold of his arms. Pin him down. Steward, put your hand on the artery. I shall commence as soon as his pulse begins to... Now, now." Letting fall the wrist, Feeling the thigh carefully, and bowing over it an instant, he drew the fatal knife unerringly across the flesh. As it first touched the part, the row of surgeons simultaneously dropped their eyes to the watches in their hands, while the patient lay, with eyes horribly distended, in a kind of waking trance. Not a breath was heard, but as the quivering flesh parted in a long, lingering gash, a spring of blood welled up between the living walls of the wounds, and two thick streams, in opposite directions, coursed down the thigh. The sponges were instantly dipped in the purple pool. Every face present was pinched to a point with suspense. The limb writhed, the man shrieked, his messmates pinioned him, while round and round the leg went the unpitying cut. "The saw," said Cuticle. Instantly it was in his hand. Full of the operation, he was about to apply it, when, looking up and turning to the assistant surgeons, he said, "Would any of you young gentlemen like to apply the saw? A splendid subject." Several volunteered. When selecting one, Cuticle surrendered the instrument to him, saying, "Don't be hurried now, be steady." While the rest of the assistants looked upon their comrade with glances of envy, he went rather timidly to work, and Cuticle, who was earnestly regarding him, suddenly snatched the saw from his hand. "Away, butcher! You disgrace the profession! Look at me!" For a few moments the thrilling, rasping sound was heard, and then the topman seemed parted in twain at the hip, as the leg slowly slid into the arms of the pale, gaunt man in the shroud, who at once made away with it, and tucked it out of sight under one of the guns. "Surgeon Sawyer," now said Cuticle, courteously turning to the surgeon of the Mohawk, "would you like to take up the arteries? They are quite at your service, sir." "Do, Sawyer, be prevailed upon," said Surgeon Bandage. Sawyer complied, and while, with some modesty, he was conducting the operation, Cuticle, turning to the row of assistants, said, "Young gentlemen, we will now proceed with our illustration. Hand me that bone, Steward." And taking the thigh bone in his still bloody hands, and holding it conspicuously before his auditors, the Surgeon of the Fleet began. "Young gentlemen, you will perceive that precisely at this spot, here, to which I previously directed your attention, at the corresponding spot precisely, the operation has been performed. About here, young gentlemen, here," lifting his hand some inches from the bone, "about here the great artery was. But you noticed that I did not use the tourniquet. I never do. The forefinger of my steward is far better than a tourniquet, being so much more manageable, and leaving the smaller veins uncompressed. But I have been told, young gentlemen, that a certain Señor Signoroni, a surgeon of Seville, has recently invented an admirable substitute for the clumsy, old-fashioned tourniquet. As I understand it, it is something like a pair of calipers, working with a small Archimedes screw. A very clever invention, according to all accounts. For the padded points at the end of the arches," arching his forefinger and thumb, "can be so worked as to approximate in such a way as to—but you don't attend to me, young gentlemen," he added all at once, starting. Being more interested in the active proceedings of Surgeon Sawyer, who was now threading a needle to sew up the overlapping of the stump, the young gentlemen had not sculpted to turn away their attention altogether from the lecturer. A few moments more, and the topman, in a swoon, was removed below into the sick bay. As the curtain settled again after the patient had disappeared, Cuticle, still holding the thigh bone of the skeleton in his ensanguined hands, proceeded with his remarks upon it, and having concluded them, added, "Now, young gentlemen, not the least interesting consequence of this operation will be the finding of the ball, which, in case of non-amputation, might have long eluded the most careful search. That ball, young gentlemen, must have taken a most circuitous route; nor, in cases where the direction is oblique, is this at all unusual. Indeed, the learned Henner gives us a most remarkable, I had almost said an incredible, case of a soldier's neck, where the bullet, entering at the part called Adam's apple, "Yes," said Surgeon Wedge, elevating himself, "the pomum Adami." "Entering the point called Adam's apple," continued Cuticle, severely emphasizing the last two words, "ran completely round the neck, and, emerging at the same hole it had entered, shot the next man in the ranks. It was afterward extracted," says Renner, "from the second man, and pieces of the other's skin were found adhering to it. But examples of foreign substances being received into the body with a ball, young gentlemen, are frequently observed. Being attached to a United States ship at the time, I happened to be near the spot of the battle of Ayacucho in Peru. The day after the action I saw in the barracks of the wounded a trooper who, having been severely injured in the brain, went crazy, and, with his own holster pistol, committed suicide in the hospital. The ball drove inward a portion of his woolen nightcap." "In the form of a cul-de-sac, doubtless," said the undaunted Wedge. "For once, Surgeon Wedge, you use the only term that can be employed; and let me avail myself of this opportunity to say to you, young gentlemen, that a man of true science," expanding his shallow chest a little, "uses but few hard words, and those only when none other will answer his purpose; whereas the smatterer in science," slightly glancing toward Wedge, "thinks that by mouthing hard words he proves that he understands hard things. Let this sink deep in your minds, young gentlemen; and, Surgeon Wedge," with a stiff bow, "permit me to submit the reflection to yourself. Well, young gentlemen, the bullet was afterward extracted by pulling upon the external parts of the cul-de-sac, a simple but exceedingly beautiful operation. There is a fine example, somewhat similar, related in Guthrie, but of course you must have met with it in so well known a work as his treatise upon gunshot wounds. When, upward of 20 years ago, I was with Lord Cochrane, then Admiral of the fleets of this very country," pointing shoreward out of a port-hole, "a sailor of the vessel to which I was attached, during the blockade of Bahia, had his leg—" But by this time the fidgets had completely taken possession of his auditors, especially of the senior surgeons, and turning upon them abruptly, he added, "But I will not detain you longer, gentlemen," turning round upon all the surgeons. "Your dinners must be waiting you on board your respective ships. But, Surgeon Sawyer, perhaps you may desire to wash your hands before you go. There is the basin, sir. You will find a clean towel on the rammer. For myself, I seldom use them," taking out his handkerchief. "I must leave you now, gentlemen," bowing. "To-morrow at 10 the limb will be upon the table, and I shall be happy to see you all upon the occasion. Who's there?" turning to the curtain, which then rustled. "Please, sir," said the steward, entering, "the patient is dead." "The body also, gentlemen, at 10 precisely," said Cuticle, once more turning round upon his guests. "I predicted that the operation might prove fatal. He was very much run down. Good morning," and Cuticle departed. "He does not surely mean to touch the body?" exclaimed Surgeon Sawyer with much excitement. "Oh, no," said Patella, "that's only his way. He means, doubtless, that it may be inspected previous to being taken ashore for burial." The assemblage of gold-laced surgeons now ascended to the quarter-deck. The second cutter was called away by the bugler, and, one by one, they were dropped aboard of their respective ships. The following evening the messmates of the topman rowed his remains ashore, and buried them in the ever-vernal Protestant cemetery, hard by the beach of the Flamingoes, in plain sight from the bay. End of Chapter 63. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 64 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 64. Man of War Trophies. When the second cutter pulled about among the ships, dropping the surgeons aboard the American men of war here and there, as a pilot boat distributes her pilots at the mouth of the harbor, she passed several foreign frigates, two of which, an Englishman and a Frenchman, had excited not a little remark on board the Neversink. These vessels often loosed their sails and exercised yards simultaneously with ourselves, as if desirous of comparing the respective efficiency of the crews. When we were nearly ready for sea, the English frigate, weighing her anchor, made all sail with the sea breeze, and began showing off her paces by gliding about among all the men of war in harbor, and particularly by running down under the Neversink's stern. Every time she drew near, we complimented her by lowering our ensign a little, and invariably she courteously returned the salute. She was inviting us to a sailing match, and it was rumored that, when we should leave the bay, our captain would have no objections to gratify her, for, be it known, the Neversink was accounted the fleetest keeled craft sailing under the American long pennant. Perhaps this was the reason why the stranger challenged us. It may have been that a portion of our crew were the more anxious to race with this frigate, from a little circumstance which a few of them deemed rather galling. Not many cables' length distant from our Commodore's cabin lay the frigate President, with the red cross of St. George flying from her peak. As its name imported, this fine craft was an American-born, but having been captured during the last war with Britain, she now sailed the salt seas as a trophy. Think of it, my gallant countrymen, one and all, down the sea-coast and along the endless banks of the Ohio and Columbia. Think of the twinges we sea-patriots must have felt to behold the live oak of the Floridas and the pines of green Maine built into the oaken walls of old England. But, to some of the sailors, there was a counterbalancing thought, as grateful as the other was galling. And that was, that somewhere, sailing under the stars and stripes, was the frigate Macedonian, a British-born craft which had once sported the battle banner of Britain. It has ever been the custom to spend almost any amount of money in repairing a captured vessel, in order that she may long survive to commemorate the heroism of the conqueror. Thus, in the English Navy, there are many Monsieurs of 74s won from the Gaul. But we Americans can show but few similar trophies, though, no doubt, we would much like to be able to do so. But I never have beheld any of the floating trophies without being reminded of a scene once witnessed in a pioneer village on the western bank of the Mississippi. Not far from this village, where the stumps of aboriginal trees yet stand in the marketplace, some years ago lived a portion of the remnant tribes of the Sioux Indians, who frequently visited the white settlements to purchase trinkets and cloths. One florid crimson evening in July, when the red-hot sun was going down in a blaze, and I was leaning against a corner in my huntsman's frock, lo, there came stalking out of the crimson west a gigantic red man, erect as a pine, with his glittering tomahawk, big as a broad-axe, folded in martial repose across his chest. Moodily wrapped in his blanket, and striding like a king on the stage, he promenaded up and down the rustic streets, exhibiting on the back of his blanket a crowd of human hands, rudely delineated in red. One of them seemed recently drawn. "Who is this warrior?" asked I, "and why marches he here? And for what are these bloody hands?" "The warrior is the red-hot coal," said a pioneer in moccasins by my side. "He marches here to show off his last trophy. Every one of those hands attests a foe scalped by his tomahawk. And he has just emerged from Ben Brown's, the painter, who has sketched the last red hand that you see. For last night this red-hot coal outburned the yellow torch, the chief of a band of the Foxes." Poor savage, thought I. And is this the cause of your lofty gait? Do you straighten yourself to think that you have committed a murder, when a chance-falling stone has often done the same? Is it a proud thing to topple down 6 feet perpendicular of immortal manhood, though that lofty living tower needed perhaps 30 good growing summers to bring it to maturity? poor savage. And you account it so glorious, do you, to mutilate and destroy what God himself was more than a quarter of a century in building? And yet, fellow Christians, what is the American frigate Macedonian, or the English frigate President, but as two bloody red hands painted on this poor savage's blanket? Are there no Moravians in the moon, that not a missionary has yet visited this poor pagan planet of ours to civilize civilization and Christianize Christendom? End of chapter 64. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 65 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 65, A Man of War Race. We lay in Rio so long, for what reason the Commodore only knows, that a saying went abroad among the impatient sailors that our frigate would at last ground on the beef bones daily thrown overboard by the cooks. But at last good tidings came. "All hands up, anchor ahoy!" And bright and early in the morning up came our old iron, as the sun rose in the east. The land breezes at Rio, by which alone vessels may emerge from the bay, is ever languid and faint. It comes from gardens of citrons and cloves, spiced with all the spices of the Tropic of Capricorn. And like that old exquisite, Mohammed, who so much loved to snuff perfumes and essences, and used to lounge out of the conservatories of Khadijah, his wife, to give battle to the robust sons of Koresh. Even so, this Rio land breeze comes jaded with sweet-smelling savors, to wrestle with the wild Tartar breezes of the sea. Slowly we dropped and dropped down the bay, glided like a stately swan through the outlet, and were gradually rolled by the smooth, sliding billows broad out upon the deep. Straight in our wake came the tall mainmast of the English fighting frigate, terminating like a steepled cathedral in the bannered cross of the religion of peace. And straight after her came the rainbow banner of France, sporting God's token that no more would he make war on the earth. Both Englishmen and Frenchmen were resolved upon a race, and we Yankees swore by our topsails and royals to sink their blazing banners that night among the southern constellations we should daily be extinguishing behind us in our run to the north. "Aye," said Mad Jack, "St. George's banner shall be as the Southern Cross, out of sight, leagues down the horizon, while our gallant stars, my brave boys, shall burn all alone in the north, like the Great Bear at the pole. Come on, Rainbow and Cross!" But the wind was long languid and faint, not yet recovered from its night's dissipation ashore, and noon advanced, with the Sugar-Loaf Pinnacle in sight. Now, it is not with ships as with horses, for though if a horse walk well and fast, it generally furnishes good token that he is not bad at a gallop, yet the ship that in a light breeze is outstripped may sweep the stakes, so soon as a t'gallant breeze enables her to strike into a canter. Thus fared it with us. First, the Englishman glided ahead, and bluffly passed on. Then the Frenchman politely bade us adieu, while the old Neversink lingered behind, railing at the effeminate breeze. At one time, all three frigates were irregularly abreast, forming a diagonal line, and so near were all three, that the stately officers on the poops stiffly saluted by touching their caps, though refraining from any further civilities. At this juncture, it was a noble sight to behold those fine frigates, with dripping breast-hooks, all rearing and nodding in concert, and to look through their tall spars and wilderness of rigging, that seemed like inextricably entangled gigantic cobwebs against the sky. Towards sundown the ocean pawed its white hoofs to the spur of its helter-skelter rider, a strong blast from the eastward, and, giving 3 cheers from decks, yards, and tops, we crowded all sail on St. George and St. Denis. But it is harder to overtake than outstrip. Night fell upon us, still in the rear, still where the little boat was, which, at the 11th hour, according to a rabbinical tradition, pushed after the ark of old Noah. It was a misty, cloudy night, and though at first our lookouts kept the chase in dim sight, yet at last so thick became the atmosphere that no sign of a strange spar was to be seen. But the worst of it was that, when last discerned, the Frenchman was broad on our weather bow, and the Englishman gallantly leading his van. The breeze blew fresher and fresher, but, with even our main royal set, we dashed along through a cream-colored ocean of illuminated foam. White Jacket was then in the top, and it was glorious to look down and see our black hull butting the white sea with its broad bows like a ram. "We must beat them with such a breeze, dear Jack," said I to our noble captain of the top. "But the same breeze blows for John Bull, remember," replied Jack, who, being a Briton, perhaps favored the Englishman more than the Neversink. "But how we boom through the billows!" cried Jack, gazing over the top rail. Then, flinging forth his arm, recited, "A slope, and gliding on the leeward side, the bounding vessel cuts the roaring tide." Camoens, White Jacket, Camoens, did you ever read him? The Lusiad, I mean. It's the man-of-war epic of the world, my lad. Give me Gamma for a Commodore, say I. Noble Gamma. And Michael, White Jacket, did you ever read him? William Julius Michael, Camoens' translator? A disappointed man, though, White Jacket. Besides his version of the Lusiad, he wrote many forgotten things. Did you ever see his ballad of Cumnor Hall? No? Why, it gave Sir Walter Scott the hint of Kenilworth. My father knew Michael when he went to sea on board the old Romney man-of-war. How many great men have been sailors, White Jacket? They say Homer himself was once a tar, even as his hero, Ulysses, was both a sailor and a shipwright. I'll swear Shakespeare was once a captain of the forecastle. Do you mind the first scene in The Tempest, White Jacket? And the world-finder Christopher Columbus was a sailor, and so was Camoens, who went to sea with Gamma, else we had never had the Lusiad, White Jacket. Yes, I've sailed over the very track that Camoens sailed, round the East Cape into the Indian Ocean. I've been in Don Jose's garden, too, in Macao, and bathed my feet in the blessed dew of the walks where Camoens wandered before me. Yes, White Jacket, and I have seen and sat in the cave at the end of the flowery winding way, where Camoens, according to tradition, composed certain parts of his Lusiad. Ay, Camoens was a sailor once. Then there's Falconer, whose shipwreck will never founder, though he himself, poor fellow, was lost at sea in the Aurora frigate. Old Noah was the first sailor, and St. Paul, too, knew how to box the compass, my lad. Mind you that chapter in Acts? I couldn't spin the yarn better myself. Were you ever in Malta? They called it Melita in the Apostles' day. I have been in Paul's cave there, White Jacket. They say a piece of it is good for a charm against shipwreck, but I never tried it. There's Shelley. He was quite a sailor. Shelley? Poor lad. A Percy, too, but they ought to have let him sleep in his sailor's grave. He was drowned in the Mediterranean, you know, near Leghorn, and not burn his body as they did, as if he had been a bloody Turk. But many people thought him so, White Jacket, because he didn't go to mass, and because he wrote Queen Mab. Trelawney was by at the burning, and he was an ocean rover, too. Ay, and Byron helped put a piece of a keel on the fire, for it was made of bits of a wreck, they say. One wreck burning another. And was not Byron a sailor, an amateur forecastleman, White Jacket? So he was. Else how bid the ocean heave and fall in that grand, majestic way? I say, White Jacket, d'ye mind me? There never was a very great man yet who spent all his life inland. A snuff of the sea, my boy, is inspiration, and having been once out of sight of land has been the making of many a true poet and the blasting of many pretenders. For, d'ye see, there's no gammon about the ocean. It knocks the false keel right off a pretender's bows. It tells him just what he is, and makes him feel it, too. A sailor's life, I say, is the thing to bring us mortals out. What does the blessed Bible say? Don't it say that we main-top-men alone see the marvelous sights and wonders? Don't deny the blessed Bible, now. Don't do it. How it rocks up here, my boy, holding on to a shroud. But it only proves what I've been saying. The sea is the place to cradle genius. Heave and fall, old sea. And you also, noble Jack, said I. What are you but a sailor? You're merry, my boy, said Jack, looking up with a glance like that of a sentimental archangel doomed to drag out his eternity in disgrace. But mind you, White Jacket, there are many great men in the world besides commodores and captains. I've that here, White Jacket, touching his forehead, which, under happier skies, perhaps in you, solitary star there, peeping down from those clouds, might have made a Homer of me. But fate is fate, White Jacket, and we Homers who happen to be captains of tops must write our odes in our hearts, and publish them in our heads. But look! The captain's on the poop. It was now midnight, but all the officers were on deck. "Jib boom there!" cried the lieutenant of the watch, going forward and hailing the headmost lookout. "D'ye see anything of those fellows now?" "See nothing, sir." "See nothing, sir," said the lieutenant, approaching the captain, and touching his cap. "Call all hands," roared the captain. "This keel shan't be beat while I stride it." All hands were called, and the hammocks stowed in the nettings for the rest of the night, so that no one could lie between blankets. Now, in order to explain the means adopted by the captain to ensure us the race, it needs to be said of the Neversink that, for some years after being launched, she was accounted one of the slowest vessels in the American Navy. But it chanced upon a time that, being on a cruise in the Mediterranean, she happened to sail out of Port Mahon, in what was then supposed to be very bad trim for the sea. Her bows were rooting in the water, and her stern kicking up its heels in the air. But, wonderful to tell, it was soon discovered that in this comical posture she sailed like a shooting star. She outstripped every vessel on the station. Thenceforward all her captains on all cruises trimmed her by the head, and the Neversink gained the name of a clipper. To return. All hands being called, they were now made use of by Captain Claret as make-weights to trim the ship scientifically to her most approved bearings. Some were sent forward on the spar-deck with 24-pound shot in their hands, and were judiciously scattered about here and there, with strict orders not to budge an inch from their stations, for fear of marring the captain's plans. Others were distributed along the gun and berth decks with similar orders, and, to crown all, several cannonade guns were unshipped from their carriages and swung in their breechings from the beams of the main deck, so as to impart a sort of vibratory briskness and oscillating buoyancy to the frigate. And thus we 500 make-weights stood out that whole night, some of us exposed to a drenching rain, in order that the Neversink might not be beaten. But the comfort and consolation of all make-weights is as dust in the balance in the estimation of the rulers of our man-of-war world. The long, anxious night at last came to an end, and, with the first peep of day, the lookout on the jib-boom was hailed, but nothing was in sight. At last it was broad day, yet still not a bow was to be seen in our rear, nor a stern in our van. "Where are they?" cried the captain. "Out of sight astern, to be sure, sir," said the officer of the deck. "Out of sight ahead, to be sure, sir," muttered Jack Chase in the top. Precisely thus stood the question. Whether we beat them, or whether they beat us, no mortal can tell to this hour, since we never saw them again. But for one, White Jacket will lay his 2 hands on the bow chasers of the Neversink, and take his ship's oath that we Yankees carried the day. End of Chapter 65. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 66 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 66. Fun in a Man of War. After the race, our man-of-war derby, we had many days fine weather, during which we continued running before the trades toward the north. Exhilarated by the thought of being homeward bound, many of the seamen became joyous, and the discipline of the ship, if anything, became a little relaxed. Many pastimes served to while away the dog watches in particular. These dog watches, embracing 2 hours in the early part of the evening, form the only authorized playtime for the crews of most ships at sea. Among other diversions at present licensed by authority in the Neversink were those of single stick, sparring, hammer and anvil, and head bumping. All these were under the direct patronage of the captain; otherwise, seeing the consequences they sometimes led to, they would undoubtedly have been strictly prohibited. It is a curious coincidence that when a navy captain does not happen to be an admirer of the Fistiana, his crew seldom amuse themselves in that way. Single stick, as everyone knows, is a delightful pastime which consists in 2 men standing a few feet apart, and rapping each other over the head with long poles. There is a good deal of fun in it, so long as you are not hit; but a hit, in the judgment of discreet persons, spoils the sport completely. When this pastime is practiced by connoisseurs ashore, they wear heavy wired helmets to break the force of the blows. But the only helmets of our tars were those with which nature had furnished them. They played with great gun-rammers. Sparring consists in playing single stick with bone poles instead of wooden ones. 2 men stand apart and pommel each other with their fists, a hard bunch of knuckles permanently attached to the arms and made globular or extended into a palm at the pleasure of the proprietor, till one of them, finding himself sufficiently thrashed, cries "Enough." Hammer and anvil is thus practiced by amateurs. Patient number 1 gets on all fours and stays so, while patient number 2 is taken up by his arms and legs, and his base is swung against the base of patient number 1, till patient number 1, with the force of the final blow, is sent flying along the deck. Head bumping, as patronized by Captain Claret, consists in 2 negroes, whites will not answer, butting at each other like rams. This pastime was an especial favorite with the captain. In the dog watches, Rosewater and Mayday were repeatedly summoned into the lee waist to tilt at each other for the benefit of the captain's health. Mayday was a full-blooded bull negro, so the sailors called him, with a skull like an iron tea-kettle, wherefore Mayday much fancied the sport. But Rosewater, he was a slender and rather handsome mulatto, and abhorred the pastime. Nevertheless, the captain must be obeyed. So, at the word, poor Rosewater was fain to put himself in a posture of defence, else Mayday would incontinently have bumped him out of a port-hole into the sea. I used to pity poor Rosewater from the bottom of my heart, but my pity was almost aroused into indignation at a sad sequel to one of these gladiatorial scenes. It seems that, Lifted up by the unaffected, though verbally unexpressed applause of the captain, Mayday had begun to despise Rosewater as a poltroon, a fellow all brains and no skull; whereas he himself was a great warrior, all skull and no brains. Accordingly, after they had been bumping one evening to the captain's content, Mayday confidentially told Rosewater that he considered him a nigger, which among some blacks is held a great term of reproach. Fired at the insult, Rosewater gave Mayday to understand that he utterly erred, for his mother, a black slave, had been one of the mistresses of a Virginia planter belonging to one of the oldest families in that state. Another insulting remark followed this innocent disclosure. Retort followed retort. In a word, at last they came together in mortal combat. The master-at-arms caught them in the act, and brought them up to the mast. The captain advanced. "Please, sir," said poor Rosewater, "it all came of that 'ere bumping. Mayday here aggrawated me 'bout it." "Master-at-arms," said the captain, "did you see them fighting?" "Aye, sir," said the master-at-arms, touching his cap. "Rig the grating," said the captain. "I'll teach you two men that, though I now and then permit you to play, I will have no fighting. Do your duty, boatswain's mate." And the negroes were flogged. Justice commands that the fact of the captain's not showing any leniency to Mayday, a decided favorite of his, at least while in the ring, should not be passed over. He flogged both culprits in the most impartial manner. As in the matter of the scene at the gangway, shortly after the Cape Horn theatricals, when my attention had been directed to the fact that the officers had shipped their quarter-deck faces upon that occasion, I say, it was seen with what facility a sea officer assumes his wonted severity of demeanor after a casual relaxation of it. This was especially the case with Captain Claret upon the present occasion. For any landsman to have beheld him in the lee waist of a pleasant dog-watch, with a genial, good-humoured countenance, observing the gladiators in the ring, and now and then indulging in a playful remark, that landsman would have deemed Captain Claret the indulgent father of his crew, perhaps permitting the excess of his kind-heartedness to encroach upon the appropriate dignity of his station. He would have deemed Captain Claret a fine illustration of those too well-known poetical comparisons between a sea-captain and a father, and between a sea-captain and the master of apprentices, instituted by those eminent maritime jurists, the noble Lords Tenterden and Stowell. But surely, if there is anything hateful, it is this shipping of the quarter-deck face after wearing a merry and good-natured one. How can they have the heart? Methinks if but once I smiled upon a man, never mind how much beneath me, I could not bring myself to condemn him to the shocking misery of the lash. Oh, officers all around the world, if this quarter-deck face you wear at all, then never unship it for another, to be merely sported for a moment. Of all insults, the temporary condescension of a master to a slave is the most outrageous and galling. That potentate who most condescends, mark him well, for that potentate, if occasion come, will prove your uttermost tyrant. End of chapter 66. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 67 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 67. White Jacket arraigned at the mast. When, with 500 others, I made one of the compelled spectators at the scourging of poor Rosewater, I little thought what fate had ordained for myself the next day. Poor mulatto, thought I, one of an oppressed race, they degrade you like a hound. Thank God, I am a white. Yet I had seen whites also scourged. For black or white, all my shipmates were liable to that. Still, there is something in us, somehow, that in the most degraded condition we snatch at a chance to deceive ourselves into a fancied superiority to others, whom we suppose lower in the scale than ourselves. Poor Rosewater, thought I, poor mulatto. Heaven send you a release from your humiliation. To make plain the thing about to be related, it needs to repeat what has somewhere been previously mentioned, that in tacking ship, every seaman in a man of war has a particular station assigned him. What that station is should be made known to him by the first lieutenant, and when the word is passed to tack or wear, it is every seaman's duty to be found at his post. But among the various numbers and stations given to me by the senior lieutenant when I first came on board the frigate, he had altogether omitted informing me of my particular place at those times. And, up to the precise period now written of, I had hardly known that I should have had any special place then at all. For the rest of the men, they seemed to me to catch hold of the first rope that offered, as in a merchantman upon similar occasions. Indeed, I subsequently discovered that such was the state of discipline, in this one particular at least, that very few of the seamen could tell where their proper stations were, at tacking or wearing. "All hands tack ship ahoy!" Such was the announcement made by the boatswain's mates at the hatchways the morning after the hard fate of Rosewater. It was just 8 bells, noon, and springing from my white jacket, which I had spread between the guns for a bed on the main deck, I ran up the ladders, and, as usual, seized hold of the main brace, which 50 hands were streaming along forward. When main topsail haul was given through the trumpet, I pulled at this brace with such heartiness and good will that I almost flattered myself that my instrumentality in getting the frigate round on the other tack deserved a public vote of thanks and a silver tankard from Congress. But something happened to be in the way aloft when the yard swung round. A little confusion ensued, and with anger on his brow, Captain Claret came forward to see what occasioned it. No one to let go the weather lift of the main yard. The rope was cast off, however, by a hand, and the yards unobstructed came round. When the last rope was coiled away, the captain desired to know of the first lieutenant who it might be that was stationed at the weather, then the starboard, main lift. With a vexed expression of countenance, the first lieutenant sent a midshipman for the station bill, when, upon glancing it over, my own name was found put down at the post in question. At the time I was on the gun-deck below, and did not know of these proceedings. But a moment after, I heard the boatswain's mates bawling my name at all the hatchways and along all 3 decks. It was the first time I had ever heard it so sent through the furthest recesses of the ship, and well knowing what this generally betokened to other seamen, my heart jumped to my throat, and I hurriedly asked Flute, the boatswain's mate at the fore hatchway, what was wanted of me. "Captain wants ye at the mast," he replied. "Going to flog ye, I guess." "What for?" "My eyes, you've been chalking your face, ain't ye?" "What am I wanted for?" I repeated. But at that instant my name was again thundered forth by the other boatswain's mate, and Flute hurried me away, hinting that I would soon find out what the captain desired of me. I swallowed down my heart in me as I touched the spar-deck, for a single instant balanced myself on my best centre, and then, wholly ignorant of what was going to be alleged against me, advanced to the dread tribunal of the frigate. As I passed through the gangway, I saw the quartermaster rigging the gratings, the boatswain with his green bag of scourges, the master-at-arms ready to help off some one's shirt. Again I made a desperate swallow of my whole soul in me, and found myself standing before Captain Claret. His flushed face obviously showed him in ill humor. Among the group of officers by his side was the First Lieutenant, who, as I came aft, eyed me in such a manner that I plainly perceived him to be extremely vexed at me for having been the innocent means of reflecting upon the manner in which he kept up the discipline of the ship. "Why were you not at your station, sir?" asked the captain. "What station do you mean, sir?" said I. It is generally the custom with man-of-war's men to stand obsequiously touching their hat at every sentence they address to the captain. But as this was not obligatory upon me by the Articles of War, I did not do so upon the present occasion, and previously I had never had the dangerous honor of a personal interview with Captain Claret. He quickly noticed my omission of the homage usually rendered him, and instinct told me that, to a certain extent, it set his heart against me. "What station, sir, do you mean?" said I. "You pretend ignorance," he replied. "It will not help you, sir." Glancing at the captain, the First Lieutenant now produced the station bill, and read my name in connection with that of the starboard main lift. "Captain Claret," said I, "it is the first time I ever heard of my being assigned to that post." "How is this, Mr. Bridewell?" he said, turning to the First Lieutenant, with a fault-finding expression. "It is impossible, sir," said that officer, striving to hide his vexation. "But this man must have known his station." "I have never known it before this moment, Captain Claret," said I. "Do you contradict my officer?" he returned. "I shall flog you." I had now been on board the frigate upward of a year, and remained unscourged. The ship was homeward bound, and in a few weeks, at most, I would be a free man. And now, after making a hermit of myself in some things, in order to avoid the possibility of the scourge, here it was, hanging over me for a thing utterly unforeseen, for a crime of which I was as utterly innocent. But all that was as naught. I saw that my case was hopeless, my solemn disclaimer was thrown in my teeth, and the boatswain's mate stood curling his fingers through the cat. There are times when wild thoughts enter a man's heart, when he seems almost irresponsible for his act and his deed. The captain stood on the weather side of the deck. Sideways, on an unobstructed line with him, was the opening of the lee gangway, where the side ladders are suspended in port. Nothing but a slight bit of sinnate stuff served to rail in this opening, which was cut right down to the level of the captain's feet, showing the far sea beyond. I stood a little to windward of him, and, though he was a large, powerful man, it was certain that a sudden rush against him, along the slanting deck, would infallibly pitch him head foremost into the ocean, though he was so rushed must needs go over with him. My blood seemed clotting in my veins. I felt icy cold at the tips of my fingers, and a dimness was before my eyes. But through that dimness the boatswain's mate, scourge in hand, loomed like a giant, and Captain Claret and the blue sea seen through the opening at the gangway showed with an awful vividness. I cannot analyze my heart, though it then stood still within me, but the thing that swayed me to my purpose was not altogether the thought that Captain Claret was about to degrade me, and that I had taken an oath with my soul that he should not. No, I felt my man's manhood so bottomless within me that no word, no blow, no scourge of Captain Claret could cut me deep enough for that. I but swung to an instinct in me, the instinct diffused through all animated nature, the same that prompts even a worm to turn under the heel. Locking souls with him, I meant to drag Captain Claret from this earthly tribunal of his to that of Jehovah, and let him decide between us. No other way could I escape the scourge. Nature has not implanted any power in man that was not meant to be exercised at times, though too often our powers have been abused. The privilege, inborn and inalienable, that every man has of dying himself and inflicting death upon another, was not given to us without a purpose. These are the last resources of an insulted and unendurable existence. "To the gratings, sir," said Captain Claret. "Do you hear?" My eye was measuring the distance between him and the sea. "Captain Claret," said a voice advancing from the crowd. I turned to see who this might be, that audaciously interposed at a juncture like this. It was the same remarkably handsome and gentlemanly corporal of marines, Colbrook, who has been previously alluded to in the chapter describing killing time in a man of war. "I know that man," said Colbrook, touching his cap, and speaking in a mild, firm, but extremely deferential manner. "And I know that he would not be found absent from his station if he knew where it was." This speech was almost unprecedented. Seldom or never before had a marine dared to speak to the captain of a frigate in behalf of a seaman at the mast. But there was something so unostentatiously commanding in the calm manner of the man that the captain, though astounded, did not in any way reprimand him. The very unusualness of his interference seemed Colbrook's protection. Taking heart, perhaps, from Colbrook's example, Jack Chase interposed, and, in a manly but carefully respectful manner, in substance repeated the corporal's remark, adding that he had never found me wanting in the top. The captain looked from Chase to Colbrook, and from Colbrook to Chase, one the foremost man among the seamen, the other the foremost man among the soldiers, then all round upon the packed and silent crew, and, as if a slave to fate, though supreme captain of a frigate, he turned to the First Lieutenant, made some indifferent remark, and saying to me, "You may go," sauntered aft into his cabin; while I, who, in the desperation of my soul, had but just escaped being a murderer and a suicide, almost burst into tears of thanksgiving where I stood. End of Chapter 67. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 68 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 68. A Man of War Fountain, and Other Things. Let us forget the scourge and the gangway a while, and jot down in our memories a few little things pertaining to our man-of-war world. I let nothing slip, however small, and feel myself actuated by the same motive which has prompted many worthy old chroniclers to set down the merest trifles concerning things that are destined to pass away entirely from the earth, and which, if not preserved in the nick of time, must infallibly perish from the memories of man. Who knows that this humble narrative may not hereafter prove the history of an obsolete barbarism? Who knows that, when men of war shall be no more, White Jacket may not be quoted to show to the people in the millennium what a man of war was? God hasten the time! Lo, ye years escort it hither, and bless our eyes ere we die. There is no part of a frigate where you will see more going and coming of strangers, and overhear more greetings and gossipings of acquaintances, than in the immediate vicinity of the scuttle-butt, just forward of the main hatchway on the gun-deck. The scuttle-butt is a goodly round painted cask, standing on end, and with its upper head removed, showing a narrow circular shelf within, where rest a number of tin cups for the accommodation of drinkers. Central within the scuttle-butt itself stands an iron pump, which, connecting with the immense water-tanks in the hold, furnishes an unfailing supply of the much-admired pale ale, first brewed in the brooks of the Garden of Eden, and stamped with the brand of our old father Adam, who never knew what wine was. We are indebted to the old vintner Noah for that. The scuttle-butt is the only fountain in the ship, and here alone can you drink, unless at your meals. Night and day an armed sentry paces before it, bayonet in hand, to see that no water is taken away except according to law. I wonder that they station no sentries at the port-holes to see that no air is breathed, except according to Navy regulations. As 500 men come to drink at this scuttle-butt, as it is often surrounded by officers' servants drawing water for their masters to wash, by the cooks of the range, who hither come to fill their coffee-pots, and by the cooks of the ship's messes to procure water for their duffs, the scuttle-butt may be denominated the town pump of the ship, and would that my fine countryman Hawthorne of Salem had but served on board a man of war in his time, that he might give us the reading of a rill from the scuttle-butt. As in all extensive establishments, abbeys, arsenals, colleges, treasuries, metropolitan post offices, and monasteries, there are many snug little niches, wherein are ensconced certain superannuated old pensioner officials, and, more especially, as in most ecclesiastical establishments, a few choice prebendary stalls are to be found, furnished with well-filled mangers and racks. So, in a man-of-war, there are a variety of similar snuggeries for the benefit of decrepit or rheumatic old tars. Chief among these is the office of mastman. There is a stout rail on deck at the base of each mast, where a number of braces, lifts, and bunt-lines are belayed to the pins. It is the sole duty of the mastman to see that these ropes are always kept clear, to preserve his premises in a state of the greatest attainable neatness, and every Sunday morning to dispose his ropes in neat Flemish coils. The main mastman of the Neversink was a very aged seaman, who well deserved his comfortable berth. He had seen more than half a century of the most active service, and through all had proved himself a good and faithful man. He furnished one of the very rare examples of a sailor in a green old age, for with most sailors old age comes in youth, and hardship and vice carry them on an early bier to the grave. As in the evening of life, and at the close of the day, old Abraham sat at the door of his tent, biding his time to die, so sits our old mastman on the coat of the mast, glancing round him with patriarchal benignity, and that mild expression of his sets off very strangely a face that has been burned almost black by the torrid suns that shone 50 years ago, a face that is seamed with 3 sabre-cuts. You would almost think this old mastman had been blown out of Vesuvius to look alone at his scarred, blackened forehead, chin, and cheeks. But gaze down into his eye, and though all the snows of time have drifted higher and higher upon his brow, yet deep down in that eye you behold an infantile, sinless look, the same that answered the glance of this old man's mother when first she cried for the babe to be laid by her side. That look is the fadeless, ever infantile immortality within. The Lord Nelsons of the sea, though but barons in the state, yet oftentimes prove more potent than their royal masters, and at such scenes as Trafalgar, dethroning this emperor and reinstating that, enact on the ocean the proud part of mighty Richard Neville, the king-making earl of the land. And as Richard Neville entrenched himself in his moated old man-of-war castle of Warwick, which, underground, was traversed with vaults hewn out of the solid rock, and intricate as the wards of the old keys of Calais surrendered to Edward III, even so do these King Commodores house themselves in their water-rimmed, cannon-sentried frigates, oaken dug, deck under deck, as cell under cell. And as the old middle-aged warders of Warwick every night at curfew patrolled the battlements, and dove down into the vaults to see that all lights were extinguished, even so do the master-at-arms and ship's corporals of a frigate preamble all the decks of a man-of-war, blowing out all tapers but those burning in the legalized battle-lanterns. Yea, in these things, so potent is the authority of these sea-wardens, that Though almost the lowest subalterns in the ship, yet should they find the senior lieutenant himself sitting up late in his state-room, reading Bowditch's Navigator or Danton on gunpowder and firearms, they would infallibly blow the light out under his very nose, nor durst that Grand Vizier resent the indignity. But, unwittingly, I have ennobled, by grand historical comparisons, this prying, pettifogging Irish informer of a master-at-arms. You have seen some slim, slipshod housekeeper at midnight ferreting over a rambling old house in the country, startling at fancied witches and ghosts, yet intent on seeing every door bolted, every smouldering ember in the fireplaces smothered, every loitering domestic abed, and every light made dark. This is the master-at-arms, taking his night rounds in a frigate. It may be thought that but little is seen of the Commodore in these chapters, and that, since he so seldom appears on the stage, he cannot be so august a personage after all. But the mightiest potentates keep the most behind the veil. You might tarry in Constantinople a month, and never catch a glimpse of the Sultan. The Grand Lama of Tibet, according to some accounts, is never beheld by the people. But if anyone doubts the majesty of a Commodore, let him know that, according to 42 of the Articles of War, he is invested with a prerogative which, according to monarchical jurists, is inseparable from the throne, the plenary pardoning power. He may pardon all offences committed in the squadron under his command. But this prerogative is only his while at sea, or on a foreign station, a circumstance peculiarly significant of the great difference between the stately absolutism of a Commodore enthroned on his poop in a foreign harbour, and an unlaced Commodore negligently reclining in an easy-chair in the bosom of his family at home. End of Chapter 68. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 69 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 69. Prayers at the Guns. The training days, or general quarters, now and then taking place in our frigate, have already been described; also the Sunday devotions on the half-deck. But nothing has yet been said concerning the daily morning and evening quarters, when the men silently stand at their guns, and the chaplain simply offers up a prayer. Let us now enlarge upon this matter. We have plenty of time; the occasion invites; for, behold, the homeward-bound Neversink bowls along over a jubilant sea. Shortly after breakfast the drum beats to quarters, and among 500 men, scattered over all 3 decks, and engaged in all manner of ways, that sudden rolling march is magical as the monitory sound to which every good Mussulman at sunset drops to the ground whatsoever his hands might have found to do, and, throughout all Turkey, the people in concert kneel toward their holy Mecca. The sailors run to and fro, some up the deck-ladders, some down, to gain their respective stations in the shortest possible time. In 3 minutes all is composed. One by one, the various officers stationed over the separate divisions of the ship then approach the First Lieutenant on the quarter-deck, and report their respective men at their quarters. It is curious to watch their countenances at this time. A profound silence prevails, and, emerging through the hatchway from one of the lower decks, a slender young officer appears, hugging his sword to his thigh, and advances through the long lanes of sailors at their guns, his serious eye all the time fixed upon the First Lieutenant's, his polar star. Sometimes he essays a stately and graduated step, an erect and martial bearing, and seems full of the vast national importance of what he is about to communicate. But when at last he gains his destination, you are amazed to perceive that all he has to say is imparted by a Freemason touch of his cap, and a bow. He then turns and makes off to his division, perhaps passing several brother lieutenants, all bound on the same errand he himself has just achieved. For about 5 minutes, these officers are coming and going, bringing in thrilling intelligence from all quarters of the frigate, most stoically received, however, by the First Lieutenant. With his legs apart, so as to give a broad foundation for the superstructure of his dignity, this gentleman stands stiff as a pike-staff on the quarter-deck. One hand holds his sabre, an appurtenance altogether unnecessary at the time, and which he accordingly tucks, point backward, under his arm, like an umbrella, on a sunshiny day. The other hand is continually bobbing up and down to the leather front of his cap, in response to the reports and salute of his subordinates, to whom he never deigns to vouchsafe a syllable, merely going through the motions of accepting their news, without bestowing thanks for their pains. This continual touching of caps between officers on board a man-of-war is the reason why you invariably notice that the glazed fronts of their caps look jaded, lackluster, and worn. Sometimes slightly oleaginous, though in other respects the cap may appear glossy and fresh. But as for the First Lieutenant, he ought to have extra pay allowed to him, on account of his extraordinary outlays in cap fronts. For he it is to whom, all day long, reports of various kinds are incessantly being made by the junior lieutenants, and no report is made by them, however trivial, but caps are touched on the occasion. It is obvious that these individual salutes must be greatly multiplied and aggregated upon the senior lieutenant, who must return them all. Indeed, when a subordinate officer is first promoted to that rank, he generally complains of the same exhaustion about the shoulder and elbow that Lafayette mourned over, when, in visiting America, he did little else but shake the sturdy hands of patriotic farmers from sunrise to sunset. The various officers of divisions having presented their respects and made good their return to their stations, the First Lieutenant turns round and, marching aft, endeavours to catch the eye of the Captain, in order to touch his own cap to that personage, and thereby, without adding a word of explanation, communicate the fact of all hands being at their guns. He is a sort of retort, or receiver general, to concentrate the whole sum of the information imparted to him, and discharge it upon his superior at one touch of his cap front. But sometimes the Captain feels out of sorts, or in ill humor, or is pleased to be somewhat capricious, or has a fancy to show a touch of his omnipotent supremacy, or, peradventure, it has so happened that the First Lieutenant has, in some way, piqued or offended him, and he is not unwilling to show a slight specimen of his dominion over him, even before the eyes of all hands. At all events, only by some one of these suppositions can the singular circumstance be accounted for, that frequently Captain Claret would pertinaciously promenade up and down the poop, purposely averting his eye from the First Lieutenant, who would stand below, in the most awkward suspense, waiting the first wink from his superior's eye. "Now I have him," he must have said to himself as the Captain would turn toward him in his walk. "Now's my time," and up would go his hand to his cap. But alas, the Captain was off again, and the men at the guns would cast sly winks at each other as the embarrassed Lieutenant would bite his lips with suppressed vexation. Upon some occasions, this scene would be repeated several times, till at last Captain Claret, thinking that in the eyes of all hands his dignity must by this time be pretty well bolstered, would stalk towards his subordinate, looking him full in the eyes; whereupon up goes his hand to the cap front, and the Captain, nodding his acceptance of the report, descends from his perch to the quarter-deck. By this time, the stately Commodore slowly emerges from his cabin, and soon stands leaning alone against the brass rails of the after hatchway. In passing him, the captain makes a profound salutation, which his superior returns, in token that the captain is at perfect liberty to proceed with the ceremonies of the hour. Marching on, Captain Claret at last halts near the mainmast, at the head of a group of the ward-room officers, and by the side of the chaplain. At a sign from his finger, the brass band strikes up the Portuguese hymn. This over, from Commodore to hammock boy, all hands uncover, and the chaplain reads a prayer. Upon its conclusion, the drum beats the retreat, and the ship's company disappear from the guns. At sea or in harbor, this ceremony is repeated every morning and evening. By those stationed on the quarter-deck, the chaplain is distinctly heard, but the quarter-deck gun division embraces but a tenth part of the ship's company, many of whom are below, on the main deck, where not one syllable of the prayer can be heard. This seemed a great misfortune, for I well knew myself how blessed and soothing it was to mingle twice every day in these peaceful devotions, and with the Commodore and Captain and smallest boy unite in acknowledging Almighty God. There was also a touch of the temporary equality of the church about it, exceedingly grateful to a man-of-war's man like me. My carronade gun happened to be directly opposite the brass railing against which the Commodore invariably leaned at prayers. Brought so close together, twice every day, for more than a year, we could not but become intimately acquainted with each other's faces. To this fortunate circumstance it is to be ascribed, that some time after reaching home, we were able to recognize each other when we chanced to meet in Washington, at a ball given by the Russian minister, the Baron de Bodisco. And though, while on board the frigate, the Commodore never in any manner personally addressed me, nor did I him, yet, at the minister's social entertainment, we there became exceedingly chatty. Nor did I fail to observe, among that crowd of foreign dignitaries and magnates from all parts of America, that my worthy friend did not appear so exalted as when leaning, in solitary state, against the brass railing of the Neversink's quarter-deck. Like many other gentlemen, he appeared to the best advantage, and was treated with the most deference in the bosom of his home, the frigate. Our morning and evening quarters were agreeably diversified for some weeks by a little circumstance, which, to some of us at least, always seemed very pleasing. At Callao, half of the Commodore's cabin had been hospitably yielded to the family of a certain aristocratic-looking magnate, who was going ambassador from Peru to the court of the Brazils at Rio. This dignified diplomatist sported a long, twirling mustache that almost enveloped his mouth. The sailors said he looked like a rat with his teeth through a bunch of oakum, or a St. Iago monkey peeping through a prickly pear bush. He was accompanied by a very beautiful wife, and a still more beautiful little daughter, about 6 years old. Between this dark-eyed little gipsy and our chaplain, there soon sprung up a cordial love and good feeling, so much so that they were seldom apart. And whenever the drum beat to quarters, and the sailors were hurrying to their stations, this little señorita would outrun them all to gain her own quarters at the capstan, where she would stand by the chaplain's side, grasping his hand and looking up archly in his face. It was a sweet relief from the domineering sternness of our martial discipline, a sternness not relaxed even at our devotions before the altar of the common God of Commodore and cabin boy, to see that lovely little girl standing among the 32-pounders, and now and then casting a wandering, commiserating glance at the array of grim seamen around her. End of Chapter 69. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 70 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 70. Monthly Muster Round the Capstan. Besides general quarters, and the regular morning and evening quarters for prayers on board the Neversink, on the first Sunday of every month we had a grand muster round the capstan, when we passed in solemn review before the captain and officers, who closely scanned our frocks and trousers to see whether they were according to the Navy cut. In some ships, every man is required to bring his bag and hammock along for inspection. This ceremony requires its chief solemnity, and to a novice is rendered even terrible by the reading of the Articles of War by the captain's clerk before the assembled ship's company, who, in testimony of their enforced reverence for the code, stand bareheaded till the last sentence is pronounced. To a mere amateur reader, the quiet perusal of these Articles of War would be attended with some nervous emotions. Imagine, then, what my feelings must have been, when, with my hat deferentially in my hand, I stood before my lord and master, Captain Claret, and heard these articles read as the law and gospel, the infallible, unappealable dispensation and code whereby I lived and moved and had my being on board of the United States ship Neversink. Of some 20 offences made penal that a seaman may commit, and which are specified in this code, 13 are punishable by death. Shall suffer death. This was the burden of nearly every article read by the captain's clerk, for he seemed to have been instructed to omit the longer articles, and only present those which were brief and to the point. Shall suffer death. The repeated announcement falls on your ear like the intermitting discharge of artillery. After it has been repeated again and again, you listen to the reader as he deliberately begins a new paragraph. You hear him reciting the involved but comprehensive and clear arrangement of the sentence, detailing all possible particulars of the offence described, and you breathlessly await whether that clause also is going to be concluded by the discharge of the terrible minute-gun, when, lo, it again booms on your ear, shall suffer death. No reservations, no contingencies, not the remotest promise of pardon or reprieve, not a glimpse of commutation of the sentence, all hope and consolation is shut out. Shall suffer death. That is the simple fact for you to digest, and it is a tougher morsel, believe White Jacket when he says it, than a 42-pound cannon ball. But there is a glimmering of an alternative to the sailor who infringes these articles. Some of them thus terminates, shall suffer death, or such punishment as a court-martial shall adjudge. But hence this at a penalty still more serious? Perhaps it means death, or worse punishment. Your honors of the Spanish Inquisition, Loyola, and Torquemada, produce, reverend gentlemen, your most secret code, and match these Articles of War, if you can. Jack Ketch, you also are experienced in these things. Thou most benevolent of mortals, who standest by us and hangest round our necks when all the rest of this world are against us, tell us, hangman, what punishment is this, horribly hinted at as being worse than death? Is it upon an empty stomach to read the Articles of War every morning for the term of one's natural life? Or is it to be imprisoned in a cell, with its walls papered from floor to ceiling, with printed copies, in italics, of these Articles of War? But it needs not to dilate upon the pure, bubbling milk of human kindness and Christian charity, and forgiveness of injuries which pervade this charming document, so thoroughly imbued, as a Christian code, with the benignant spirit of the Sermon on the Mount. But as it is very nearly alike in the foremost states of Christendom, and as it is nationally set forth by those states, it indirectly becomes an index to the true condition of the present civilization of the world. As, month after month, I would stand bareheaded among my shipmates and hear this document read, I have thought to myself, well, well, White Jacket, you are in a sad box indeed. But prick your ears, there goes another minute-gun. It admonishes you to take all bad usage in good part, and never to join in any public meeting that may be held on the gun-deck for a redress of grievances. Listen. Article 13. If any person in the Navy shall make, or attempt to make, any mutinous assembly, he shall, on conviction thereof by a court-martial, suffer death. Bless me, White Jacket, are you a great gun yourself, that you so recoil to the extremity of your breechings at that discharge? But give ear again. Here goes another minute-gun. It indirectly admonishes you to receive the grossest insult, and stand still under it. Article 14. No private in the Navy shall disobey the lawful orders of his superior officer, or strike him, or draw, or offer to draw, or raise any weapon against him while in the execution of the duties of his office, on pain of death. Do not hang back there by the bulwarks, White Jacket. Come up to the mark once more, for here goes still another minute-gun, which admonishes you never to be caught napping. Part of Article 20. If any person in the Navy shall sleep upon his watch, he shall suffer death. Murderous. But then, in time of peace, they do not enforce these bloodthirsty laws? Do they not, indeed? What happened to those 3 sailors on board an American armed vessel a few years ago, quite within your memory, White Jacket? Yea, while you yourself were yet serving on board this very frigate, the Neversink. What happened to those 3 Americans, White Jacket, those 3 sailors, even as you, who once were alive, but now are dead? Shall suffer death. Those were the 3 words that hung those 3 sailors. Have a care, then, have a care, lest you come to a sad end, even the end of a rope, lest, with a black and blue throat, you turn a dumb diver after pearl shells, put to bed forever, and tucked in your own hammock, at the bottom of the sea. And there you will lie, White Jacket, while hostile navies are playing cannon-ball billiards over your grave. By the mainmast, then, in a time of profound peace, I am subject to the cut-throat martial law, and when my own brother, who happens to be dwelling ashore, and does not serve his country as I am now doing, when he is at liberty to call personally upon the President of the United States and express his disapprobation of the whole national administration, here am I, liable at any time to be run up at the yard-arm with a necklace made by no jeweler round my neck. A hard case, truly, White Jacket, but it cannot be helped. Yes, you live under this same martial law. Does not everything around you din the fact in your ears? Twice every day do you not jump to your quarters at the sound of a drum? Every morning, in port, are you not roused from your hammock by the reveille, and sent to it again at nightfall by the tattoo? Every Sunday, are you not commanded in the mere matter of the very dress you shall wear through that blessed day? Can your shipmates so much as drink their tot of grog? Nay, can they even drink but a cup of water at the scuttle-butt without an armed sentry standing over them? Does not every officer wear a sword instead of a cane? You live and move among 24-pounders. White Jacket, the very cannon-balls are deemed an ornament around you, serving to embellish the hatchways; and should you come to die at sea, White Jacket, still 2 cannon-balls would bear you company when you would be committed to the deep. Yea, by all methods and devices and inventions, you are momentarily admonished of the fact that you live under the Articles of War; and by virtue of them it is, White Jacket, that without a hearing and without a trial you may, at a wink from the captain, be condemned to the scourge. Speak you true? Then let me fly. Nay, White Jacket, the landless horizon hoops you in. Some tempest, then, surge all the sea against us. Hidden reefs and rocks, arise and dash the ships to chips. I was not born a serf, and will not live a slave. Quick, corkscrew whirlpool, suck us down, world's end whelm us. Nay, White Jacket, though this frigate laid her broken bones upon the Antarctic shores of Palmer's Land, though not 2 planks adhered, though all her guns were spiked by swordfish blades, and at her yawning hatchways mouth-yawning sharks swam in and out, yet should you escape the wreck and scramble to the beach, this martial law would meet you still, and snatch you by the throat. Hark! Article 42, part of Section 3. In all cases where the crews of the ships or vessels of the United States shall be separated from their vessels by the latter being wrecked, lost, or destroyed, all the command, power, and authority given to the officers of such ships or vessels shall remain, and be in full force, as effectually as if such ship or vessel were not so wrecked, lost, or destroyed. Hear you that, White Jacket? I tell you there is no escape. Afloat or wrecked, the martial law relaxes not its gripe; and though, by that self-same warrant, for some offence therein set down, you were indeed to suffer death, even then the martial law might hunt you straight through the other world, and out again at its other end, following you through all eternity, like an endless thread on the inevitable track of its own point, passing unnumbered needles through. End of Chapter 70. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 71 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 71. The Genealogy of the Articles of War. As the Articles of War form the ark and constitution of the penal laws of the American Navy, in all sobriety and earnestness, it may be well to glance at their origin. Whence came they? And how is it that one arm of the national defences of a republic comes to be ruled by a Turkish code, whose every section almost, like each of the tubes of a revolving pistol, fires nothing short of death into the heart of an offender? How comes it that, by virtue of a law solemnly ratified by a Congress of freemen, the representatives of freemen, thousands of Americans are subjected to the most despotic usages, and from the dockyards of a republic absolute monarchies are launched, with the glorious stars and stripes for an ensign? By what unparalleled anomaly, by what monstrous grafting of tyranny upon freedom, did these Articles of War ever come to be so much as heard of in the American Navy. Whence came they? They cannot be the indigenous growth of those political institutions which are based upon that arch-democrat Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence. No. They are an importation from abroad, even from Britain, whose laws we Americans hurled off as tyrannical, and yet retain the most tyrannical of all. But we stop not here. For these Articles of War had their congenial origin in a period of the history of Britain when the Puritan Republic had yielded to a monarchy restored; when a hangman, Judge Jeffreys, sentenced a world's champion like Algernon Sidney to the block; when one of a race, by some deemed accursed of God, even a Steward, was on the throne; and a Steward also was at the head of the Navy, as Lord High Admiral; one, the son of a king beheaded for encroachments upon the rights of his people; and the other, his own brother, afterward a king, James II., who was hurled from the throne for his tyranny. This is the origin of the Articles of War, and it carries with it an unmistakable clue to their despotism. Footnote: The first naval Articles of War in the English language were passed in the 13th year of the reign of Charles II, under the title of "An Act for establishing Articles and Orders for the regulating and better government of His Majesty's navies, ships of war, and forces by sea." This act was repealed, and, so far as concerned the officers, a modification of it, substituted in the 22nd year of the reign of George II, shortly after the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, just 1 century ago. This last act, it is believed, comprises in substance the Articles of War at this day in force in the British Navy. It is not a little curious, nor without meaning, that neither of these acts explicitly empowers an officer to inflict the lash. It would almost seem as if, in this case, the British lawgivers were willing to leave such a stigma out of an organic statute, and bestow the power of the lash in some less solemn, and perhaps less public manner. Indeed, the only broad enactments directly sanctioning naval scourging at sea are to be found in the United States Statute Book and in the sea laws of the absolute monarch Louis le Grand of France. Taking for their basis the above-mentioned British Naval Code, and engrafting upon it the positive scourging laws, which Britain was loath to recognize as organic statutes, our American lawgivers, in the year 1800, framed the Articles of War now governing the American Navy. They may be found in the second volume of the United States Statutes at Large, under Chapter 33, an Act for the better government of the Navy of the United States. For reference to the latter, Les Ordonnances de la Marine, vide Curtis's Treatise on the Rights and Duties of Merchant Seamen, according to the General Maritime Law, Part 2, Section C.1. End of footnote. Nor is it a dumb thing that the men who, in democratic Cromwell's time, first proved to the nations the toughness of the British oak and the hardihood of the British sailor, that in Cromwell's time, whose fleets struck terror into the cruisers of France, Spain, Portugal, and Holland, and the corsairs of Algiers and the Levant; in Cromwell's time, when Robert Blake swept the narrow seas of all the keels of a Dutch admiral who insultingly carried a broom at his foremast, it is not a dumb thing that, at a period deemed so glorious to the British Navy, these Articles of War were unknown. Nevertheless, it is granted that some laws or other must have governed Blake's sailors at that period, but they must have been far less severe than those laid down in the written code which superseded them, since, according to the father-in-law of James II., the historian of the rebellion, the English Navy, prior to the enforcement of the new code, was full of officers and sailors who, of all men, were the most republican. Moreover, the same author informs us that the first work undertaken by his respected son-in-law, then Duke of York, upon entering on the duties of Lord High Admiral, was to have a grand rechristening of the men of war, which still carried on their sterns names too democratic to suit his high Tory ears. But if these articles of war were unknown in Blake's time, and also during the most brilliant period of Admiral Benbow's career, what inference must follow? That such tyrannical ordinances are not indispensable, even during war, to the highest possible efficiency of a military marine. End of Chapter 71. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Chapter 72 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 72. Herein are the good ordinances of the sea, which wise men who voyaged round the world gave to our ancestors, and which constitute the books of the science of good customs. The Consulate of the Sea. The present usages of the American Navy are such that, though there is no government enactment to that effect, yet, in many respects, its commanders seem virtually invested with the power to observe or violate, as seems to them fit, several of the Articles of War. According to Article 15, no person in the Navy shall quarrel with any other person in the Navy, nor use provoking or reproachful words, gestures, or menaces, on pain of such punishment as a court-martial shall adjudge. Provoking or reproachful words? Officers of the Navy, answer me. Have you not, many of you, 1,000 times violated this law, and addressed to men whose tongues were tied by this very article, language which no landsman would ever hearken to without flying at the throat of his insulter? I know that worse words than you ever used are to be heard addressed by a merchant captain to his crew, but the merchant captain does not live under this 15th Article of War. Not to make an example of him, nor to gratify any personal feeling, but to furnish one certain illustration of what is here asserted, I honestly declare that Captain Claret of the Neversink repeatedly violated this law in his own proper person. According to Article 3, no officer or other person in the Navy shall be guilty of oppression, fraud, profane swearing, drunkenness, or any other scandalous conduct. Again, let me ask you, officers of the Navy, whether many of you have not repeatedly, and in more than one particular, violated this law? And here, again, as a certain illustration, I must once more cite Captain Claret as an offender, especially in the matter of profane swearing. I must also cite 4 of the lieutenants, some 8 of the midshipmen, and nearly all the seamen. Additional articles might be quoted that are habitually violated by the officers, while nearly all those exclusively referring to the sailors are unscrupulously enforced. Yet those articles by which the sailor is scourged at the gangway are not one whit more laws than those other articles, binding upon the officers, that have become obsolete from immemorial disuse; while still other articles, to which the sailors alone are obnoxious, are observed or violated at the caprice of the captain. Now, if it be not so much the severity as the certainty of punishment that deters from transgression, how fatal to all proper reverence for the enactments of Congress must be this disregard of its statutes! Still more, this violation of the law, on the part of the officers, in many cases involves oppression to the sailor. But throughout the whole naval code, which so hems in the mariner by law upon law, and which invests the captain with so much judicial and administrative authority over him, in most cases entirely discretionary, not one solitary clause is to be found which in any way provides means for a seaman deeming himself aggrieved to obtain redress. Indeed, both the written and unwritten laws of the American Navy are as destitute of individual guarantees to the mass of seamen as the statute book of the despotic empire of Russia. Who put this great gulf between the American captain and the American sailor? Or is the captain a creature of like passions with ourselves? Or is he an infallible archangel, incapable of the shadow of error? Or has a sailor no mark of humanity, no attribute of manhood, that, bound hand and foot, he is cast into an American frigate shorn of all rights and defences, while the notorious lawlessness of the commander has passed into a proverb familiar to man-of-war's men: "The law was not made for the captain." Indeed, he may almost be said to put off the citizen when he touches his quarter-deck, and, almost exempt from the law of the land himself, he comes down upon others with a judicial severity unknown on the national soil. With the Articles of War in one hand, and the cat-o'-nine-tails in the other, he stands an undignified parody upon Mohammed enforcing Moslemism with the sword and the Koran. The concluding sections of the Articles of War treat of the naval courts-martial before which officers are tried for serious offences as well as the seamen. The oath administered to members of these courts, which sometimes sit upon matters of life and death, explicitly enjoins that the members shall not at any time divulge the vote or opinion of any particular member of the court, unless required so to do before a court of justice in due course of law. Here, then, is a Council of 10, and a Star Chamber indeed. Remember, also, that though the sailor is sometimes tried for his life before a tribunal like this, in no case do his fellow sailors, his peers, form part of the court. Yet that a man should be tried by his peers is the fundamental principle of all civilized jurisprudence. And not only tried by his peers, but his peers must be unanimous to render a verdict, whereas in a court-martial the concurrence of a majority of conventional and social superiors is all that is requisite. In the English Navy, it is said, they had a law which authorized the sailor to appeal, if he chose, from the decision of the captain, even in a comparatively trivial case, to the higher tribunal of a court-martial. It was an English seaman who related this to me. When I said that such a law must be a fatal clog to the exercise of the penal power in the captain, he, in substance, told me the following story. A topman, guilty of drunkenness, being sent to the gratings and the scourge about to be inflicted, he turned round and demanded a court-martial. The captain smiled and ordered him to be taken down and put into the brig. There he was kept in irons some weeks, when, despairing of being liberated, he offered to compromise at 24 lashes. "Sick of your bargain, then, are you?" said the captain. "No, no, a court-martial you demanded, and a court-martial you shall have." Being at last tried before the bar of quarter-deck officers, he was condemned to 200 lashes. What for? For his having been drunk? No. For his having had the insolence to appeal from an authority, in maintaining which the men who tried and condemned him had so strong a sympathetic interest. Whether this story be wholly true or not, or whether the particular law involved prevails, or ever did prevail, in the English Navy, the thing, nevertheless, illustrates the ideas that man-of-war's men themselves have touching the tribunals in question. What can be expected from a court whose deeds are done in the darkness of the recluse courts of the Spanish Inquisition, when that darkness is solemnized by an oath on the Bible, when an oligarchy of epaulets sits upon the bench, and a plebeian topman, without a jury, stands judicially naked at the bar? In view of these things, and especially in view of the fact that, in several cases, the degree of punishment inflicted upon a man-of-war's man is absolutely left to the discretion of the court, what shame should American legislators take to themselves, that with perfect truth we may apply to the entire body of the American man-of-war's men that infallible principle of Sir Edward Coke: it is one of the genuine marks of servitude to have the law either concealed or precarious. But still better may we subscribe to the saying of Sir Matthew Hale, in his History of the Common Law, that the martial law, being based upon no settled principles, is, in truth and reality, no law, but something indulged rather than allowed as a law. I know it may be said that the whole nature of this naval code is purposely adapted to the war exigencies of the Navy. But waiving the grave question that might be raised concerning the moral, not judicial, lawfulness of this arbitrary code, even in time of war, be it asked, why it is in force during a time of peace? The United States has now existed as a nation upward of 70 years, and in all that time the alleged necessity for the operation of the naval code, in cases deemed capital, has only existed during a period of 2 or 3 years at most. Some may urge that the severest operations of the code are tacitly made dull in time of peace; but though, with respect to several of the articles, this holds true, yet at any time any and all of them may be legally enforced. Nor have there been wanting recent instances illustrating the spirit of this code, even in cases where the letter of the code was not altogether observed. The well-known case of a United States brig furnishes a memorable example, which at any moment may be repeated. 3 men, in a time of peace, were then hung at the yard-arm, merely because, in the captain's judgment, it became necessary to hang them. To this day, the question of their complete guilt is socially discussed. How shall we characterize such a deed? Says Blackstone, "If any one that hath commission of martial authority doth, in time of peace, hang or otherwise execute any man by color of martial law, this is murder, for it is against Magna Carta." Commentaries, section B.1 and C.13. Magna Carta. We moderns, who may be landsmen, may justly boast of civil immunities not possessed by our forefathers; but our remoter forefathers, who happen to be mariners, may straighten themselves, even in their ashes, to think that their lawgivers were wiser and more humane in their generation than our lawgivers in ours. Compare the sea laws of our Navy with the Roman and Rhodian ocean ordinances. Compare them with the Consulate of the Sea. Compare them with the laws of the Hansa towns. Compare them with the ancient Weisbury laws. In the last we find that they were ocean democrats in those days. If he strikes, he ought to receive blow for blow. Thus speak out the Wisebury laws concerning a Gothland sea captain. In final reference to all that has been said in previous chapters touching the severity and usualness of the laws of the American Navy, and the large authority vested in its commanding officers, be it here observed that White Jacket is not unaware of the fact that the responsibility of an officer commanding at sea, whether in the merchant service or the national marine, is unparalleled by that of any other relation in which man may stand to man. Nor is he unmindful that both wisdom and humanity dictate that, from the peculiarity of his position, a sea officer in command should be clothed with a degree of authority and discretion inadmissible in any master ashore. But at the same time, these principles, recognized by all writers on maritime law, have undoubtedly furnished warrant for clothing modern sea commanders and naval courts-martial with powers which exceed the due limits of reason and necessity. Nor is this the only instance where right and salutary principles, in themselves almost self-evident and infallible, have been advanced in justification of things which in themselves are just as self-evidently wrong and pernicious. Be it here, once and for all, understood that no sentimental and theoretic love for the common sailor, no romantic belief in that peculiar noble-heartedness and exaggerated generosity of disposition fictitiously imputed to him in novels, and no prevailing desire to gain the reputation of being his friend, have actuated me in anything I have said, in any part of this work, touching the gross oppression under which I know that the sailors suffer. Indifferent as to who may be the parties concerned, I but desire to see wrong things righted, and equal justice administered to all. Nor, as has been elsewhere hinted, is the general ignorance or depravity of any race of men to be alleged as an apology for tyranny over them. On the contrary, it cannot admit of a reasonable doubt, in any unbiased mind conversant with the interior life of a man of war, that most of the sailor iniquities practiced therein are indirectly to be ascribed to the morally debasing effects of the unjust, despotic, and degrading laws under which the man-of-war's man lives. End of Chapter 72. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 73 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 73. Night and Day, Gambling in a Man of War. Mention has been made that the game of draughts or checkers was permitted to be played on board the Neversink. At the present time, while there was little or no ship work to be done, and all hands, in high spirits, were sailing homeward over the warm, smooth sea of the tropics, so numerous became the players scattered about the decks, that our first lieutenant used, ironically, to say that it was a pity they were not tessellated with squares of white and black marble, for the express benefit and convenience of the players. Had this gentleman had his way, our checkerboards would very soon have been pitched out of the ports. But the captain, usually lenient in some things, permitted them, and so Mr. Bridewell was fain to hold his peace. But although this one game was allowable in the frigate, all kinds of gambling were strictly interdicted, under the penalty of the gangway, nor were cards or dice tolerated in any way whatever. This regulation was indispensable, for of all human beings, man-of-war's men are perhaps the most inclined to gambling. The reason must be obvious to any one who reflects upon their condition on shipboard. And gambling, the most mischievous of vices anywhere, in a man of war operates still more perniciously than on shore. But quite as often as the law against smuggling spirits is transgressed by the unscrupulous sailors, the statutes against cards and dice are evaded. Sable night, which, since the beginning of the world, has winked and looked on at so many deeds of iniquity, night is the time usually selected for their operations by man-of-war gamblers. The place pitched upon is generally the berth-deck, where the hammocks are swung, and which is lighted so stintedly as not to disturb the sleeping seamen with any obtruding glare. In so spacious an area, the two lanterns swinging from the stanchions diffuse a subdued illumination, like a night taper in the apartment of some invalid. Owing to their position, also, these lanterns are far from shedding an impartial light, however dim, but fling long angular rays here and there, like burglars' dark lanterns in the 50-acre vaults of the West India Docks on the Thames. It may well be imagined, therefore, how well adapted is this mysterious and subterranean hall of Eblis to the clandestine proceedings of gamblers, especially as the hammocks not only hang thickly, but many of them swing very low, within 2 feet of the floor, thus forming innumerable little canvas glens, grottos, nooks, corners, and crannies, where a good deal of wickedness may be practiced by the wary with considerable impunity. Now, the master-at-arms, assisted by his mates, the ship's corporals, reigns supreme in these bowels of the ship. Throughout the night these policemen relieve each other at standing guard over the premises; and, except when the watches are called, they sit in the midst of a profound silence, only invaded by trumpeters' snores, or the ramblings of some old sheet-anchorman in his sleep. The two ship's corporals went among the sailors by the names of Legs and Pounce. Pounce had been a policeman, it was said, in Liverpool; Legs, a turnkey attached to the Tombs in New York. Hence their education eminently fitted them for their stations; and Bland, the master-at-arms, ravished with their dexterity in prying out offenders, used to call them his two right hands. When man-of-war's men desire to gamble, they appoint the hour, and select some certain corner, in some certain shadow, behind some certain hammock. They then contribute a small sum toward a joint fund, to be invested in a bribe for some Argus-eyed shipmate, who shall play the part of a spy upon the master-at-arms and corporals while the gaming is in progress. In 9 cases out of 10, these arrangements are so cunning and comprehensive, that the gamblers, eluding all vigilance, conclude their game unmolested. But now and then, seduced into unwariness, or perhaps from parsimony, being unwilling to employ the services of a spy, they are suddenly lighted upon by the constables, remorselessly collared, and dragged into the brig, there to await a dozen lashes in the morning. Several times at midnight I have been startled out of a sound sleep by a sudden violent rush under my hammock, caused by the abrupt breaking up of some nest of gamblers, who have scattered in all directions, brushing under the tiers of swinging pallets, and setting them all in a rocking commotion. It is, however, while laying in port that gambling most thrives in a man-of-war. Then the men frequently practise their dark deeds in the light of the day, and the additional guards which, at such times, they deem indispensable, are not unworthy of note. More especially, their extra precautions in engaging the services of several spies necessitate a considerable expenditure, so that, in port, the diversion of gambling rises to the dignity of a nabob luxury. During the day, the master-at-arms and his corporals are continually prowling about on all three decks, eager to spy out iniquities. At one time, for example, you see Legs switching his magisterial rattan and lurking round the foremast on the spar-deck. The next moment, perhaps, he is three decks down, out of sight, prowling among the cable tiers. Just so with his master, and Pounce his coadjutor. They are here, there, and everywhere seemingly gifted with ubiquity. In order successfully to carry on their proceedings by day, the gamblers must see to it that each of these constables is relentlessly dogged wherever he goes, so that, in case of his approach toward the spot where themselves are engaged, they may be warned of the fact in time to make good their escape. Accordingly, light and active scouts are selected to follow the constable about. From their youthful alertness and activity, the boys of the mizzen-top are generally chosen for this purpose. But this is not all. On board of most men of war, there is a set of sly, knavish foxes among the crew, destitute of every principle of honor, and on a par with Irish informers. In man-of-war parlance, they come under the denomination of fancy men and white mice. They are called fancy men because, from their zeal in craftily reporting offenders, they are presumed to be regarded with high favor by some of the officers. Though it is seldom that these informers can be certainly individualized, so secret and subtle are they in laying their information, yet certain of the crew, and especially certain of the marines, are invariably suspected to be fancy men and white mice, and are accordingly more or less hated by their comrades. Now, in addition to having an eye on the master-at-arms and his aids, the day gamblers must see to it that every person suspected of being a white mouse or fancy man is likewise dogged wherever he goes. Additional scouts are retained constantly to snuff at their trail, but the mysteries of man-of-war vice are wonderful. And it is now to be recorded that, from long habit and observation, and familiarity with the guardo moves and manoeuvres of a frigate, the master-at-arms and his aids can almost invariably tell when any gambling is going on by day, though, in the crowded vessel, abounding in decks, tops, dark places, and outlandish corners of all sorts, they may not be able to pounce upon the identical spot where the gamblers are hidden. During the period that Bland was suspended from his office as master-at-arms, a person who, among the sailors, went by the name of Sneak, having been long suspected to have been a white mouse, was put in Bland's place. He proved a hang-dog, sidelong catch-thief, but gifted with a marvellous perseverance in ferreting out culprits, following in their track like an inevitable Cuba bloodhound, with his noiseless nose. When disconcerted, however, you sometimes heard his bay. "The muffled dice are somewhere around," Sneak would say to his aids. "There are them three chaps there, been dogging me about for the last half-hour. I say, Pounce, has any one been scouting around you this morning?" "4 on 'em," says Pounce. "I knowed it. I knowed the muffled dice was rattling." "Legs," says the master-at-arms to his other aid, "Legs, how is it with you? Any spies?" "10 on 'em," says Legs. "There's one on 'em now, that fellow stitching a hat." "Hello, you, sir!" cried the master-at-arms. "Top your boom and sail large, now. If I see you about me again, I'll have you up to the mast." "What am I doing now?" says the hat-stitcher, with a face as long as a rope walk. "Can't a feller be working here without being 'spected of Tom Cox's traverse, up one ladder and down the other?" "Oh, I know the moves, sir. I have been on board a guardo. Top your boom, I say, and be off, or I'll have you hauled up and riveted in a clinch, both fore tacks over the main yard, and no bloody knife to cut the seizing." Sheer, or I'll pitch into you like a shin of beef into a beggar's wallet." It is often observable that in vessels of all kinds, the men who talk the most sailor lingo are the least sailor-like in reality. You may sometimes hear even marines jerk out more salt phrases than the captain of the forecastle himself. On the other hand, when not actively engaged in his vocation, you would take the best specimen of a seaman for a landsman. When you see a fellow yawning about the docks like a homeward-bound Indiaman, a long Commodore's pennant of black ribbon flying from his masthead, and fetching up at a grog-shop with a slew of his hull, as if an admiral were coming alongside a three-decker in his barge, you may put that man down for what man-of-war's men call a damn-my-eyes tar; that is, a humbug. And many damn-my-eyes humbugs there are in this man-of-war world of ours. End of Chapter 73. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 74 of White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or the World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 74. The Maintop at Night. The whole of our run from Rio to the Line was one delightful yachting, so far as fine weather and the ship's sailing were concerned. It was especially pleasant when our quarter-watch lounged in the maintop, diverting ourselves in many agreeable ways. Removed from the immediate presence of the officers, we there harmlessly enjoyed ourselves more than in any other part of the ship. By day, many of us were very industrious, making hats or mending our clothes. But by night we became more romantically inclined. Often Jack Chase, an enthusiastic admirer of sea scenery, would direct our attention to the moonlight on the waves, by fine snatches from his catalogue of poets. I shall never forget the lyric air with which one morning, at dawn of day, when all the east was flushed with red and gold, he stood leaning against the topmast shrouds, and, stretching his bold hand over the sea, exclaimed, "Here comes Aurora, top-mates, see!" And in a liquid, long, lingering tone he recited the lines: "With gentle hand, as seeming oft to pause, the purple curtains of the morn she draws." Commodore Camoens, White Jacket, but bear a hand there, we must rig out that stunsail boom, the wind is shifting. From our lofty perch of a moonlight night, the frigate itself was a glorious sight. She was going large before the wind, her stunsails set on both sides, so that the canvas on the mainmast and foremast presented the appearance of majestic tapering pyramids, more than 100 feet broad at the base, and terminating in the clouds with the light copestone of the royals. That immense area of snow-white canvas sliding along the sea was indeed a magnificent spectacle. The three shrouded masts looked like the apparitions of three gigantic Turkish emirs striding over the ocean. Nor, at times, was the sound of music wanting, to augment the poetry of the scene. The whole band would be assembled on the poop, regaling the officers, and incidentally ourselves, with their fine old airs. To these, some of us would occasionally dance in the top, which was almost as large as an ordinary-sized parlour. When the instrumental melody of the band was not to be had, our nightingales mustered their voices, and gave us a song. Upon these occasions, Jack Chase was often called out, and regaled us in his own free and noble style, with the Spanish ladies, a favourite thing with British man-of-war's men, and many other salt-sea ballads and ditties, including Sir Patrick Spens was the best sailor that ever sailed the sea. Also, and 3 times around spun our gallant ship, 3 times around spun she, 3 times around spun our gallant ship, and she went to the bottom of the sea, the sea, the sea, the sea, and she went to the bottom of the sea. These songs would be varied by sundry yarns and twisters of the topmen, and it was at these times that I always endeavoured to draw out the oldest Tritons into narratives of the war service they had seen. There were but few of them, it is true, who had been in action, but that only made their narratives the more valuable. There was an old negro, who went by the name of Tawney, a sheet-anchorman, whom we often invited into our top of tranquil nights, to hear him discourse. He was a staid and sober seaman, very intelligent, with a fine, frank bearing, one of the best men in the ship, and held in high estimation by every one. It seems that during the last war between England and America, he had, with several others, been impressed upon the high seas out of a New England merchantman. The ship that impressed him was an English frigate, the Macedonian, afterward taken by the Neversink, the ship in which we were sailing. It was the Holy Sabbath, according to Tawney, and as the Briton bore down on the American, her men at their quarters, Tawney and his countrymen, who happened to be stationed at the quarter-deck battery, respectfully accosted the captain, an old man by the name of Carden, as he passed them in his rapid promenade, his spy-glass under his arm. Again they assured him that they were not Englishmen, and that it was a most bitter thing to lift their hands against the flag of that country which harboured the mothers that bore them. They conjured him to release them from their guns, and allow them to remain neutral during the conflict. But when a ship of any nation is running into action, it is no time for argument, small time for justice, and not much time for humanity. Snatching a pistol from the belt of a boarder standing by, the captain levelled it at the heads of the 3 sailors, and commanded them instantly to their quarters, under penalty of being shot on the spot. So, side by side with his country's foes, Tawney and his companions toiled at the guns and fought out the fight to the last, with the exception of one of them who was killed at his post by one of his own country's balls. At length, having lost her fore and main-top masts, and her mizzen mast having been shot away to the deck, and her fore-yard lying in 2 pieces on her shattered forecastle, and in 100 places having been hulled with round shot, the English frigate was reduced to the last extremity. Captain Carden ordered his signal quartermaster to strike the flag. Tawney was one of those who, at last, helped pull him on board the Neversink. As he touched the deck, Carden saluted Decatur, the hostile commander, and offered his sword, but it was courteously declined. Perhaps the victor remembered the dinner parties that he and the Englishmen had enjoyed together in Norfolk, just previous to the breaking out of hostilities, and while both were in command of the very frigates now crippled on the sea. The Macedonian, it seems, had gone into Norfolk with dispatches. Then they had laughed and joked over their wine, and a wager of a beaver hat was said to have been made between them upon the event of the hostile meeting of their ships. Gazing upon the heavy batteries before him, Carden said to Decatur, "This is a 74, not a frigate. No wonder the day is yours." This remark was founded upon the Neversink's superiority in guns. The Neversink's main-deck batteries then consisted, as now, of 24-pounders, the Macedonian's of only 18s. In all, the Neversink numbered 54 guns and 450 men. the Macedonian 49 guns and 300 men. A very great disparity, which, united to the other circumstances of this action, deprives the victory of all claims to glory beyond those that might be set up by a river horse getting the better of a seal. But if Tawney spoke truth, and he was a truth-telling man, this fact seemed counterbalanced by a circumstance he related. When the guns of the Englishmen were examined, after the engagement, in more than one instance the wad was found rammed against the cartridge, without intercepting the ball. And though, in a frantic sea-fight, such a thing might be imputed to hurry and remissness, yet Tawney, a stickler for his tribe, always ascribed it to quite a different and less honourable cause. But, even granting the cause he assigned to have been the true one, it does not involve anything inimical to the general valour displayed by the British crew. Yet, from all that may be learned from candid persons who have been in sea-fights, there can be but little doubt that on board of all ships, of whatever nation, in time of action, no very small number of the men are exceedingly nervous, to say the least, at the guns, ramming and sponging at a venture. And what special patriotic interest could an impressed man, for instance, take in a fight into which he had been dragged from the arms of his wife? Or is it to be wondered at that impressed English seamen have not scrupled, in time of war, to cripple the arm that has enslaved them? During the same general war which prevailed at and previous to the period of the frigate action here spoken of, a British flag officer, in writing to the Admiralty, said, "Everything appears to be quiet in the fleet; but, in preparing for battle last week, several of the guns in the after part of the ship were found to be spiked; that is to say, rendered useless." Who had spiked them? The dissatisfied seamen? Is it altogether improbable, then, that the guns to which Tawney referred were manned by men who purposely refrained from making them tell on the foe; that in this one action the victory America gained was partly won for her by the sulky insubordination of the enemy himself? During this same period of general war, it was frequently the case that the guns of English armed ships were found in the mornings with their breechings cut overnight. This maiming of the guns, and for the time incapacitating them, was only to be imputed to that secret spirit of hatred to the service which induced the spiking above referred to. But even in cases where no deep-seated dissatisfaction was presumed to prevail among the crew, and where a seaman in time of action, impelled by pure fear, shirked from his gun, it seems but flying in the face of Him who made such a seaman what he constitutionally was, to so coward upon his back, and degrade and agonize the already trembling wretch in numberless other ways. Nor seems it a practice warranted by the Sermon on the Mount, for the officer of a battery, in time of battle, to stand over the men with his drawn sword, as was done in the Macedonian, and run through on the spot the first seaman who showed a semblance of fear. Tawney told me that he distinctly heard this order given by the English captain to his officers of divisions. Were the secret history of all sea-fights written, the laurels of sea heroes would turn to ashes on their brows. And how nationally disgraceful, in every conceivable point of view, is the 4th of our American Articles of War. If any person in the Navy shall pusillanimously cry for quarter, he shall suffer death. Thus, with death before his face from the foe, and death behind his back from his countrymen, the best valour of a man-of-war's man can never assume the merit of a noble spontaneousness. In this, as in every other case, the Articles of War hold out no reward for good conduct, but only compel the sailor to fight like a hired murderer for his pay, by digging his grave before his eyes if he hesitates. But this Article 4, is open to still graver objections. Courage is the most common and vulgar of the virtues, the only one shared with us by the beasts of the field, the one most apt, by excess, to run into viciousness. And since nature generally takes away with one hand to counterbalance her gifts with the other, excessive animal courage, in many cases, only finds room in a character vacated of loftier things. But in a naval officer, animal courage is exalted to the loftiest merit, and often procures him a distinguished command. Hence, if some brainless bravo be captain of a frigate in action, he may fight her against invincible odds, and seek to crown himself with the glory of the shambles by permitting his hopeless crew to be butchered before his eyes, while at the same time that crew must consent to be slaughtered by the foe, under penalty of being murdered by the law. Look at the engagement between the American frigate Essex with the two English cruisers, the Phoebe and Cherub, off the Bay of Valparaiso during the late war. It is admitted on all hands that the American captain continued to fight his crippled ship against a greatly superior force. And when, at last, it became physically impossible that he could ever be otherwise than vanquished in the end, and when, from peculiarly unfortunate circumstances, his men merely stood up to their nearly useless batteries to be dismembered and blown to pieces by the incessant fire of the enemy's long guns. Nor, by thus continuing to fight, did this American frigate, one iota, promote the true interests of her country. I seek not to underrate any reputation which the American captain may have gained by this battle. He was a brave man. That no sailor will deny. But the whole world is made up of brave men. Yet I would not be at all understood as impugning his special good name. Nevertheless, it is not to be doubted that if there were any common-sense sailors at the guns of the Essex, however valiant they may have been, those common-sense sailors must have greatly preferred to strike their flag, when they saw the day was fairly lost, than postpone that inevitable act till there were few American arms left to assist in hauling it down. Yet, had these men, under these circumstances, pusillanimously cried for quarter, by the 4th Article of War, they might have been legally hung. According to the negro Tawney, when the captain of the Macedonian, seeing that the Neversink had his vessel completely in her power, gave the word to strike the flag, one of his officers, a man hated by the seamen for his tyranny, howled out the most terrific remonstrances, swearing that, for his part, he would not give up, but was for sinking the Macedonian alongside the enemy. Had he been captain, doubtless he would have done so, thereby gaining the name of a hero in his world, but what would they have called him in the next? But as the whole matter of war is a thing that smites common sense and Christianity in the face, so everything connected with it is utterly foolish, unchristian, barbarous, brutal, and savouring of the Fiji Islands, cannibalism, saltpetre, and the devil. It is generally the case in a man of war, when she strikes her flag, that all discipline is at an end, and the men for a time are ungovernable. This was so on board of the English frigate. The spirit room was broken open, and buckets of grog were passed along the decks, where many of the wounded were lying between the guns. These mariners seized the buckets, and, spite of all remonstrances, gulped down the burning spirits, till, as Tawney said, the blood suddenly spurted out of their wounds, and they fell dead to the deck. The negro had many more stories to tell of this fight, and frequently he would escort me along our main-deck batteries, still mounting the same guns used in the battle, pointing out their ineffaceable indentations and scars. Coated over with the accumulated paint of more than 30 years, they were almost invisible to a casual eye, but Tawney knew them all by heart, for he had returned home in the Neversink, and had beheld these scars shortly after the engagement. One afternoon I was walking with him along the gun-deck, when he paused abreast of the mainmast. "This part of the ship," said he, "we called the slaughter-house on board the Macedonian. Here the men fell, 5 and 6 at a time. An enemy always directs its shot here, in order to hurl over the mast, if possible. The beams and carlines overhead in the Macedonian slaughter-house were spattered with blood and brains. About the hatchways it looked like a butcher's stall, bits of human flesh sticking in the ring-bolts. A pig that ran about the decks escaped unharmed, but his hide was so clotted with blood from rooting among the pools of gore, that when the ship struck, the sailors hove the animal overboard, swearing that it would be rank cannibalism to eat him. Another quadruped, a goat, lost its forelegs in this fight. The sailors who were killed, according to the usual custom, were ordered to be thrown overboard as soon as they fell, no doubt, as the negro said, that the sight of so many corpses lying around might not appall the survivors at the guns. Among other instances, he related the following: A shot entering one of the port-holes dashed dead 2/3 of a gun's crew. The captain of the next gun, dropping his lock-string, which he had just pulled, turned over the heap of bodies to see who they were, when, perceiving an old messmate who had sailed with him in many cruises, he burst into tears, and, taking the corpse up in his arms, and going with it to the side, held it over the water a moment, and eyeing it, cried, "O God, Tom, your prayers over that thing." "Overboard with it, and down to your gun!" roared a wounded lieutenant. The order was obeyed, and the heart-stricken sailor returned to his post. Tawney's recitals were enough to snap this man-of-war world's sword in its scabbard. And thinking of all the cruel carnal glory wrought out by naval heroes in scenes like these, I asked myself whether, indeed, that was a glorious coffin in which Lord Nelson was entombed; a coffin presented to him during life by Captain Hallowell. It had been dug out of the mainmost of the French line of battle-ship L'Orient, which, burning up with British fire, destroyed hundreds of Frenchmen at the Battle of the Nile. Peace to Lord Nelson where he sleeps in his mouldering mast; but rather would I be urned in the trunk of some green tree, and even in death have the vital sap circulating round me, giving of my dead body to the living foliage that shaded my peaceful tomb. End of Chapter 74. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 75 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 75. Sink, Burn, and Destroy. Printed Admiralty Orders in Time of War. Among innumerable yarns and twisters reeled off in our main-top during our pleasant run to the north, none could match those of Jack Chase, our captain. Never was there better company than ever glorious Jack. The things which most men only read of, or dream about, he had seen and experienced. He had been a dashing smuggler in his day, and could tell of a long 9-pounder rammed home with wads of French silks, of cartridges stuffed with the finest gunpowder tea, of canister shot full of West India sweetmeats, of sailor frocks and trousers quilted inside with costly laces, and table legs, hollow as musket barrels, compactly stowed with rare drugs and spices. He could tell of a wicked widow, too, a beautiful receiver of smuggled goods upon the English coast, who smiled so sweetly upon the smugglers when they sold her silks and laces, cheap as tape and ginghams. She called them gallant fellows, hearts of game, and bade them bring her more. He could tell of desperate fights with his British Majesty's cutters, in midnight coves upon a stormy coast; of the capture of a reckless band and their being drafted on board a man-of-war; of their swearing that their chief was slain; of a writ of habeas corpus sent on board for one of them for a debt, a reserved and handsome man, and his going ashore, strongly suspected of being the slaughtered captain, and this a successful scheme for his escape. But more than all, Jack could tell of the battle of Navarino, for he had been a captain of one of the main-deck guns on board Admiral Codrington's flag-ship, the Asia. Were mine the style of stout old Chapman's Homer, even then I would scarce venture to give noble Jack's own version of this fight, wherein, on the 20th of October, A.D. 1827, 32 sail of Englishmen, Frenchmen, and Russians attacked and vanquished in the Levant an Ottoman fleet of 3 ships of the line, 25 frigates, and a swarm of fire-ships and hornet craft. "We bayed to be at them," said Jack, "and when we did open fire, we were like dolphin among the flying fish. Every man take his bird, was the cry, when we trained our guns. And those guns all smoked like rows of Dutch pipe bowls, my hearties. My guns' crew carried small flags in their bosoms, to nail to the mast in case the ship's colours were shot away. Stripped to the waistbands, we fought like skinned tigers, and bowled down the Turkish frigates like ninepins. Among their shrouds, swarming thick with small-arm men, like flights of pigeons lighted on pine-trees, our marines sent their leaden peas and gooseberries like a shower of hailstones in Labrador. It was a stormy time, my hearties. The blasted Turks pitched into the old Asia's hull a whole quarry of marble shot, each ball 150 pounds. They knocked 3 port-holes into one. But we gave them better than they sent up. Up and at them, my bull-dog, said I, patting my gun on the breech. Tear open hatchways in their Moslem sides. White Jacket, my lad, you ought to have been there. The bay was covered with masts and yards, as I have seen a raft of snags in the Arkansas River. Showers of burned rice and olives from the exploding foe fell upon us like manna in the wilderness. Allah! Allah! Mohammed! Mohammed! split the air. Some cried it out from the Turkish port-holes, others shrieked it forth from the drowning waters, their top-knots floating on their shaven skulls, like black snakes on half-tide rocks. By those top-knots they believed that their prophet would drag them up to paradise, but they sank 50 fathoms, my hearties, to the bottom of the bay. "Ain't the bloody Hometons going to strike yet?" cried my first loader, a Guernseyman, thrusting his neck out of the port-hole and looking at the Turkish line of battleship near by. That instant his head blew by me like a bursting Paysan shot, and the flag of Neb Knowles himself was hauled down forever. We dragged his hull to one side, and avenged him with the cooper's anvil, which, endways, we rammed home. A messmate shoved in the dead man's bloody Scotch cap for the wad, and sent it flying into the line of battleship. By the God of War, boys, we hardly left enough of that craft to boil a pot of water with. It was a hard day's work, a sad day's work, my hearties. That night, when all was over, I slept sound enough, with a box of canister shot for my pillow. But you ought to have seen the boatload of Turkish flags one of our captains carried home. He swore to dress his father's orchard in colours with them, just as our spars are dressed for a gala day. Though you tormented the Turks at Navarino, noble Jack, "Yet you come off yourself with only the loss of a splinter, it seems," said a topman, glancing at our captain's maimed hand. "Yes, but I and one of the lieutenants had a narrower escape than that. A shot struck the side of my port-hole, and sent the splinters right and left. One took off my hat rim clean to my brow. Another razed the lieutenant's left boot by slicing off the heel. A third shot killed my powder monkey without touching him." "How, Jack?" "It whizzed the poor babe dead. He was seated on a cheese of wads at the time, and after the dust of the powdered bulwarks had blown away, I noticed he yet sat still, his eyes wide open. 'My little hero!' cried I, and I clapped him on the back. But he fell on his face at my feet. I touched his heart, and found he was dead. There was not a little finger mark on him." Silence now fell upon the listeners for a time, broken at last by the second captain of the top. "Noble Jack, I know you never brag, but tell us what you did yourself that day." "Why, my hearties, I did not do quite as much as my gun. But I flatter myself it was that gun that brought down the Turkish admiral's mainmast, and the stump left wasn't long enough to make a wooden leg for Lord Nelson." "How? But I thought by the way you pull a lock-string on board here, and look along the sight, that you can steer a shot about right, hey, Jack?" "It was the Admiral of the Fleet, God Almighty, who directed the shot that dismasted the Turkish admiral," said Jack. "I only pointed the gun." "But how did you feel, Jack, when the musket-ball carried away one of your hooks there?" "Feel? Only a finger the lighter. I have 7 more left, besides thumbs, and they did good service, too, in the torn rigging the day after the fight. For you must know, my hearties, that the hardest work comes after the guns are run in. 3 days I helped work, with one hand, in the rigging, in the same trousers that I wore in the action. The blood had dried and stiffened. They looked like glazed red morocco. Now, this Jack Chase had a heart in him like a mastodon's. I have seen him weep when a man has been flogged at the gangway. Yet, in relating the story of the Battle of Navarino, he plainly showed that he held the God of the blessed Bible to have been the British Commodore in the Levant, on the bloody 20th of October, A.D. 1827. And thus it would seem that war almost makes blasphemers of the best of men, and brings them all down to the Fiji standard of humanity. Some man-of-war's men have confessed to me that, as a battle has raged more and more, their hearts have hardened in infernal harmony, and, like their own guns, they have fought without a thought. Soldier or sailor, the fighting man is but a fiend, and the staff and body-guard of the devil musters many a baton. But war at times is inevitable. Must the national honor be trampled under foot by an insolent foe? Say on, but know you this, and lay it to heart, war-voting bench of bishops, that He, on whom we believe, Himself has enjoined us to turn the left cheek if the right be smitten. Never mind what follows. That passage you cannot expunge from the Bible. That passage is as binding upon us as any other. That passage embodies the soul and substance of the Christian faith. Without it, Christianity were like any other faith. And that passage will yet, by the blessing of God, turn the world. But in some things we must turn Quakers first. But though unlike most scenes of carnage, which have proved useless murders of men, Admiral Codrington's victory undoubtedly achieved the emancipation of Greece, and terminated the Turkish atrocities in that tomahawked state, yet who shall lift his hand and swear that a divine providence led the van of the combined fleets of England, France, and Russia at the Battle of Navarino? For if this be so, then it led the van against the Church's own elect, the persecuted Waldenses of Switzerland, and kindled the Smithfield fires in Bloody Mary's time. But all events are mixed in a fusion indistinguishable. What we call fate is even heartless and impartial, not a fiend to kindle bigot flames, nor a philanthropist to espouse the cause of Greece. We may fret, fume, and fight, but the thing called fate everlastingly sustains an armed neutrality. Yet, though all this be so, nevertheless, in our own hearts we mould the whole world's hereafters, and in our own hearts we fashion our own gods. Each mortal casts his vote for whom he will to rule the worlds. I have a voice that helps to shape eternity, and my volitions stir the orbits of the furthest suns. In two senses we are precisely what we worship. Ourselves are fate. End of chapter 75. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Chapter 76 of White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, by Herman Melville. Chapter 76. The Chains. When wearied with the tumult and occasional contention of the gun-deck of our frigate, I have often retreated to a port-hole and calmed myself down by gazing broad off upon a placid sea. After the battle din of the last two chapters, let us now do the like, and, in the sequestered forechains of the Neversink, tranquilize ourselves if we may. Notwithstanding the domestic communism to which the seamen in a man of war are condemned, and the publicity in which actions, the most diffident and retiring in their nature, must be performed, there is yet an odd corner or two where you may sometimes steal away, and, for a few moments, almost be private. Chief among these places is the chains, to which I would sometimes hie during our pleasant homeward-bound glide over those pensive tropical latitudes. After hearing my fill of the wild yarns of our top, here would I recline, if not disturbed, serenely concocting information into wisdom. The chains designates the small platform outside of the hull, at the base of the large shrouds leading down from the three mastheads to the bulwarks. At present they seem to be getting out of vogue among merchant vessels, along with the fine, old-fashioned quarter-galleries, little turret-like appurtenances which, in the days of the old admirals, set off the angles of an armed ship's stern. Here a naval officer might lounge away an hour after action, smoking a cigar to drive out of his whiskers the villainous smoke of the gunpowder. The picturesque, delightful stern gallery, also a broad balcony overhanging the sea, and entered from the captain's cabin much as you might enter a bower from a lady's chamber. This charming balcony, where, sailing over summer seas in the days of the old Peruvian viceroys, the Spanish cavalier Mendana of Lima made love to the Lady Isabella as they voyaged in quest of the Solomon Islands, the fabulous Ophir, the grand Cyclades. And the Lady Isabella at sunset blushed like the Orient, and gazed down to the goldfish and silver-hued flying fish that wove the woof and warp of their wakes in bright, scaly tartans and plaids underneath where the lady reclined. This charming balcony, exquisite retreat, has been cut away by vandalic innovations. Ay, that claw-footed old gallery is no longer in fashion, in Commodore's eyes is no longer genteel. Out on all furniture fashions but those that are past. Give me my grandfather's old armchair, planted upon 4 carved frogs, as the Hindoos fabled the world to be supported upon 4 tortoises. Give me his cane with the gold-loaded top, a cane that, like the musket of General Washington's father and the broadsword of William Wallace, would break down the back of the switch-carrying dandies of these spindle-shank days. Give me his broad-breasted vest, coming bravely down over the hips, and furnished with 2 strong boxes of pockets to keep guineas in. Toss this toppling cylinder of a beaver overboard, and give me my grandfather's gallant, gable-ended cocked hat. But though the quarter-galleries and the stern-gallery of a man-of-war are departed, yet the chains still linger. Nor can there be imagined a more agreeable retreat. The huge blocks and lanyards forming the pedestals of the shrouds divide the chains into numerous little chapels, alcoves, niches, and altars, where you lazily lounge outside of the ship, though on board. But there are plenty to divide a good thing with you in this man-of-war world. Often, when snugly seated in one of these little alcoves, gazing off to the horizon and thinking of Cathay, I have been startled from my repose by some old quarter-gunner, who, having newly painted a parcel of match-tubs, wanted to set them to dry. At other times, one of the tattooing artists would crawl over the bulwarks, followed by his sitter, and then a bare arm or leg would be extended, and the disagreeable business of pricking commence, right under my eyes. Or an eruption of tars with ditty-bags or sea-reticles, and piles of old trousers to mend, would break in upon my seclusion, and, forming a sewing circle, drive me off with their chatter. But once, it was a Sunday afternoon, I was pleasantly reclining in a particularly shady and secluded little niche between 2 lanyards, when I heard a low, supplicating voice. Peeping through the narrow space between the ropes, I perceived an aged seaman on his knees, his face turned seaward, with closed eyes, buried in prayer. Softly rising, I stole through a port-hole, and left the venerable worshipper alone. He was a sheet-anchorman, an earnest Baptist, and was well known in his own part of the ship to be constant in his solitary devotions in the chains. He reminded me of St. Anthony going out into the wilderness to pray. This man was captain of the starboard bow-chaser, one of the 2 long 24-pounders on the forecastle. In time of action, the command of that iron Thalaba the destroyer would devolve upon him. It would be his business to train it properly, to see it well loaded, the grape and canister rammed home; also to prick the cartridge, take the sight, and give the word for the matchman to apply his wand, bidding a sudden hell to flash forth from the muzzle in wide combustion and death. Now, this captain of the bow-chaser was an upright old man, a sincere, humble believer, and he but earned his bread in being captain of that gun. But how, with those hands of his begrimed with powder, could he break that other, and most peaceful and penitent bread of the supper? Though in that hallowed sacrament, it seemed, he had often partaken ashore. The omission of this rite in a man-of-war, though there is a chaplain to preside over it, and at least a few communicants to partake, must be ascribed to a sense of religious propriety in the last degree to be commended. Ah, the best righteousness of our man-of-war world seems but an unrealized ideal, after all. And those maxims which, in the hope of bringing about a millennium, we busily teach to the heathen, we Christians ourselves disregard. In view of the whole present social framework of our world, so ill adapted to the practical adoption of the meekness of Christianity, there seems almost some ground for the thought that although our blessed Saviour was full of the wisdom of heaven, yet his gospel seems lacking in the practical wisdom of earth. in a due appreciation of the necessities of nations at times demanding bloody massacres and wars, in a proper estimation of the value of rank, title, and money. But all this only the more crowns the divine consistency of Jesus, since Burnet and the best theologians demonstrate that his nature was not merely human, was not that of a mere man of the world. End of chapter 76. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.